Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else,
Did somebody say just eat?
charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on justeat.co.uk for details.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game, cozied up in the snow. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing Monday football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. There's great time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes online.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your account this football season. This weekend, Betfair football.
Betfair. Opt in and previous deposit required. Actually, Betfair is £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Don't break your stride. Get to Screwfix for the latest offers on the brands you love. Like the next generation, more powerful, more compact Milwaukee 18-volt twin pack. It's new and exclusive to Screwfix at just $249.99. And get those lawns in order with the Titan grass trimmer, now only $49.99. A saving of £10. Shop now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until release 6th of May, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for T's and C's. Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes! Ooh, no! Draw one card!
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one reselected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only. Whilst stocks last.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford. Live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Game 30, pushing the apex of live football.
The biggest and best football on the radio.
Game Day exclusive
on talkSPORT. Game day exclusive live on talkSPORT from the London Stadium. It is West Ham against Liverpool. Our 12:30 kickoff. The lineups are in. Let's go through them all thanks to Super 6. Here's our match commentator and birthday voice. How much, Ben?
2-6 looking to put right the wrong two. Now things West Ham will beat the Palace. Liverpool stunned by their neighbours Everton with far-reaching consequences. The Hammers make 2 changes. No Naif again or Kostas Mavropanos in the squad. They're injured, but Jared Bowen is back after missing the trip to Selhurst Park, and Areola takes his place back in the West Ham United goal. So they start with Areola in goal, Sofal at right back, Zuma Bonner and Emerson as the back four, Alvarez and Souček in midfield, but with Kudus on the right, Bowen on the right, Kudus on the left, and Paquetá in the number 10 position behind Mikel Antonio. Liverpool missing Jota, Matic, Thiago, Bradley, all through injury, and they have dropped Darwin Núñez and dropped Mo Salah to the bench. Cody Gakpo is back in the team after missing the Merseyside derby due to the birth of his child. Back in the team that played against Fulham last Sunday. Alisson is their goalkeeper. Alexander-Arnold, Quansah, Van Dijk, Robertson, that's the back four. Gravenberch, Endo, McAllister in midfield. Elliott, Gakpo and Diaz in attack.
Thank you very much. Those lineups are brought to you by Super 6. You can simply download the app Super 6, get your entries in before 3 PM today, and you could win £250,000 without spending a penny. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. The big news, Stuart Pearce, is really that Salah and Núñez are both bench. What has happened to their form, especially Salah?
I think the African Cup of Nations obviously has played its toll a little bit. There's talk about since he's come back from there, he's not hit the ground running. We were there on Wednesday evening, and he failed to sort of have an impact in the game in many ways. Sometimes form goes, you never know when it's going to go and when it's going to come back, and he's suffering a little bit form-wise. And as I say, Jurgen's not afraid to leave players out, pop them in, leave them out. So at this moment, it's down to him to sit on the bench and have impact when he comes on.
So that's a bit of form, kind of looking back a few games. Consa's in for Canate. I thought Canate was really difficult that Christian Park, didn't he?
Yeah, I didn't think he was that bad. When he brought Consa on that in the game, I said to Sam, this is an interesting one. I don't know why he's done that when he's chasing the goal, bringing the centre half on, but it gives a young man more experience, you know, so for him it's really good.
I think he likes Jarell Quansah. I think if you go back over the course of the season and look at all of the debutants and the players that have made the breakthrough at Liverpool, and there's been quite a number this year, he has been the shining light. I think he's been terrific. He's played a huge number of games. Actually, I was just looking to see how many matches that he has played this season. This is his 31st appearance, and when you think that he's 21 years of age, playing in a Liverpool team that were chasing all those major trophies, that's great, not only for Liverpool, not only for him, but for England as well going forward.
And for potentially Arne Slot going forward as well. What about West Ham? Look, they were thrashed, absolutely thrashed at Crystal Palace last time out. The only change that David Moyes has made is Jarrod Bowen coming in, and that was expected because he's back from injury. Are you surprised that he hasn't made more changes?
I think there's a consistency about the players in this West Ham squad. You know, I don't look on the bench and think, well, who's missing, who should be in there? Maybe Ward-Prowse, but I don't think he's playing as well at this moment in time. No, I think this is about as strong as he's got. But there's a few teams this weekend just gone that didn't do particularly well. And quite often it was the ones that played in Europe, you know, they didn't hit the highs. Manchester City didn't, and there was a lot talked about that. Liverpool, exactly that, and a few teams didn't. They suffered a little bit from the exertions of midweek and the European side.
Yeah. Okay. Well, those are the teams. That one's, of course, coming up for you at 12:30 live on talkSPORT. Over on talkSPORT 2 at the same time, it's the final day of the regular season in League One. Derby County go up with any kind of a result against Carlisle, while there are still plenty of playoff places and a relegation spot to be decided as well. Guiding you through it all from Pride Park is talkSPORT 2 commentator Ian Danter. Dance, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks, Reshman. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I'm trying to hear you over the dulcet tones that are playing here at the London Stadium. But how's everything at Pride Park at the moment? What a day, potentially,
It is
for Derby
a
County.
sellout for Derby County fans, certainly. There won't be that many who travel down from Cumbria, as Carlisle United are already relegated. But as you mentioned, Derby just need a point to ensure a return to the Championship after 2 seasons at League One level. You might remember at the end of last season, Derby County just needed a point to get into the playoffs and lost at Sheffield Wednesday, and therefore had to spend another year at this level. But Paul Ward has got a squad of lots of experience up into second spot. Only Bolton can catch them, and Derby just made one change today. Max Bird comes in for his 200th Rams appearance, displacing young Liam Thompson to the bench. Carlisle, their first ever league game at Pride Park, they made just one change before they returned to League Two. And Jack Diamond has been replaced by Dylan McGeoch in central midfield. So it's a big afternoon, Resh, for Derby County, but there's an awful lot of permutations, not least this one. Derby basically are up if they avoid defeat, or indeed if Bolton fail to win at Peterborough. But if Bolton win at the Posh and Derby lose with a 4-goal swing, then it goes in Peterborough United's favour. You've also got playoff and relegation things to settle. Barnsley in the playoffs if they win. Lincoln also in the playoffs if Oxford United don't win by 5 goals more than Lincoln. Oxford United, they get in if they win, and either Lincoln or Barnsley fail to win. There's also Blackpool in the mix, but they only get in the playoffs if they win, and 2 of the other 3 sides I've mentioned fail to win. At the bottom, Cheltenham are down if they fail to win against Stevenage. They're also down if Cambridge avoid defeat and Burton win. Burton will go down if they lose and Cheltenham win. Cambridge, the unlikeliest to go down at the 3, but they will go down if they lose and both Cheltenham and Burton win. So I've got my abacus and my slide rule and my fingers and toes already here, Reshman. All the games get underway at 12:30 in League One, including our commentary. Derby County against Carlisle United.
Great stuff, Dan. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, you need the talkSPORT supercomputer for today, don't you? You just need to press a button. Stuart Pearce and myself sat next to each other. Our eyes just got glazed over there, didn't they?
We were going to get a word in there, but we decided, don't bother. I was just going to, if Derby get up with the Forest hat on, I'd be delighted to see Derby get up, get promoted. I just hope there's not a East Midlands Derby against Forest next year in the Championship. I do not want that.
You don't want that. That's very gracious of you, though, Stu.
That's what I do best.
That is what you do best. Is it sort of as you know, as you move into sort of a later stage of your life? Is that?
No, I like Derby.
Not later, greater stage of your life. That's what I meant.
I like Derby. Ever since I've been given my senior rail pass, I've met them so much. It's scary.
The less said about that, the better. Sam and I are a little bit away from that at the moment. Right, let's change the subject. We're going to preview this weekend's Premier League action with Super 6.
The talkSPORT Match Predictor with Super 6. Play for free. Predict 6 correct scores for the chance to win £250,000. Get your entries in by 3 p.m. today with Super 6. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
Now, each week we're discussing games that are featured within Super 6. Now, I always have on my script for those of you that aren't familiar with Super 6, but I know you are by now because we're getting to the end of the season now. It's a free-to-play football game, of course, where you can win huge jackpots through your own knowledge. You simply predict 6 correct scores to win the jackpot. This week it's £250,000, and even if you don't manage to get 6 correct scores, there are more ways to win. A guaranteed 5k is up for grab every single round if you get the most points, and plenty more. So, Stuart is back with me. We're going to run through the first 3 games on the list. Let's look at this evening's Premier League match first. Aston Villa against Chelsea. It's live only on talkSPORT, actually, at 8 p.m. on the airwaves. What is your Super 6 prediction for this one? A difficult sort of midweek for Chelsea.
Really, really poor. They were absolutely washed away in the week. When I looked at the team line-up with no Cole Palmer, goals taken out of the team, I feared for them. In fact, I said to Carol, the team are on the staring down the barrel of a 4-0 up.
To the Chelsea fans?
Yeah, on 60-odd minutes, they were 4-0 down. So I thought this could get a lot worse. So, for me, I've gone for Villa 2-1.
Is that why you love Sam?
I always like him. You know?
Regardless of his team.
Indeed, indeed. I've gone for a 2-1 Villa victory. That will depend as well whether Cole Palmer's on the pitch or he isn't. We don't know that at this stage, but I certainly see Villa coming out on top of that one.
Yeah, they're certainly looking like the Cole Palmer show, or so they've been talked about in certain parts. This game actually features the most popular prediction of the round. Over 370,000 are predicting a 2-1 scoreline and a win for Aston Villa. Okay, we're going to look at Sunday's matches first. Sam has to play some Perry Groves. They're going to keep us across all the Premier League action tomorrow from 1:30 with the Sunday session. The first up is the huge North London derby. Spurs against Arsenal.
Yeah, this is some game, to be fair. I'm really looking forward to this game. I'm seeing Arsenal winning it 2-0.
Really?
Yeah, I think Spurs have got a difficult run in between now and the end of the season. They've got some tough games on their hands, and the full Arsenal arena, I can see Arsenal winning this 2-0.
Yeah, I'm sort of emotion involved here, so the less from me, the better. But yeah, a massive 72% of Super 6 players are predicting Arsenal to win the North London derby this weekend. And at 4:30 on Sunday, Nottingham Forest host Manchester City. Potential banana skin for Manchester City, or are they going to keep up the momentum?
There's no nanas in this one, sadly, for Forest. I've got this one down as a 1-3 victory for Manchester City.
It's like the Stuart Pearce derby, this one,
Well,
isn't it?
loosely speaking,
Yeah. Well, 97% of players are predicting another win for Manchester City, rather like yourself, Stu. You're going to give us the rest of your predictions at half-time in this match. We'll be looking at the remaining games on the Super 6, including Newcastle against Sheffield United, which of course we have live coverage of at 3 p.m. on talkSPORT. That is all thanks to Super 6, and don't forget Super 6 has set up its very own talkSPORT League. You can sign up on the Super 6 website or the app using the code TALKS6, that is TALKS6, where you can also win £100 for topping the league every single round. Get those predictions in by 3 p.m. today. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Match Predictor with Super 6. Play for free. Predict 6 correct scores for the chance to win £250,000. Get your entries in by 3 p.m. today with Super 6. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
Okay, we're going to look ahead to today's Premier League action now with Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Call our internet. Terms apply.
Now at 5:30 this evening, Everton host Brentford in a huge game at the bottom of the table, but unfortunately it'll be without one man, truly the best wind-up merchant in the league, bar none.
You know how it is on the pitch between players. Sometimes you give a bit of banter on the pitch.
Nobody does it better.
There's certainly quite a bit of controversy on this near side, and funnily enough, it involves Neil Mopai, who has a little bit of previous with winding up opposition players.
Nobody does it half as good as you.
There is frustration in the Brentford ranks. So foul on Mopai. Kevin Nolan is pointing, and now he's trying to get towards the Brentford bench.
There was about 4 or 5 of their staff and Mopai and a couple of other players around the referee complaining that he should have had a penalty. He is what he is, and look, he does it well, to be fair to him, because he does rile people.
Oh dear, yellow card for Neil Mopai, who's not even on the field of play yet, because he's just run through the line of Cole Palmer as he was trying to take the free kick and nudge the ball away. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's unnecessary.
I think it would have been a little bit more crude in my day and age. Something would have ended up in Rosehead, probably Neil Mopai.
Well, Neil Mopay's getting involved, of course he is. Mopai has said something to Carl Walker which has set him off.
If you're going to do things away from the pitch, they're going to get brought up on it. That's the way football is. We're not everyone's best friends. You're trying to win.
How'd you learn to do the things you do?
Neil Mowbray celebrates, and he's doing the James Maddison darts goal celebration.
It really did spark the Spurs lads. They reacted in a way which you understand. There was a little bit of needle.
It's now Tottenham 3, Brentford 1. Spurs have simply blown the bees away. I wonder how Neil Mopai is feeling now, mocking the Spurs fans in the first half by mimicking James Maddison's darts throwing celebration. But it's Tottenham who've hit the bullseye 3 times already since the break.
I think that was a good time for me and for us. It was the perfect timing to give him something.
Nobody does better. Makes me feel sad for the rest.
He really is one of a kind, isn't he? Good old Neil Mopai, who's of course on loan from Everton to Brentford, so he can't play against his parent club. I find it quite funny, and I can understand how some people would find it very annoying. But Sam, with even winding up people when he's not even playing.
Oh, he's just a brilliant character,
It's
isn't
just
he?
funny, isn't he?
You like him, you don't like him. It's a bit like the Andy Martinez thing, when you like the penalty antics or you don't.
100%.
It has an effect. It brings something to the Premier League, and I couldn't stop laughing when I saw it on Monday when he'd taken a picture of Anthony over celebrating in the face of the commentary players on Sunday afternoon, and he captioned his tweet, "Not even I would have done that."
Yeah, but just for the record, I'm looking at it now, just for the record, not even I would do this. with a laughing, crying emoji. It's just, it's so funny.
At least he's playing a character. Do you know what I quite like? And I sort of spoke to him a little bit after the Walker Mopai incident, and I think he was a little bit upset that people thought he'd said something about his kids or something like that, and he didn't want that to be the case, so I think he was sort of trying to damp that down. But the rest of his housery does make me laugh.
Yeah, I love a bit of housery, I can't lie. I think the game needs it. You can't be too nice.
I know you do, because
Why?
you sent me, in my card today, you wrote me, "Dearest Sam, the man who is so annoying yet I still manage to love you somehow."
So who's with the housery, you or me?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of us.
Tells its own story, doesn't it? Jamie O'Hara and Gabby Fulmer will be taking your calls from 5:30 this evening before anyone else on national radio. They'll also be keeping you right up to date with all the goings on at Goodison Park as Everton take on Brentford. That was a look ahead to today's Premier League action with Now Sports. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton against Brentford live today, contract free with the Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, with our internet, terms apply.
Now, Sheffield United travel to Newcastle United live on talkSPORT 2 at 3 p.m. today, knowing that only a win will realistically give them any chance of staying in the league, and they'll be officially relegated with a defeat, or if Nottingham Forest match their result on Sunday against Manchester City. The Blades last won a league match in early February away at Luton where Chris Wilder was a little bit annoyed with the way the relegation battle was being framed. Since then, they've lost 7, drawn 3, and conceded 32.
Luton 1, Sheffield United 3, probably all over now. Vinny Souza has got the goal.
Massive 3 points.
There's the narrative of Sheffield United, the worst team in the world. Burnley were all waiting for them to kick in, and everything happens with them, and Luton are in are going for Europe. So that seems to be the narrative. I'll have my opinion on that one.
Sheffield United 0, Brighton 5. That is back-to-back 5-0 home defeats.
They are bottom, they are blunt, and they are on course to be battered. That's the life of a blade right now. Sheffield United 0, Arsenal 6.
Sheffield United 3, Fulham 3. Rodrigo Muniz with the equaliser and an acrobatic volley.
Is that a leadership issue? I would possibly say yes as well.
They're on course to concede over 95 goals at this current rate. Now Goodmanson! Oh, within 10 seconds of coming on, he's got a fourth for Burnley.
We managed to turn good performances into poor results.
They've now conceded 89 goals in the Premier League, equaling Derby's unwanted record for a 38-game Premier League season.
Yeah, it is such a sorry state of affairs for Sheffield United as well. Just 16 points on the board in 34 league games. They are rock bottom of the Premier League table, and they could well get relegated today or tomorrow, but basically by this weekend, Stuart Pearce. It's just looking so lost for them. I mean, it doesn't seem there's any chance of survival at all. And, you know, why has it gone so wrong? Because they made the change, didn't they? They brought in Chris Wilder with a hope of reigniting something, and it didn't happen.
No, just the quality of players, the quality of the squad really, as injuries played a part in that, but it probably just outlines the gulf between the Championship and the Premier League, really, you know. The 3 teams promoted are occupying the 3 bottom places. I would say out of all of those, probably Luton have got a puncher's chance of getting out of it. It's only 3 from 4 now, and when you bear in mind Forest have only been up a year, so these are all newly promoted teams or just promoted, and there's a gulf between that and the teams in the Premier League.
Yeah, and you say, I mean, it probably is due to a lack of quality as well, but they didn't have the best of starts, did they? In terms of financially, they weren't. There were struggles. They lost players as well. I mean, they didn't have the best of starts coming into the Premier League, especially as competitive as it certainly turned out to be at that end of the table.
Yeah, exactly that. As I say, to get promoted, they done brilliantly. Sheffield, without about Paul Hickenbottom, done a really, really good job of getting them up.
Job, didn't they?
They decided to make the change in the hope that they would kick and that it hasn't happened. And I mean, they've conceded so many goals in so many games. There's been some big score lines against them, especially at Bramall Lane, where you would expect them to get results.
Well, they're on the back of a 3-game losing streak as well. I mean, how big is the gulf between Sheffield United and, say, the other teams in the relegation zone at the moment, between them and Burnley and Luton? The numbers will tell you that it's still pretty big. Luton Town on 25 points, Burnley on 23, and as I say, Sheffield United on 16. In terms of what is the big factor that makes that big difference when it comes to performing week in, week out, when you're at that end of the table and you're fighting for your life?
Resh, the thing that jumps out to me is 92 goals conceded at this stage. They got 4 games away, that 8 goals, there's every chance they're going to concede over a ton this season. You know, that is by far too many goals. You know, they're scoring goals, they've got 33 goals, they're the lowest scorers in the league, but often in the league table, the goals you score equate to points, you know, so their goal scoring tally is better than their points tally, but the goals against columns killed them.
And what about Chris Wilder as a character? I mean, I really like Chris Wilder, by the way. I think he's got a lot about him. Does he rub some people up the wrong way, do you think? Do you think coming back for a second spell, it doesn't always work, does it? We've seen it here at West Ham with David Moyes coming back. He brought success, but there's needle when someone comes back for the second time.
What I would say is, I think he's honest, he's forthright. You ask him a straightforward question, he's a straightforward man. I like him as well. I'm like you, I'm in that camp. I like him as a person, I like him as a manager. And he was seen as someone who's got the club at heart, and I like that about a manager at a football club. I like it that he's got buy-in and he cares about the football club. So this will hurt him, certainly on a professional level, but on a personal level as well.
Yeah, it certainly will. And looking at the bottom of the table now then, Luton, Burnley and Sheffield United are the teams that occupy those places. Your old club, Nottingham Forest, how much do you fear them joining Sheffield United?
Well, I don't want Forest relegated, there is no doubt about that. That's obvious. I'm stating the obvious there. What I would say, I've just looked at Luton's remaining 4 games, and they're not on particularly good form at the moment, but there's only 1 point difference between Luton and Forest, and they're winnable. There's games that you're not playing Manchester City or Liverpool or the top echelons of the team. You're playing mid-table teams that Luton will think, you know what, if you would have said to Luton at this stage now, back in the summer, you're going to be in the relegation zone, but a point behind the next team, it's going to be 3 from 4, would you take that? Were your fixtures to come? I think they would, you know.
Yeah, I think they would as well. Sheffield United, are they...
They're done.
They're done. They're heading back to what... I mean, when you look at the team, it's more a championship team, isn't it?
Well, they've proved that probably this season. Once again, from their point of view, it's a case of, look, we've come up, we've had some investment from the Premier League and the money that's come into the club. It's important that we go into the championship, reassess ourselves again, get the club back at it again and get that winning feeling about ourselves.
Yeah, they'll need to do a bit of regrouping, won't they? Do you see Chris Wilder staying if they do, I mean, when they do drop to the championship?
I hope so. I really do. I think the fact that they've been relegated is no slight on him personally.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they will learn their fate either way this weekend. It will be either today or tomorrow, or if they can stick it out for another week in the top division. That is, of course, our live game on talkSPORT 2 at 3 p.m. today. Sheffield United away at St James's Park to take on Newcastle United. Okay, now it's time to hear from the Game Day live team and what they're covering at 3 o'clock in whatever the mission with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Whatever the mission on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Home and away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Good afternoon, I'm Adrian Durham, heading up to Manchester for United against Burnley. Big day in the Premier League as we take you around the grounds with all the goals as they go in, and we're also doing the same in the Championship where decisions could be made, and in League 2 where it's the final day of the regular season. Game Day Live coming up from around 2:30 on talkSPORT, and at Manchester United, I'll be alongside this man.
I'm Cameron Pope, and I'm heading up to Old Trafford, where Manchester United still need to secure European football for next season. They take on a Burnley side who've given themselves a genuine chance of survival. They've lost just once in 7 games, and they'll take encouragement as well from a spirited Sheffield United performance in Stretford in midweek. The stakes are high for both. Manchester United versus Burnley.
I'm Adam Bridge en route to St James's Park for Newcastle against Sheffield United. It's a live commentary on talkSPORT 2 from 3 this afternoon. If Sheffield United are beaten, they are out of the Premier League. And for Newcastle, the race to on to get into Europe for next season. Promises to be a cracker on talkSPORT 2 from 3. Newcastle against Sheffield United.
This is Dave Rowe on my way to watch Wolves against Luton, where a win takes Rob Edwards' team out of the bottom 3 and ahead of Forest. And despite last week's battering by Brentford, the Hatters will have come up the motorway with real hope, because the home side are out of form and with nothing to play for. At Molineux, it's Wolves against Luton.
I'm Jim Bradford at Craven Cottage for a match between 2 mid-table sides in contrasting form. Fulham have lost 3 out of 4, their season in danger of petering out. Palace have adapted well to life under Oliver Glasner and aim for a 4th straight win as they eye a first top-half finish in 9 years.
Hillsborough bound. Alan Biggs here. Glad to have a seat booked for this. Sheffield Wednesday versus West Brom. Sell-out crowd. Survival on the line for one. Potential promotion the other. No in-betweens on this one.
I'm Graham Corby at the John Smith Stadium. There's a nervous 90 coming up for the Huddersfield and Birmingham City fans. If Huddersfield lose, they're down. Birmingham need a win to give them a chance to escape the top in what could be a really big summer for the club. The first goal could be absolutely crucial. It's Huddersfield against Birmingham City at the John Smiths.
I'm Lawrence Mora, on my way across the country to MK Dons. With the home team missing out on automatic promotion, but securing the playoffs, all focus will be on Sutton United this afternoon. Look, they've lost just once in the last 7. Only victory today, and defeat for Colchester will leave Steve Morrison's team with any chance of what really would be a great escape. What drama at Stadium MK.
Sam Ellard off to the Colchester Community Stadium for Colchester Crew. Big game at both ends of the table. Colchester 1 place above the relegation zone. They need a point to guarantee survival. As for Crew, 6th in the table, they need a point to guarantee a playoff place. A lot on the line this afternoon for Colchester v Crew.
Thank you very much, guys. Game Day Live will follow us here on talkSPORT at 2:30. Adrian will take you around the grounds in the Premier League and EFL, while over on talkSPORT 2, there is live and exclusive commentary of Newcastle against Sheffield United. And don't forget, you can tell us where you're going, where you're off to this weekend with whatever the mission with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Do get in touch with us on Twitter at talkSPORT, or you can text us on 81089.
Whatever the mission on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Not long to go until kick-off here at the London Stadium. West Ham against Liverpool at 12:30. This is Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. Coming up next, we'll hear more about David Moyes' future.
Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Don't break your stride. Get to Screwfix for the latest offers on the brands you love. Like the new and exclusive limited edition DeWalt 100-year 18-volt combi drill with 4 amp-hour battery for just $119.99. And keep everything stacked and packed with a DeWalt T-Stack organizer at a great price of only $19.99. Shop now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until release in May, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes! Ooh, no! I draw 1 card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh. Some fun, some food, all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one reselected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only, while stocks last.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Lunch o'clock. I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on justeat.co.uk for details.
Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. talkSPORT Sports Update with Trusted Trader. Whatever the job, find verified professionals with real reviews at trustedtrader.com. talkSPORT.
With the midday headlines, I'm Tom Clayton and good afternoon. talkSPORT's been told Leicester belong in the Premier League. Promotion was confirmed last night with Leeds defeated QPR. The former Foxes fullback Danny Simpson told us the Premier League is a hugely positive effect on the city. Jurgen Klopp's not waving the white flag on his time at Liverpool just yet, but he does think Arsenal and Man City don't consider them title rivals. Kick-off between West Ham and Liverpool's coming up in half an hour's time. Hartlepool boss Kevin Phillips has left the club, having failed to take them into the National League playoffs. He signed a short-term contract in January until the end of the season. And Dundee United have confirmed their return to the Scottish Premiership. A 0-0 draw at Airdrie confirmed they win the Championship title. The sport at talksport.com.
Growers Harvest porridge oats, price matched at only 90p for 1 kilogram at Tesco. Makes for some tasty overnight oats, which make themselves overnight. Fancy that? That's true value. Tesco, every little helps.
Serving suggestions, price match second and fourth pro rata versus GBLD, check twice weekly, excludes promos. Selected stores excludes Express for Northern Ireland. Details tesco.com/Aldi price match.
It's time to travel through the Stargate to the live football universe. Game day
on 1089 and 1053 in the UA, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Game day exclusive
on talkSPORT.
Good afternoon, this is Game Day on talkSPORT. I'm Reshmin Chowdhury and we are just under half an hour away from kick-off at the London Stadium. Let's get a recap of the lineup, shall we? All thanks to Super 6. Here's our match commentator, Stan Matterface.
A couple of changes for West Ham United after what David Moyes described as an atrocious performance against Crystal Palace. Areola is back in goal and Jared Bowen is back in the team, which is good news for Hammers fans. Areola in the sticks then, Sobal, Zuma, Agbona and Emerson, the back four. Alvarez and Souček, the two holders in midfield. Kudus, Bowen and Paquetá behind Antonio. For Liverpool, a series of changes, 5 in all from the side that disappointed at Goodison Park. Alisson is in goal. Alexander-Arnold is the right back. Quansah, Van Dijk and Robertson the back four. Gravenberch comes into midfield, so does Endo alongside McAllister. It's Elliott, Gakpo and Diaz who are preferred up front, which means Nunez and Salah have been dropped to the bench.
Sam, thank you very much. Those lines. Download the app Super 6, get your entries in before 3 p.m. today, and you could win £250,000 without spending a penny. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply. Now, David Moyes' contract runs out at the end of the season. He's yet to sign a new deal as well, and the West Ham boss has faced questions about his future pretty much all season, but the topic's really heating up in recent weeks with rumours of West Ham interviewing a potential replacement. The topic dominated his pre-match press conference yesterday.
No, I've not had any communication at all, and that's because we've already both decided amongst ourselves we would talk at the end of the season. So there's a lot of speculation around, I understand that. But I've said there, we need to get things right, and we'll see how that is. Really, I'm saying this with respect, you should maybe ask Ian the question, and you should maybe ask the owners the question, because that would be right. If it is speculation or if it's true, I'm the one who has to sit in front of the media here and answer questions. But as far as I'm concerned, we had an agreement that we would speak at the end of the season. I think we've only finished the top 8 5 times in 20 years, and I think 2, or at least 3 might be under me. So I think that in that time, I would say there's a and the biggest thing you've got to remember at West Ham is, this is my thoughts, is stability was needed at West Ham. There was a desperation for a stability to come in, someone who could probably steer the ship through the period that we're in, keep them in the right place. I think I'm pretty good at that. I'm pretty good at building clubs over the years when I've had long chances to do it. I think it builds clubs. I think here at West Ham at the moment we've had a brilliant 3 years without having absolutely all the stuff you would want, and also probably when we came in it was slightly broken. That might be unfair, but hopefully we've steadied the ship a little bit and got it going in the right direction.
Yeah, we talked about David Moyes at the beginning of the show, and Stuart Pearce is alongside me. Of course, very good friends with David Moyes, so it does make it quite sticky to talk about, the future of a very good friend of yours. So there are rumours in the club that if David Moyes hadn't won a trophy last season, he might have left last season, and the hierarchy here at the London Stadium sort of almost had to give him another run because of that victory. Is that something that you describe to yourself? Have you heard of that?
I've no idea whether that was the case or not. The bottom line is, probably after lifting the trophy up, if the club went to David and said, here's a 4-year contract, keep building and doing what you're doing, we wouldn't have been surprised, would we, really? I don't think in football you would have been. But listen...
But is that the problem? They didn't give him that show of faith?
I think in some ways it's the fact that the whole season's elapsed and David's running towards the end of his contract, so we're led to believe, in the summer, has probably fuelled the terraces a little bit with their narrative. If they knew their manager was sat on a 2-3 year contract potentially, I think some of that noise wouldn't be here and wouldn't be ready, you know, wouldn't be obvious. I'm just looking at certain things. I'm looking at the team lineup today, and in that team lineup, recruits of David, Alvarez, Kudos, Pagetta. How have they done this year? I think it's fair to say all of them have done pretty well. I'm looking at Kufau and Souček. The two Czech boys he brought in have been magnificent for this football club. I haven't even touched on Jarrod Bowen, who's on 19 goals this season, plus a host of assists as well. They've brought him in for £12 million, you know, so there's a load of pluses. So whichever way it pans out, Resh, I think both club and manager can be very proud of what they've done.
Interestingly, and it would be good to get your view on it, and you don't have to say either way, you can tell me to shut up if you want to. So a lot of people will turn around and say, yeah, but some of those guys were nothing to do with him, they were David Sullivan, or they were to do with Tim Stuyton, who'd just come in and he spent the Declan Rice money and David wasn't involved in it. What is the situation in terms of recruitment? Does David have a say in everything?
Well, I would have thought, knowing Dave and knowing what he's like, this is a hands-on manager, so he would have had those conversations with David Sullivan and Tim and whatever, you know. So the club in itself has got to take credit. I don't think it's fair on West Ham United, certainly, to divorce decisions on one player or another player on parts of the club. You make decisions collectively. Karen Brady will be part of that as well. I'm not suggesting she's involved in the player recruitment and that type of thing, but she was part of the process as well. And all the club must take credit for what they've done. This is a squad of players. They've turned David's turned Antonio into a very impressive centre forward on occasion. So, as he did Marko Arnautovic as well, by the way, prior to him.
There are some sort of murmurings around West Ham supporters and some people in the club that there are certain players who have done well at times this season, but seem to, in recent games, have maybe down tools a little bit. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure. I would say they've had a couple of bad results. I think the European campaigns played a part in that, Resh, I've got to say. And there's no doubt there's been a couple of poor performances thrown in there. The last time out, you know, was a really disappointing one for them at Palace. There's no doubt about that. There's no hiding from that. But that happens in a season. I think most teams probably suffer at some stage of the season. It's important that West Ham, they've got a toughish running, by the way, West Ham, to the end of the season. But it's important that they finish the season strongly. What I would say as well, the other side of if David does leave the football club, if I was another Premier League club, I would think to myself, hang on a minute, he's done a hell of a job at West Ham. I wouldn't mind having him at my football club, whatever that may be, if another club are looking for a change.
Do the club need to make a decision more quickly, maybe? Because, look, I mean, it's becoming a new trend, isn't it, where managers announce that they're leaving. Well, it was something that we'd see in the Bundesliga, for example, and Jurgen Klopp now saying he's leaving has also, you know, of course, had an impact on the club and making their moves. Could West Ham be left behind if they don't say something and don't go for the targets that they seem to be wanting?
Well, if they've decided to make a change of manager, you know and I know that behind the scenes they've spoke with people. I think that's the nature of football.
I think publicly it's been pretty obvious they've spoken to people this week. We know that. I mean, Ruben Amorim came in on a private jet and apparently held conversations with David Sullivan. I don't think anyone's denied that.
But that's the point, isn't it? They haven't denied it, but they haven't said it outright.
But I think the biggest question really is what happened to that contract that David Moyes was about to sign over Christmas. I was downstairs in this stadium and I asked him the question about it and he said it's pretty much done, we'll get round to signing it after the January transfer window. And then it just went, it's gone away now.
Stuart, can you enlighten us on that?
I would like to throw light on it, but sadly I can't. As I say, I heard rumours that was the case, you know, something was about to get signed, offers on the table. I've heard the same as Sam. You know, when you're close to somebody, and I go into West Ham and have a day's training with them every now and then, sometimes I don't ask those questions, you know, it's not my place now, I'm on the outside of the football club, and unfortunate that David opens the training ground door for me and the staff are very welcoming, but I'm acutely aware as well that I work in the media, so it's unfair on them for me to ask those type of questions, I think.
It's a fine line, isn't it, definitely, between the two. As for David, I mean, as Sam said, that new deal seemed like it was on the table. Now it seems like the writing's on the wall that he will be leaving the club. If you're a manager in David's position and you've achieved what you've achieved, and for whatever reason, whether it's the style of football or a certain run of results, the fans seem to be turning against you, what does it say about your character to still be there and still be standing? And how does it affect him?
Well, I'm sure he'll be a little bit frustrated. I think you've only got to, you know, the VT you've just listened to, you know, there's a little bit of frustration in there, I think, with David. Sometimes it wouldn't be wrong of him not to feel appreciated and what he's achieved at this football club. And I think probably West Ham and West Ham fans will realise maybe in 2 or 3 years' time, if there is a parting of the waves, they'll look back and say, tell you what, this fella done a really good job for our football club, you know. And there's not, and I'll put my hand on heart here, there's not a manager that works as hard as David Moyes. I can guarantee that. You know, I've been part of it. You know, you've got to drag yourself out of that office at, you know, at darkness. You know, I think for 3 years I never saw the light of day. In all honesty.
Is that why you don't have a tan?
Exactly. I'm very pasty, as you can see.
By the way, he's so media now. Not only is he wearing his television clobber, he's coming out with television lingo. The VT.
The VT, I know, I didn't think that.
Dear, oh dear.
I was thinking sound on tape.
I got that right
but,
as well when I dropped it out. Totally media now. Interestingly, what happens if he does go? Who replaces him? We've heard about Ruben Amorim, he's not too keen in taking over. What about Julian Lopetegui? He's been mentioned this week. Graham Potter has been mentioned. Paulo Fonseca of Lille is someone who keeps coming to the fore. I think most people were impressed by the job that he's done at that French club. Sebastian Hoeneß, who is the Stuttgart manager, has also been mentioned in dispatches. So, look, I think that without doubt they'll be doing their diligence on that. It will be a data-led approach, as it was with the recruitment of Arne Slot, who's going to take over at Liverpool.
Yeah.
Should it materialise? I think it will.
And it seems like they're aiming high as well by the names that you just mentioned who are in the mix as well.
None of them, apart from Graham Potter, though, have done it in the Premier League, have they?
Yeah, absolutely, which is the other big challenge of coming to a club like this, where the expectations are so high now after the recent success and the consecutive finishes in the top 8 as well. Okay. West Ham have a big challenge ahead at the London Stadium today, though. They host Liverpool, both sides looking to come back from really chastening defeats in midweek as well. This is Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action, like Everton against Brentford live today, contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports. We are here at the London Stadium. West Ham against Liverpool is imminent. Kickoff is next.
Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes! Ooh, no! Draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one restricted book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only while stocks last.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
Wednesday real life football.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on forecourt. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
When the kids eat us out of house and home, we just eat groceries from Sainsbury's.
do they leave home?
Get Sainsbury's, Asda and Co-op delivered for free. For groceries and everything else,
Did somebody say just eat?
participating stores, a minimum spend applies. Other charges apply, subject to availability. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Don't break your stride. Get to Screwfix for the latest offers on the brands you love. Like the next generation, more powerful, more compact Milwaukee 18-volt twin pack. It's new and exclusive to Screwfix at just $249.99. And get those lawns in order with the Titan grass trimmer. Now only $49.99. A saving of £10. Shop now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least 6th of May, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Saturday night, live Championship football on talkSPORT 2.
Hull versus Ipswich. Kick-off, 8 p.m.
He shoots, it's got in!
Saturday night on talkSPORT 2. Full of football.
Two massive opportunities for Diaz to put Liverpool in front. Still 1-1.
On to Nunez. Nunez shoots, saved by Pickford. And it's a vital one.
In the end, just important that we find a back of the net. We all know that.
Chance after chance after chance in the second half, but their finishing simply was not good enough. Finished at Anfield, Liverpool 0, Crystal Palace 1.
Luis Diaz over the top of the bar from inside the box. How many chances have they missed? 27 opportunities on goal, 6 on target, and yet they still haven't been able to put this game to bed.
They just can't convert chances like they used to.
It's Nunez with a header wide. What a chance, 7 yards out.
An opportunity is going to come, and Darwin Nunez has put it wide. Absolute sitter. It's
an
absolute sitter.
I'm responsible for the move the team is in.
And that calls into question Liverpool's title credentials.
Welcome to Game Day Exclusive, live on talkSPORT. We're here at the London Stadium. You can hear the atmosphere building up here as we gear up for our 12:30 kickoff. It is West Ham against Liverpool, and the players have been warming up on the pitch. They are just heading back into the tunnel. The last of the West Ham players there, just going to prepare for the game, which is imminent. The sprinklers are out. The atmosphere is building. Still quite a few empty seats here at the London Stadium, but I'm sure they will fill up very shortly indeed. Liverpool with a massive job ahead, of course. They've been squandering big chances, haven't they? And it's interesting to see the changes that Jurgen Klopp has made to the team today. Both Salah and Nunez on the bench, and as I say, squandering big, not just normal chances, big chances, especially in the last few months. Why is that so?
Well, I try and sort of put it into context from a statistical point of view, and then afterwards. But they've had the most shots in the league, yet they aren't the top scorers in the Premier League. And that is a theme when you look at the statistics. Liverpool have only failed to score in 2 games in the league all season. That's the best rank of the entire league. That's the best rank. So is their expected goals tally, the best in the league. Their goals tally from corners, second best. Their best from set pieces, their third best from set pieces. But their shot conversion rate is just 11.3%, which in the context of the league is the 11th best in the league. So they've got more shots than anybody else, but their conversion rate is the 11th best. Now, that tells us what I think we already know. It reinforces the eye test that they're having the opportunities but not taking them. So who's the guilty party? Clearly, this is a finishing problem rather than a creation of chances problem. So you look at the usual suspects. Darwin Nunez missed a lot of big chances, the most in the league, apart from Erling Haaland. 26. He's got the worst disparity on what should be your XG and what is your actual goals total. It's the worst in the league. And he's also hit the woodworks 9 times, which is the most. But he is not the only offender. Salah and Luis Diaz are in the top 10 for that stat in the Premier League, missing big chances. And let's focus on one of those, Mo Salah, because he gets to the nub of the issue, I think. Rushing chances, trying to force it. That's what the stats suggest to me when I look at them, because before his injury, his goal record, very good, shot conversion, 22%. Calm in front of goal, 15 goals in 21 Premier League appearances. Since his injury, just 2 in
appearances. His shot conversion, which was excellent, 22% before the injury in the AFCON, has gone down to 7.7%.
Wow.
He's taking more shots per 90 than he was before the injury, scoring less goals. Significantly, his touches per shot have gone from 15 to 9.7. Now that suggests that what he's doing is rushing to take lower quality opportunities instead of making the right decision, which clearly he was before. His figures are quite stark between pre and post-injury, and I think they paint the picture of someone in a hurry.
Someone in a hurry, someone who is trying too hard, or someone who is just completely off form, Stuart Pearce?
He's certainly lacking on form slightly, there's no doubt about that. I think that's brilliant from Sam,
Yeah,
what I've just
fantastic.
heard there. I love things like that. It opens the door up for conversations. For me, if I was the manager of a team like that, I would say we're a near miss for getting things right. As long as my forwards are getting chances, I'm not too fussed whether they're missing them. Hitting the woodwork 9 times, one individual, that is incredible. That's the difference. If all of those 9 go in, and they're marginals, by the way, he's top of the goal scoring tree, isn't he?
I mean, we'd be very close to it. He obviously clearly has got something, he's got a talent. I think there's also a confidence issue with him, because if you've looked at his body language, when he's fit, firing, scoring goals, go back to Benfica, the early part of his Liverpool career when he scored that wonderful goal in the Community Shield up at the King Power Stadium, he falls on the ball. He mistimes his run. It goes behind him. He sort of almost collapses when it comes into his body, and I think that makes him look more of a clumsy striker than he actually is.
We've seen, that front three that, were in their heyday when, Liverpool were in their pomp, when they were winning the league, when they were winning the Champions League as well. He's the only man standing from the big three, isn't it? Mane, Firmino and Salah. Do you think the fact that that sort of big responsibility has been on his shoulders in the last few seasons has had a slight impact on how he is now, and that he's probably reached, as those players did as well, and they then left? Do you think he is reaching that sort of final point as his sort of run here at the club as well?
Well, there's been speculation about a move away, hasn't there, for Salah, and possibly. It's not easy, especially the way Salah plays. He's high energy, he's high dynamic, everything that he does. He's set his standards that high. When you set your standards that high, if there's a slight drop-off, Resh, it sticks out like a sore thumb, The one good thing Liverpool had at the start of this season, they had 5 players playing up front that were interchangeable. Jota in the mix there as well. And you always felt as though with 5 so-called strikers or wide men that they would make them a very effective team. They have been, but they've just fallen slightly short because the standards are so high again this year.
The standards are so high, but as Sam really brilliantly pointed out, the stats will tell you a very different story in terms of the quality of where how Liverpool are doing in front of goal, and it is for that reason that today we won't be seeing Nunez or Salah in the starting lineup, and the starting lineups are now out on the pitch on either side of the Premier League hoarding. Liverpool to our left, West Ham to the right, which means the game is imminent because the bubbles are blowing here as well. Now, Liverpool's boss and captain, they've been bemoaning 12:30 kickoffs, haven't they? The boss, historically, Virgil van Dijk in midweek. But the stats will tell you that they've got West Ham's number. The Hammers have lost 12 of their last 14 Premier League games with Liverpool. They've failed to keep a clean sheet against them in 15. Of course, we know it's not been plain sailing for Liverpool either. They've won just once in their last 4 in the league. It's threatening to derail their title challenge if it hasn't done already. A swift turnaround could do very nicely. What an atmosphere, what a game it should be. I'm going to hand you over to our commentary team, the former Nottingham Forest, Manchester City and England defender and coach, and West Ham coach, of course, Stuart Pearce. He can shake off anyone, and talkSPORT's chief football commentator, straight out of the tortured poets department. It's Sam Matterface.
Yeah, well, welcome to the place where relationships are coming to an end, and heartbreak and disappointment and sadness are likely to be the outcome for anyone who thought they would last. David Moyes, in the face of quiet treason, desperately hangs on to his tumultuous love affair with the Hammers that has seen silverware and top 10 finishes. However, even for him it must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. Jurgen Klopp's exit has been anything but swift, though Liverpool's downfall has been, and now they're talking about new eras. Is it over now? Well, surely the Klopp-Liverpool love story can't just peter out. They have been #1 longer than anyone else this season, but not anymore, and not when it counts. And after a tenure marred by bad blood, will David Moyes come out thrashing and kicking in the final throes of his relationship with West Ham United? We'll find out here on talkSPORT. The teams look like this. West Ham United with Areola in goal, Sofao at right back, Zuma on Bonner, Emerson, the back four, Alvarez and Souček, the two holders in midfield, Kudus, Bowen and Paquetá behind. Antonio in attack. Kudus will play on the left, Paquetá as the 10, Bowen at the right, but they do move around just a bit, which adds to the confusion of whoever they're playing against. For Liverpool, they've got Alisson in goal. Several changes from their defeat at Everton means that Alexander-Arnold is joined in the back four by Quansah, Van Dijk and Robertson, McAllister, Endo and Gravenberch on the midfield trio, and it's Elliott, Gakpo, who's back from keeping an eye on his partner who was giving birth in midweek, and Diaz in attack. Referee today, Anthony Taylor. VAR is Tim Robinson. It's going to be heartbreak for some up and down the country in League One. We're on talkSPORT 2 right now. All of the ups and downs can be followed with Ian Danter and the team. Derby looking to earn promotion, Bolton looking to earn promotion. There is an outside chance that Peterborough could be as well. The bottom of the table, Cambridge, Burton, Cheltenham, all worrying about relegation. You can follow it on talkSPORT 2. We'll keep you up to date right here. Those games kicking off the same time as us. Well, football is a little bit like music. You can never have enough of it, and every match tells a story. This is the first of 6 live commentaries today, this weekend on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. It's football, the anthology edition. And Stuart Pearce, who prefers punks rather than the old or new romantics, how does the imminent breakups influence today's matches?
Well, I think we'll have a good game, a very open game today, without a doubt. And we talked a bit about Salah and Núñez. I think when the team sheet come in, West Ham and David Moyes will be quite pleased that they're not in the starting lineup, personally.
Well, Liverpool have the ball in those green and white quartered shirts, black shorts, white socks, attacking the goal away to our left, and West Ham United in claret and blue attacking the goal to our right. Robertson with the delivery into the box early on, or headed away by Kurt Zuma, and then cleared only as far as Cody Gakpo, and it comes back in the direction of the West Ham defence. Here's Gakpo again, just left side of the area. West Ham banked and bunched on the edge of their box. Just 23 days ago, Liverpool were top of the league, 3 points clear of Manchester City, 2 ahead of Arsenal, all having played just 30 games, just 30. Now 4 games later, the initiative has been surrendered, and only 2 Annie Power moments can open the door up for them again. Here they are right side. Head to the box is Harvey Elliott, leaves it for Endo. Endo quickly on to Diaz, who skipped up in front of him so couldn't hit it, goes wider still, onto the edge of the 18-yard box. Robertson trying to turn it forward. Endo then plays it centrally, where it's picked up by Virgil van Dijk, and then it's swept out towards the right side. And it's once again with Liverpool, they give the ball away. Paquetá looks to release Antonio and Kudus. And Kudus tries to scamper up to halfway, but can't get there. It goes back to Alisson. Here's Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, I think what we've got to understand about this Liverpool side, yes, they got beat at Everton, but they created a couple of, well, point-blank saves from Pickford, probably denied them early on in the game, and as I say, they had good chances within the game as well, so it wasn't as clear-cut as maybe a 2-0 Everton victory applies. That are the margins we're working to here.
Yeah, I spoke to Jordan Pickford after that game, actually. He was pretty pleased, and I asked him about those saves, and he said, well, that is my job. Not well, fair enough. Underway on talkSPORT 2 in League One. We'll keep you up to date with any of the goals as they go in. Wednesday night's result and that performance really, I think, set a chill down Jurgen Klopp's spine. He said he took responsibility because he's responsible for the mood of the team. The ball is deep towards the far post, and Gravenberch trying to keep it alive. He gets a half volley on the ball, but it's not directed towards the West Ham United goal. West Ham haven't really started yet. They have been on the back foot since the start of the game. It was a half chance for Gravenberch at the far post. He didn't connect properly. He opened his body up, opened his foot up and sent it square instead of sending it goalwards.
Well, I'm not sure it's... West Ham have not started yet. Liverpool have been very, very impressive in these first couple of minutes. I've got to say, their ball possession, getting players forward, manipulating the ball. And what they'll look to do is try and get Trent Alexander in that midfield berth on the ball to supply forward passes.
So Bow races in from right back to pick up a loose ball in midfield. He sends it wide to Bowen. Bowen's cross into the box. There was a push on Antonio, but it's come through to Kudus inside the area, who goes past one challenge, stands up across towards the middle of the goal. It's headed behind and away by Kwanzaa. Goes out and away for a corner kick. And the referee is just asking for a pause here, Anthony Taylor, whilst the VAR, who is Tim Robinson, just assesses what was a clash between Antonio on the edge of the penalty area and a Liverpool defender.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the varying styles of play here. Liverpool very direct in their own way, but their build-up is a little bit slower. As soon as West Ham got the ball there, the ball's in the box and the crowd get off their seat.
No penalty, and we play on as the corner comes in from Emerson on the far side in towards the near post, flipped away by Robertson, and then collected by Diaz, who sprints away to halfway. It comes across the body of Elliott, helps it on brilliantly to Trent Alexander-Arnold. He bends the ball forward, and unlike him, really, his ball into the box, which usually would be precise and perfect, he scuffed, and it was easily cleared away by Sopao. That was a bit of a let-off for West Ham, because they had players running in behind, and the right ball would have done serious damage.
Yeah, they certainly did. Diaz done brilliantly to secure the ball on the edge of the Liverpool box, and they swept up the pitch, and as you say, surprisingly for Trent Alexander, he couldn't find that pass.
Blackpool lead in their game away from home by a 0-0 at Reading, and Blackpool will be guaranteed a playoff place if they win at Reading, and at least 2 of the 3 sides above them fail to win in the table. And good news for Bolton, they've just gone in front away at Peterborough. They're looking to get promoted today. They'll be promoted if they win and Derby lose with a 4-goal swing, otherwise it's playoffs. Ball loose inside the West Ham United half. There was a tackle by Paquetá, which Virgil van Dijk really didn't like, so much so that he came running 20 yards to have a go at Paquetá for it.
Virgil's put himself forward as union spokesman just as of recent times, I see. And as I say, it was a poor challenge. I've got to say, looking at the still of it, he was late in his challenge.
It was on top of the ankle of Alexis McAllister, who is very uncomfortable. And I must admit, having a second look at that, I can understand why Virgil van Dijk has gone up to plead the case of his teammate, his injured teammate, who's on the floor. Because it was on the top of the ankle, that, and there will be a glance at it from the referee and the video assistant, I think. He was just sort of stretching as he got away from Endo, and then he just planted his foot on the top of the ankle. The issue here is that it's not above the ankle, which I don't think means that there'll be any issue.
Well, put it this way, challenges like that we've seen reds for, certainly we've seen a lot of yellows for.
Max Bird scores for Derby, who go in front in their game on talkSPORT 2 against Carlisle, and they are looking for promotion today. A win will secure it from League One, and they will be back in the Championship if it stays like that. Derby 1, Carlisle 0. Max Bird after just 6 minutes of that game at Pride Park on talkSPORT 2. Here it's 0-0 between West Ham United and Liverpool, and Trent Alexander-Arnold and Andrew Robertson, 2 of the arch creators in this Liverpool team, are taking charge of this dead ball situation midway inside the West Ham half. It's towards the back post, looking for Van Dijk, who gets something on it but not enough, and Zuma will see it behind. And actually, I think it's Van Dijk who got the final touch coming at the far post, and it goes well wide of goal. If that was the case, that was an opportunity.
That was, as I say, what happened was Trent Alexander's just lofted one with a bit of flight on it, and Zuma was hoping just to see it out, I think, and open the door a little bit for Van Dijk to get round him, and he didn't got first contact.
0-0, 7.5 gone, listening to talkSPORT at the famous London Stadium, the big bowl that was used for the Olympics. It's got the claret carpet on it now as they try to hide the running track during the football
season. It's still a great distance from where we're sitting at the front of the second tier. You probably call it the second tier. This is the one stand with 3. And the perimeter of the playing surface certainly jam-packed to the rafters, despite the fact that both these two teams will feel as if their seasons have taken a dent in the last 7 days or so. 0-0 the score. Here's Jarrell Kwanzaa sending it out wide towards the right. The other imponderable, which might well have contributed to people not coming today, would be the freezing cold. That is the unseasonable cold that led Stuart Pearce to be wearing gloves today, which I'm very surprised about.
It's bizarre. I got some furniture out yesterday as well.
Did you?
And then woke up to drizzle.
Here is Endo, back to Trent Alexander-Arnold on the edge of the box as Shrewsbury go behind to Leighton Orient by a goal to 0 and lead 1. Here is Diaz trying to turn round the corner, feed the ball into the path of Gravenberg, and then edge through the middle, out to the right. McAllister looks to get away from Alvarez, who's a little bit late on him, and they generate yet another free kick.
Well, if you were worried about, if you're a Liverpool fan, about a hangover from midweek and how they might respond, I certainly think the way they've approached this first 9 minutes of the game's been very impressive.
What a great start to the first 9 minutes for Bolton, who are 2-0 up. Remember, they need a 4-goal swing and Derby to lose for them to go up in automatic places. So they're going goal crazy early on, 2-0. Here's Diaz trying to twist away from Zuma. Felt he was pulled down on the edge of the area. Wants a free kick. He's not going to get one from Anthony Taylor. I'm surprised about that because it did look like there was a clump of shirt being held by Kurt Zuma as he twisted away Luis Diaz from the big central defender.
Yeah, he got far too tight to him then, and Diaz has done very well, I must say, in his early stages with his hold-up play and securing the ball for his team.
Well, he's the one actually playing as the point man of the number 9, with Gakpo playing a little bit wider at this moment in time. Again, a bit like West Ham, they start in certain positions and they tend to float. Here is Gakpo into Robertson, back to Gakpo again. He's got the ability to carry the ball well. Leaves it to Trent Alexander-Arnold, who has wandered into midfield, and then Diaz sends the ball out towards the near side. Robertson sends it beautifully into the box. It might come through to Elliott, who strikes it into the side netting after initially Gakpo had risen. It just went over the top of his head, and Elliott coming round the back, creating a chance, and he'll probably see that as a missed opportunity. It was a tight angle, but it was side netting rather than the net rippling, which is what he was hoping for.
Yeah, as I say, he's got to come on and take that first time, which is exactly what he did. Maybe across the goalkeeper slightly better. But Jurgen Klopp there leading the applause for his team, and rightly so.
Been a good start by Liverpool. 0-0 the score. West Ham United, who in David Moyes' own words were atrocious in the first half at Selhurst Park last Sunday when they lost by 5 in the end, by 2. And that was the word that came out of his mouth. The fans here will demand that they're better this lunchtime. They might get better now because they've got the ball on halfway with Bowen, who scampers forward at rapid pace, goes one way, then the other, then plays it down to Kudus. Kudus' ball into the box is blocked by Trent Alexander-Arnold, and it pops behind the way for another corner to West Ham United. So we've played 11 minutes, and they've hardly had too much football in opposition territory, West Ham, but they have had a couple of corners and skirmishes, which might just keep them more honest.
Yeah, they do look very effective, as I say, with the front 3 like they have, with Kudus, Bowen and Antonio giving a sight, a goal and a free run. They will cause you a problem.
Here is the corner to be taken by Emerson, who was very good for them early part of the season. In towards the near post, Zuma tries to get a header on it, does, but it's not one that goes towards goal. It sort of flops between the edge of the 6-yard box and the goal line on the right side, and there was nobody there to capitalise for West Ham United. Eventually squirms out to the near touchline, and it's away for a throw-in. West Ham United 0, Liverpool 0. On talkSPORT this lunchtime, Sam Manderface, Stuart Pearce here in East London, watching as Liverpool try to resurrect their form after disappointment in midweek, and David Moyes and Jurgen Klopp quite likely having to sign off at the end of the season, but wanting to do so in style.
I think I bumped into Alan Irvine, the chief scout, and one of Dave's confidants at the Everton game, and he would have watched the game and probably fed back how Everton done against Liverpool. You know, breaking the game up, momentum, balls in the box, set plays, and that type of thing they would have looked at, I'm sure.
Kudus just trying to get the ball into the box, prevented from doing so. He'll go for a second go at it. And Alexander-Arnold doubles up with McAllister to stop him from getting down the left side of the area and getting that cross in. Endo pokes it away. Out to Elliott, far side. And certainly that probably is going to be the way to approach it, isn't it? That physicality. Here is Bowen, edge of the area. Left-footed shot, early shot, which is saved by Alisson. He won the ball in midfield. Came to him nicely and quickly. He quickly turned it over. And Elliott playing a cross-field ball, which actually I think there was an influence from Thomas Souček on that as well. It came through to Bowen midway inside opposition territory. He took about 2 paces and then thought, I'm going to hit this.
Yeah, the one thing you do know with the West Ham front three, if they get the ball, they'll turn up, they'll face up defenders, and they'll run at them. And that's exactly what Jarrod's done on the last couple of occasions. And at the moment, West Ham are attempting to wrestle some of this momentum Liverpool have got away from them.
Well, Liverpool won just 1 of their last 4 games. They've missed more chances than they care to add up, and they've struggled to stand up to physically dominant teams like Palace and Everton. They are a danger in behind, and Luis Diaz has just got in behind, and he tries to rifle a shot beyond the post, but it's well wide, and the offside flag went up immediately. West Ham, one such team. They have scored 12 headed goals in the Premier League this season. Only Luton and Arsenal have scored more. That might be their route to success this afternoon. And certainly Liverpool will try to get their speedsters into the game. Trouble Ogbonna and Zuma at the heart of the West Ham defence. 0-0 the score. Over on talkSPORT 2, League One's final day is in full swing at this moment in time. And the way things stand as we speak, Portsmouth are already champions. We'll be going up with Derby. The playoffs will be Bolton, Peterborough, Oxford and Blackpool. Here's Bowen down the right-hand side. His cross into the box is blocked by Robertson. And it's cleared away. At the bottom of the table, Burton are surviving. Cheltenham, Fleetwood and Port Vale will be joining Carlisle in League 2 next season. If it stays as it is, and it won't stay as it is, because we've only played 15 minutes. Here's the throw-in. Sofao into the centre, flicked on by Zuma towards the back post, run loose inside the 6-yard box. No one in West Ham colours there to pounce. Out comes Alisson, grabs it, immediately dispatched it upfield. And that was good positioning by Sofao, who stood on the halfway line, intercepted, and West Ham have got it back again.
Yeah, Gakpo set sail there into the opposition half, and Alisson probably identified it a little bit too slow, to be honest with you.
Crossfield ball from West Ham United, who slowly but surely wrestled back a little bit of control in the game from Liverpool, who dominated the early stages here, but haven't taken the advantage. 16 gone, still goalless. And Arne Slot, who is the anointed successor to Jurgen Klopp, got a ringing endorsement from the man he's going to replace yesterday. Said he was excited by the prospect. If that was the case, he didn't confirm the appointment, but certainly alluded that that was going to be the case. And Virgil van Dijk, the captain, said he was one of the better Dutch coaches. I'm not entirely sure we should say too much from that. It didn't sound like a ringing endorsement, but the mood wasn't right to get excited at that moment in time. Everyone was still a bit deflated, I think, from Wednesday. Here is Gravenberch on the near side of the left, trying to shoot the ball towards the far post from a inside left position, but it's too close to the goalkeeper Areola, who makes an easy save.
Yeah, we're in the throes at the moment of probably a strong Liverpool band of possession for about 4 minutes, and then West Ham will get the opportunity to have more of a direct attack, which they forced a couple of corners from, and that seems to be the pattern of the game at present.
Here is Gakpo taking the ball out of the sky, good control. He's got space on the right side for Trent Alexander-Arnold, but he chose to go infield. More congested there. Diaz trying to take on Sofao, gets beyond him, pulls across with the box, but it's weak, and it comes off Zuma and goes behind and away for a corner to Liverpool, away to our left-hand side. He did the hard work there, Diaz, didn't he? Taking on Sofao, got the beast with him, but couldn't produce the final ball.
Yeah, I've got to say, give credit to Zuma. He's got his positional play right, and the midfield players are coached to fill up the middle of the box as well for any pullbacks. But Diaz is so full of energy. I like him as a player, I really do.
Yeah, he is
One of those whose batteries always seem recharged. Ball into the box towards the edge of the 6-yard area. Cleared away by West Ham from that corner. Miskicked by McAllister. Further away by Antonio. Kudos is putting pressure on Trent Alexander-Arnold, but pressure that he dealt with. And he turns and runs down the left-hand side. This is talkSPORT. Ball forward by Trent Alexander-Arnold, looking for the run of Gakpo. Cut out by Ogbonna, who actually West Ham fans tell me is probably their most robust central defender, Angelo Ogbonna, even at the tender age that he is now of, what is he, 35?
Yeah, be about then. He's been here so many years now, but he's a smashing member of the club, and I know he's well liked in the dressing room. Good man.
Endo, who stopped the run of Kudus. I think his presence was missed on Wednesday night as well. Alexander-Arnold. I think the fact that they talk so glowingly about Ogbonna, the fans, would suggest that they're a little bit disappointed with some of the other younger, newer recruits into the back line. Mavropanos injured. Naive Bagherda's had a season which has been completely interrupted, Stuart, by injury, illness, AFCON appearances. Hasn't been able to get into his rhythm either. Here is McAllister down the right-hand side. Zuma shows him out towards the far edge of the penalty area. Elliott gets it back in towards Gravenberg, who keeps hold of it well. Feeds Gakpo, edge of the area. Challenged by Kudus. It's going to be a free kick right on the edge of the box. Kudus ran across his man as Gakpo turned his back on the play. He caught him on the back of the ankle, and that's going to be a free kick 3 yards outside the box.
Yeah, West Ham have had to work really hard in and around the edge of the box to stop some of these Liverpool's attacks, getting weight in numbers instead of getting the fullback sort of isolated one-on-one. But this is Trent Alexander country. Really, if he could have placed the ball anywhere, he'd have probably put it where it is now.
Barnsley will be guaranteed a playoff place if they beat Northampton in League One. They've just taken the lead at Oakwell. It's Barnsley 1, Northampton 0. Remember, Derby winning and Bolton winning by 2-0 at this moment in time means that, as it stands, it will be Derby who join Portsmouth in the Championship next season, being promoted from League One. Herbie Kane got the Barnsley goal. 21 minutes on the clock. Trent Alexander-Arnold just outside the box, a shade left of centre, perfect for the right footer. There's a 4-man West Ham United wall with a draft excluder, and then Jared Bowen, who's just detached from the wall, standing about half a metre back and just right of it. Also standing over it, McAllister too, but it is going to be Alexander-Arnold to send it towards the near corner, but it's over the bar by about a yard. It's maybe just a little bit too close to get it up and down.
Yeah, I think so. That was probably the problem there. It's a big wall as well, you know, centre of the wall, Zuma and Souček. They're big bodies with a jump as well, so you've really got to get it up and down acutely, and he wasn't able to do so, but he's certainly got the ability to do so.
You're listening to West Ham United 0, Liverpool 0 on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action, like Everton against Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. Here is Antonio getting in front of Van Dijk, pinching the ball and feeding Bowen. Plays the ball into the path of Paquetá. Paquetá goes down under pressure from Quansah. Now the referee played advantage when initially Antonio was fouled in a collision with Van Dijk. Then when the ball ran on, they wanted a free kick for the challenge by Quansah on Paquetá, which wasn't forthcoming, and now Liverpool are attacking at the other end. That's why the fans are upset. Elliott sends a cross into the box on the right side, looking for Diaz, flicked into the air, and then it's picked up by Robertson, and then Diaz takes it towards the corner flag. I just wonder, Stuart Pearce, whether you think that in that moment, once the ball that goes out to the right-hand side of Bowen doesn't reach its intended target, do you pull it back for the initial offence, which he did play advantage for?
I thought he's top quality refereeing personally. I thought he got everything right. He's seen the foul by Van Dijk on Antonio. He's played on. West Ham had the ascendancy going forward, and once you get that, I think it's difficult to pull it back. It's almost another phase, if you like. So good referee.
Kudus, he's got space for Emerson over on the far side, the left. He didn't look before he tried to play the ball out to Antonio, and Trent Alexander-Arnold was in the way, and he didn't have the legs anyway to get any further than about 5 yards that pass. It was easily cut out, cleared away, and Liverpool come forward again. 0-0 the score, 23 on the clock on talkSPORT on this lunchtime, this Saturday lunchtime with a big day in the Premier League to come. Here's McAllister trying to play the ball down the left channel, looking for the run of Gakpo. Alvarez, who's been a really good acquisition, was fouled as he tried to pinch it, then worked out towards the left-hand side. The referee has now called foul, given a free kick to West Ham. A chance to reset. Yeah, it's a massive day actually in the Premier League. Sheffield United can be relegated today if they lose against Newcastle United. Big fixtures up and down the country for, I suppose, the likes of Manchester United. They need to keep putting points on the board for their European hopes. They take on Burnley, Fulham, Crystal Palace, Wolves, Luton, Everton, Brentford later, and Everton, Chelsea, 8 o'clock tonight is live on talkSPORT. And that's a big one for Aston Villa as they look to try and hunt down a Champions League place.
I think you Burnley go to United and get a result as well. That could change the dynamic of the drop zone.
Is that your tip up for the day?
It's not my tip, actually. I've gone with United, but...
You're just throwing it out there as a possibility.
Throw it out there.
Why not? He's just an agitator, this guy.
An irritator.
24 gone, Leighton Orient 2-0 away at Shrewsbury on the final day of League One. Ball out of play far side. Still 0-0 here between West Ham United, 8th in the Premier League, and Liverpool, 3rd position and 3rd favourites now for the title. Here is Alvarez. Out to the far touchline, back to Emerson. Emerson plays it against Elliott, and it goes out of play over on the far side. Oxford need to beat Exeter, and then they need Barnes to fail to win. And it's not going to turn out like that at this stage, but they have taken the lead away from home down at St James Park in Devon. Ball thrown in. That was a foul throw, wasn't it? Surely by Antonio did that. He sent the ball into the near post anyway, somehow got away with it. I think basically once he picked the ball up, he just thought, I'll just keep running here until everybody forgets what happened just a moment ago. And it goes out for another throw on the far side. I think he needs to be a little bit more cautious with his technique. This one's going to be a longer one.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, if you're not sure what you're doing, do it quickly.
Thrown in by Antonio, flicked on by old Bonner. It's loose inside the area. Could have tried to help it on. It's going to go wide of the goal, and it goes out for a goal kick. But no doubt that they have identified those high balls into the box as a problem for Liverpool.
Yeah, it caused so many problems on Wednesday night. Everton getting first contact on near enough everything that come in the box, and I'm sure Jurgen would have pointed that out to his backline. And been very disappointed with it. It's what cost them the game, basically.
Well, remember, no Mo Salah today, no Darwin Nunez today for Liverpool. Jarrell Quansah's come in at centre-half alongside Virgil van Dijk. And I think that's an endorsement of his attributes rather than a criticism of Konate's. Here is Endo through the middle of the centre circle. He loses it once, then wins it back again, gets beyond Alvarez, feeds the ball out to the right side, and Alexander-Arnold has fed Diaz, who sent it back into Gakpo. Gakpo's gone down inside the penalty area, and then there could be a handball anyway, and the ball goes in, and offside means there's no penalty.
I'll tell you what, that was good fortune. If it wasn't for the offside flag, I think that is a penalty there. I think Areola ball. Who was it potentially down? I'm not sure. Gakpo, I believe.
Yeah, it was Gakpo.
Yeah, I definitely think there was a foul in there.
Luis Diaz is a smidgen offside. It will go to VAR and they will all look at it.
You're right, Sam.
But there was a foul on Gakpo by, I think, Ogbonna, who then handled the ball afterwards when the second rebound went towards goal. He lifted his left hand up to almost like appeal. It was so far away from his body, that would have been a handball for a penalty anyway. So if it wasn't offside, they definitely would have got one of them.
Yeah. As I say, 2 penalty appeals there. Both of them potentially would have been given, but the offside, it is definitely offside.
You say definitely?
I said that the other night, to be fair, when it definitely wasn't.
Well, I think by looking at the monitors that we've got, it looks pretty clear that he is in an offside position, but they are going to Tim Robinson and his Apple Pencil to do the lines. And we will wait to see whether or not it matches up with our initial assessment. David Moyes is getting advice from the assistant on this near touchline. It looks to me like it's very much an easy call to make, that. But you're best to make doubly and triply sure.
Indeed, that is, well, looking at the still, it's a definite offside.
Well, we're still waiting. I know that our intrepid producer Sal likes to put a stopwatch on these moments, and will tell us very quickly afterwards how long it's taken. We can tell you now officially it is offside, but we are waiting for that to be communicated to the players. It now has been offside, no penalties. There you go.
A bit of a let off there, I believe, for West Ham.
Just a little bit, because it was a good run in behind from Luis Diaz, but he just went a tiny touch too early, and that unsettled the West Ham back line. He committed 2 fouls, one with the hand, one with the feet. Would have been a penalty in one of those incidents if the offside flag hadn't gone up. It did, and as a result, it remains West Ham United 0, Liverpool 0. Liverpool have the ball deep inside their own territory. It's not the fervent atmosphere that you sometimes get here, maybe because many West Ham fans might feel as if their season is over, but it isn't. They've still got European football to play for. Here is Trent Alexander-Arnold bursting away down the right-hand side for Liverpool, into the box, a right-footed shot carried away by Alphonse Albiol. Comes back into midfield and is collected by Endo. Endo to Robertson, whose cross is deep, away by the retreating Emerson Palmieri. Back in by Trent Alexander-Arnold, into the box. Zuma gets first contact, but the ball's still not cleared. And Bonner manages to get it high into the air to get it further away. And then Kudus rolls Endo, turns him, was being pulled by him. He's going to get a free kick, and that's a yellow card from the Japanese international.
Yeah, counter-attack on there. Kudos trying to squirm away from Endo, and he just weren't having any of it and just pulled him back.
And that was the end of that. 70 seconds, the VAR time. It's not actually that bad, is it? 70 seconds. You could deal with that.
Seemed longer, didn't it?
Yeah, it must be the cold. 30 minutes gone here. West Ham United, who have survived a bit of a scare, now look to come forward with Zuma sending the ball high into the air. Flicked on by Antonio. Out to the left. Kudus has not got anyone in the centre to send the cross into, so he waits on the left side of the box. Goes back to Alvarez, and they look to build again. Alvarez looks up, launches it into the area. Paquetá with a decent run, comes back to Bowen, waiting for it to come down, didn't pull the trigger. Sofao does. It takes a deflection. It's a good save by Allison, who went down and grabbed it just above his head. I just wonder whether or not Paquetá could have gone for goal from the initial ball from Alvarez, which was brilliantly delivered over the top of the back line. He'd got in behind that defence and then decided to head it back towards Bowen rather than go for goal.
Yeah, Paquetá there, I, like you, thought he could have chested it down and taken the effort himself. Just thinking to myself, I've not seen a deal of him in the game as yet, in an attacking sense. Just looked at Van Dijk, just having a go at Trent Alexander for not dealing with the initial diagonal ball and ducking his head down there and not winning the header, which created the whole chances itself.
31 gone, West Ham 0, Liverpool 0, but Liverpool, who have had the best of the chances, haven't been unbreached. They've had to deal with a bit of the odd West Ham skirmish, and that means that they have to be on their toes here. They have had a habit of conceding the first goal in games this season. They've conceded first in 22 of their 54 matches, which is remarkable. Here is Gravenberch approaching the edge of the penalty area. It's out left to Luis Diaz of Liverpool, who tries to go down the side of the box and take on Sofao, stands up well. The cross comes in, it's headed away by Bonner. One by Endo centrefield, back to Robertson, and then it's into Virgil van Dijk. Van Dijk to the left, collected by Andy Robertson, who'll be looking forward to going away with Scotland in the summer to the European Championships. Maybe Scotland will get a little bit further along in a major competition than they have before. It's been a difficult 12 months for them after qualification, but you get the impression that Steve Clarke will have them ready and raring to go. I saw Steve Clarke, the last time was at Queen's Park Rangers against Leeds.
That was some result, wasn't it?
It was some result. 4-0 to Queen's Park Rangers. It meant that Leicester were promoted from the Championship as a result. Here down the left side, Liverpool coming forward with Ryan Gravenberch. Gets to the edge of the penalty area, but he's blocked by Paquetá. One by Bowen, who's helping out his defence, and then Alvarez tries to stick his boot in the ball. Goes to Alexander-Arnold, who keeps things moving. He's in the centre of the park, and he plays it to McAllister. On the left is Elliott. His right foot, on the right is Elliott. His left-footed shot goes into the near post. It's saved by Areola.
Yeah, really good play there. Intricate passing. Trent Alexander into the edge of the box, then it was set out wide with really good pace on it, intelligent ball, and it just said it had a message on the ball saying to Elliott, come on and have a finish at this. But fortunately for West Ham, Areola got his position correct.
And 3 goals this season for Harvey Elliott. Fleetwood go 2-0 up against Burton. Patterson with the goal. They're already relegated. They'll be playing in League 2 next season. But they're not doing Burton any favours. They might end up joining them if results go against them. Trent Alexander-Arnold, who has wandered into that midfield position more often than not today, because Liverpool had the ball and he comes in from the right-back position when that happens. There's a lot of discussion about who plays alongside Declan Rice in the middle of the park for England. Would you consider Trent Alexander-Arnold?
You'd have to, without a doubt. I mean, his creativity is just incredible, you know. He is a defender, so he should be used to a defensive role, so he ticks that box. Kobe Mainu has done himself no harm at the last set of internationals as well, but you certainly would. His creation is superb.
What would be your concerns if you were playing him there? Because it's not a position he has played for years, for example.
No. Concerns, I still think maybe from a defensive point of view he's concerned, but his creativity and his ability to find a pass as a sort of quarterback, if you like, or his ace card. And for that, there are games where you're going to need somebody when things are tight and teams are dropped off and defensively difficult to break down. He is absolutely ideal with his range of passing.
Still 0-0 here, and Liverpool are playing out from the back. Sent the ball long, intercepted by Sofau, and he's brought it out towards the right-hand side. Bowen tries to nudge it forward, but Robertson wins it back on halfway, and Liverpool now progress down the left with Robertson, the left-back, who bends across into the box, away by Emerson. Headed on the edge of the area by Diaz to Gakpo. Gakpo juggles with it, then tries to get a shot away, takes a deflection, and it takes the sting off the ball, and it will be Areola's to go and chase out to the left-hand side, and it'll be West Ham United who have the ball again. With 10 minutes to go before half-time, live on talkSPORT this lunchtime. And we'll keep you in touch with everything that happens in League 1, where Derby are going to be promoted automatically if scores stay the same.
Can't help thinking with this game, Sam, that the first goal, I can't see it. Whoever scores first, I can't see him losing the game as things stand. I think it's going to be such a powerful driver for either team that gets their nose in front at the moment.
It is West Ham 0, Liverpool 0 on talkSPORT with Enterprise. Rent a car. Enterprise has got 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs. The ball is on halfway in no man's land with Robertson, who nudges it forward up towards Gravenberch. Gravenberch gives it away to Alvarez, who slides in front of McAllister, and it goes out on this near side. Important for West Ham to not allow McAllister to have the freedom to play. They've done that well. Endo's got a position in behind or in front of the Liverpool back line, which is basically there to detail and make sure that Paquetá doesn't get on the ball and make things happen for them, because he's got the ability to unlock doors. And so far, both of those two systems are doing their jobs.
Yeah, I think they need West Ham, if they can, find a way of getting Paquetá further up the pitch. I think he's done a responsible defensive job, you know, with Liverpool having the ball, but
Robertson's cross to the back post, takes a deflection, kept alive by Diaz, drops inside the area, and they say it's already gone behind, so we'll have a goal kick instead. You were saying?
Yeah, I just think West Ham need to find a way of getting Paquetá further up the pitch, closer to Antonio. At the moment, I'm seeing him probably 20-30 metres behind him and not being able to influence the game further up the pitch.
League 1 is on its final day. talkSPORT 2, Ian Danta is leading our coverage there. If you want to go and listen to it, download the talkSPORT app. You can flick between talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, Times Radio, Talk Radio, Virgin Radio with Chris Evans at breakfast as well. Easy to do, just download it from your app store and you've got all of the entertainment that you could possibly need at the touch of your fingertips. You can even watch the talkSPORT breakfast show and White and Jordan, H&J and Drive on that device through the talkSPORT app on a day-to-day basis. Barnsley lead by a goal to nil, key scoreline in League One. But Derby lead 1-0 against Carlisle. That's a big fillip for Derby County, who are looking to get promoted to the Championship. That result stays as it is, nothing else matters, even though Bolton have taken a 2-goal lead away at Peterborough. Here is Virgil van Dijk for Liverpool. Forward it goes, into the path of Gakpo. Looking to turn here, drop deep into the centre circle. West Ham have flexed back into a good shape. And then it's picked up by Alexander-Arnold, who bends it round the back. Again, Alvarez being detailed towards McAllister, follows him out towards the far side. He's crossed a deep one, which is going to be retrieved by Diaz brilliantly. He sets it up to the edge of the box, and Cody Gakpo sends the effort wildly over the top of the crossbar. It was a good bit of setup from Liverpool.
It certainly was. Great cross to the far post. And once again, Diaz, his first touch in holding things up for the team, albeit on that occasion in the penalty box, was brilliant. He set it off fantastically well. And Gakpo, he saw the press was coming from Souček. He had to try and bend it round him, and utilising the outside of his right foot, sadly got it wrong.
TalkSPORT. West Ham 0, Liverpool 0 on TalkSPORT with Super 6. Predict 6 correct scores from this weekend's action. You could win 250 grand without spending a penny. There's a free kick there given against Kwanzaa, who was a little bit late on Paquetá, and it's going to be a free kick to West Ham United. And this is going to be about 10 yards inside opposition territory, wide on the left-hand side. And they quickly want to get it forward towards Bowen. Endo heads it away, and they weren't really set for that, Liverpool. Endo did brilliantly to follow Bowen into the box. Sent forward again towards Antonio, who wrestles with Endo again. Again, the Japanese gets it clear, and Liverpool can move once more down that left-hand side. Diaz, who spent more time out there recently, tries to drill the ball back in towards the near post and hits the foot of the post. Comes back out of Robertson towards Elliott, far stick, heads it across the face of goal and over the top of the crossbar. Well, that was brilliant from Diaz, because there didn't seem to be an opportunity on there. He cut in on his right foot on the edge of the penalty area. He drew the ball back out towards the near post, and he smacked it full on the meat of the woodwork.
Yeah, he did. As I say, he is the one player, Diaz, that looks as though he's going to break the deadlock in either team, to be honest with you. Really good play by him. When it arrives at his feet, it sticks, and he brings teammates in. On that occasion, come back inside, Souček and Kufal trying to deal with him. His shot went through Souček's legs and slammed the post.
Jurgen Klopp hoped to be coming here with a carrot of winning the Premier League. Still dangled in front of him, but that has, as he says yesterday, although he's not ready to give up or raise the white flag, it just feels like we're trying to catch up with something, and I cannot say that they still feel us around. And I think that feeling has sort of permeated some of the supporters away to our right, even Liverpool, who have travelled in numbers, not making too much noise, making a bit more noise now as West Ham try to come forward. And Endo and Bowen collide in midfield. Endo is penalised. He has to be a little bit cautious because he's already gone into the referee's notebook, and it will be a free kick about 15 yards in from the right side, and a good 15 yards from the edge of the halfway line.
Yeah, they've got a good opportunity to put the ball in the box. Last time they had a situation like this a couple of minutes earlier, Paqueta's played it before West Ham are ready, and it ended up having a shot against their own post. Yeah. So these are good opportunities, as they would have seen in the week.
Best to take your time over it and get it right, rather than rush it, get it wrong, and then fall foul of the Liverpool counter. Here is Bowen into the box. Oh, and Souček had blown himself at the ball. He had took off from a standing start, an onside position, and launched himself, and it was only a couple of hair follicles away from connecting from the big check. If it had done, it might well have been a problem for Alisson.
Well, if he'd have got any touch on it at all and got it on target, there's no doubt it had plenty of pace on it.
Liverpool giving the ball away on the edge of their own penalty area, then they've given it back, and then Bowen's got it, and he's tried to nestle it in the far corner, and it's a save by Alisson down low to his right. Well, that was a real mess from Liverpool, casual in the extreme, Virgil van Dijk is rollicking Trent Alexander-Arnold, giving him all sorts of rather vociferous instructions, but they've taken it quickly once again into the near post. It comes down off the defender again, and Bowen celebrates. It's another Jared Bowen goal. It's another goal from a corner that Liverpool have conceded, and it's another time this season that Liverpool got behind first in the game. The cross from the left, they weren't set for the corner, they were still arguing about giving the ball away, Liverpool, and when it came in, it popped off the defender and Bowen came stealing in, and he snuck it in past Alisson, and West Ham United lead 2 minutes before half-time.
Well, incredible contribution from Bowen this season, his 20th goal of the season, absolutely fantastic. He's better in the air than people give him credit for. They pick up the big boys, but Bowen is outstanding in the air and brave with it, and Liverpool have paid the cost for giving the ball away earlier. As you mentioned, Van Dijk was absolutely raging at Trent Alexander about.
Well, West Ham United have the lead. Jared Bowen has goal number 20 for the season, and that is a magical number. Strikers pride themselves on getting that many goals. It is the mark of true class to score 20 goals over the course of a season, and to do it in one of the hardest leagues in the world. Yes, some of those have come in Europe as well, but that's a tough competition to score goals in too. He will be very proud of his achievements, I think.
Well, it's interesting, Jurgen Klopp, just before half-time in, they've given the ball away again now, and West Ham surge forward. Jurgen Klopp will think that his team haven't done too badly, you know, and they just can't get their nose in front and can't come out on top as of recent weeks.
Qatar trying to turn the ball forward. I mentioned before, that's now the 23rd time in 55 games this season that Liverpool have conceded the first goal.
Yeah, statistically that is so important.
It's been pitched again, Endo gave it away, and then it was played forward by Paquetá. Lovely turn by Kudus, who goes on the outside. He's taking on Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's beaten him, cut back infield, edge of the box now. Pokes it down the left for Paquetá again. Just wasn't the right ball from Kudus. After doing the hard work, the last bit just went awry, and Trent Alexander-Arnold was able to recover. 3 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. At the other end, the ball's been sent long to Diaz. He's scampered into the box. He's gone one way, then the other, taking on Sofao, who's backing off a little bit. Zuma's come to join, and then he's pitched it, Zuma. He's taken it off his toes, and he's launched a counter-attack, which he is still a part of. He's kept that alive as well, because the ball from Antonio back to him wasn't great.
When Kirk goes forward, he's like a runaway truck, and you know, don't get in his way for goodness sake.
Yes, it wasn't graceful, but it was effective.
Indeed it was.
I think we could say he bounded towards the halfway line.
You don't know what his first touch is going to be like, but you know full well his second touch is a tackle.
West Ham 1, Liverpool 0. We played the first of 3 added minutes, and the goal came from Bowen just 2 minutes before half-time, and it was another set-piece goal for West Ham United, another headed goal for West Ham United, their 13th of the season. Only Arsenal and Luton have scored more headed goals this campaign. Jared Bowen getting his 20th of the campaign. And come on you Irons rings around this huge bowl of a stadium with its white translucent roof held up by triangular floodlights all dotted around. An overhang from the Olympics. Here is Elliott down the right, trying to get into an advanced position. It takes a deflection and goes out from the far side, and it's away for a throwing level with the edge of the penalty area. West Ham 1, Liverpool 0. And so far, so good. If you're a fan of Derby County in League One, they lead by a goal to 0. That will be enough to take them into the Championship. They'll have 92 points and be uncatchable. Bolton are winning, but not winning by enough, and not profiting from the fact that Derby are dropping points. They need Derby to lose their game. That's not going to happen. Ball then to send down the right-hand side. It goes in towards the near post, takes a tap off the midriff of Harvey Elliott and goes behind.
Yeah, really good. Well, firstly, good contact by O'Connor, but following up that was Elliott, and it slammed straight into him and cannoned over the bar. It's interesting, you go into half-time 0-0 and you're probably thinking that it's Liverpool's ascendancy and they've been the better side. But the longer the half's gone on, the more West Ham have created chances and they've taken one. And to go in at half-time, if that is the case, is such a big lift for any of the teams tonight.
Blackpool slipped to 8th after conceding a goal at home to away to Reading. That means that Oxford take up position 6 at this moment in time in League One. Here is Kudus down the left-hand side, looking to nudge the ball back towards the far side of the pitch. It's taken down by Paquetá and then sent further down into the left wing position. Paquetá with a cross here. It's blocked initially by Endo, gets to the byline, he's still trying to keep hold of it, he rolls it into the box, it's cleared away by Liverpool, and then Diaz tries to get them on the front foot. We've played 3 minutes of added time, and those 3 minutes have come to a conclusion. And West Ham United are determined to be the latest side to ruin the Jurgen Klopp farewell tour. Liverpool may have the back catalogue, but they just don't hit the right notes often enough anymore. And at half-time, it's Jarrod Bowen who they are singing about. It's West Ham United 1, Liverpool 0.
Sam Aspin, thank you very much. What a goal for Jarrod Bowen to put the side ahead and give them such a lift that was badly needed, Stuart Pearce.
It certainly was. As I say, any team that was going to get their nose in front, the way the game was going, was going to give them a massive, massive lift. And I've just looked at the body language of Virgil van Dijk. You know, he took a strapping off and slammed it into the grass as he's going off. He's really, really frustrated. You could tell his body language. He's had a couple of verbals with Trent Alexander for not dealing with headers and that type of thing. And you just get the impression that, you know, he's a very livid man at the moment.
Yeah, well look, I mean, they've been putting in the graft 75.5% possession for Liverpool in that first half.
Yeah, I think they played pretty well in the half, but the half is defined by who's winning, and they're not winning. They're losing the game again. And Klopp, I think, will be turning around and getting very frustrated that he's looking at his team, and on another day when their tails are up, you go in 1 or 2 up potentially. They've hit the post, they've had some good opportunities, they've had all the possession, but at this moment in time, it's just not working for Liverpool.
Yeah, for whatever reason. I mean, they're ahead on every single breakdown that you can think of, whether it's total passes, 3 times the total of passes, accurate passes, what is that, 5 times the number of passes of West Ham? I mean, it is crazy that they haven't been able to make the most of those stats and, as you say, of that possession as well. But for West Ham, of course, this is a real, as we say, a real boost, and one that was badly needed, particularly with the uncertainty around the future of David Moyes. There are a couple of bits of breaking news, actually, regarding that West Ham job that have come out, and potential successors for David Moyes. It looks like it won't be either Ruben Amorim or Julian Lopetegui. They were cited as the ones that have met the hierarchy here at West Ham. Reports in Italy suggest this afternoon that Lopetegui is actually close to joining AC Milan, while Ruben Amorim has had his say this morning regarding the trip that he made to London to meet the Hammers bosses. He said, quite interesting actually, he said it was a mistake. The timing was completely wrong. I'm always asking my players to be respectful, and I wasn't, even if I informed the club before. I'm so sorry, and I apologise to the fans, club, and players. What do you make of that, Stuart?
Which fans is he apologising to?
To the Porto fans.
Well, which, to be fair, no fans would ever want to see their manager leave their football club, do they? And they don't like it. They're very loyal and whatever, and I can understand them.
It's about him making the trip to come and meet them before.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one. Anyway, he's put it out there, and that, I think, is also saying that he's probably not going to take up the job. I mean, that's just an assumption that I'm making, but from the way that it's been worded, it certainly looks as though he regrets making that Sporting Lisbon fan. Sorry, that's what I meant. Did I say Porto? I meant Sporting Lisbon fan. Sorry, our producer Sal is correcting me there. Yeah, it looks like from the wording, certainly, it looks like he regrets making that trip to West Ham. I wonder if he'd regret the scoreline here, though, because they're doing well. They are a goal up against Liverpool. Liverpool badly need a response from that Merseyside derby defeat in midweek. Will we get it in the second half? It looks like everyone's heads are down at the moment, but they're certainly going to have to pick themselves up because of the big 45 minutes on the way. It's coming up after this.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Mwah. When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else.
Did somebody say just please?
Charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on justeat.co.uk for details.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mrs. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on forecourt. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Don't break your stride. Get to Screwfix for the latest offers on the brands you love. Like the new and exclusive limited edition DeWalt 100-year 18-volt combi drill with 4 amp-hour battery for just $119.99. And keep everything stacked and packed with a DeWalt T-Stack organizer at a great price of only $19.99. Shop now on the app at screwfix.com or in-store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until Elisa can remain, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes! Ooh, no! Draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one restricted football toy. Uno range comprises toys only. While stocks last.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Feel the passion and the pride of the Premier League.
Oh, it's a stunning goal!
Game day exclusive
on talkSPORT.
This is Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT. I'm Rashmin Chowdhury, and here at the London Stadium at half-time it is West Ham 1, Liverpool 0. Jared Bowen with a headed goal from a Liverpool set piece. Over on talkSPORT 2 in Sky Bet League 1, it's also half-time. Derby County lead 1-0 against Carlisle, so they are getting promoted automatically in second place. What a day this could be for Derby County. Barnsley are beating Northampton by 1-0, and Oxford are winning 2-0 at Exeter, so both those sides are going to make the playoffs as things stand. Now Cheltenham Town are losing 1-0 at Stevenage, so they're getting relegated as it looks at the moment. Burton are losing 2-0 at Fleetwood, so if Cheltenham turn things around, they can climb out of that relegation place. So many permutations, so much going on in the league. We'll be keeping you right up to date with all of it here on talkSPORT, of course. And so for now, we're going to look ahead to today's Premier League action with Super 6.
The talkSPORT Match Predictor with Super 6. Play for free. Predict 6 correct scores for the chance to win £250,000. Get your entries in by 3 PM today with Super 6. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
Okay, we're going to look at the final 3 games on that Super 6 list. It's, of course, a free-to-play football game. You can win huge jackpots through your own knowledge. Simply predict 6 correct scores to win. This week, £250,000 is the jackpot. Even if you don't manage to get 6 correct scores, there are more ways to win with a guaranteed 5k up for grabs every single round. Stuart is going through his list because he was a little bit just relaxing at half time.
I found it. Keep forgetting this is me.
It's all about you, Stu. It's all about you. Do you know, I'm sitting here and just out the corner of my eye, I could see him just going, oh, hang on a minute, where is it? So you found it. We're ready? Okay, so let's go through the last 3 games on the list. We're going to start with our exclusive talkSPORT commentary match, Newcastle United against Sheffield United. That follows us at 3 o'clock. What's your prediction for that one? A big day for Sheffield, isn't it? Because or Sheffield United, I should say, because this could signal the end for them.
It is. We spoke earlier about them conceding 92 goals. I think at the end of the day they're going to be on the goals against column 96. I've gone for a 4-1 Newcastle victory on this one.
Heavy Newcastle victory for this one. Well, you know, Newcastle themselves are coming off the back of a disappointing defeat to Crystal Palace, of course, last week. But despite that, 96% of players are confident that they'll pick up the win this weekend against Sheffield United. So it's looking it's been doom and gloom, hasn't it, for most of the season for Sheffield United. But this could be the final nail in the coffin of their Premier League season. Meanwhile, also at 3 o'clock today, Manchester United host Burnley. Interesting one. Super 6 prediction for that one, Stuart?
Yeah, I've gone for a 3-1 Manchester United victory in that one. I definitely think there'll be goals in it. I think Burnley will score, but I can see United getting 3.
Okay, over 250,000 entrants are predicting a 3-1 Manchester United win. Finally, this evening it's Everton against Brentford. So, what are you making for this one? This one's an interesting one because Everton look like they're safe. Brentford were in danger of being pulled into that relegation battle. It seems like both of these sides are okay, or are they?
Well, I think that Everton are definitely safe, and that win would have buoyed them up in the week. But Brentford, I think, have got a decent bit of form about them. I'm going for a 1-1 on this one.
1-1 on this one. Okay, Everton, of course, picked up that huge win against their rivals Liverpool in the Merseyside derby in midweek, of course. Liverpool here at the London Stadium still suffering from that hangover, it looks like. 60% of Super 6 players are actually predicting Sean Dyche's men to continue that momentum and get a win against Brentford. So that's going against your prediction, but we'll see how that one pans out. That's a 5:30 kickoff this evening. All of that is thanks to Super 6. Don't forget Super 6 has set up its very own talkSPORT League, and you can sign up on the Super 6 website or the app using the code TALKS6, TALKS6, and you can also win £100 for topping the league every single round. Remember to get those predictions in by 3 p.m. today. 18+ terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Match Predictor with Super 6. Play for free. Predict 6 correct scores for the chance to win £250,000. Get your entries in by 3 p.m. today with Super 6. 18+ terms and conditions apply.
Adrian Durham is at Old Trafford for us for Game Day Live. Adrian, how are you doing over there?
Rushman, I am absolutely fine, enjoying the commentary of that first half. Liverpool deciding not to take the title race right to the wire. Quite why, I don't know, but there you go. Strange one, isn't it?
It's a frustrating one, isn't it? Especially because we were all enjoying this three-way title race so much, and they've just dropped off. And everyone thought Arsenal would be the ones after the defeat to Aston Villa and the Champions League exit. Everyone thought their heads would drop. They haven't. They're still firing, which is not very good news for me being a Spurs fan tomorrow.
So they've got an easy game tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, easy. Stop this. I know, I can't. I just can't talk about it. So let's talk about Manchester United against Burnley instead. Bit of a Jekyll and Hyde Manchester United, as we know, as there have been. Should really be their tagline, shouldn't it? Which Manchester United are going to turn up at home against Burnley today, do you think, Adrian?
It's a great question, and Eric Ten Hag was talking about how before the winter they didn't attack properly, and now since, after the winter, they are attacking properly. There's still lots of areas to improve. Bruno's stats say it all: 7 in 6 in the Premier League, 6 in 43 before that. So he's he's the one player who highlights the upturn in terms of attacking play, but they still can't defend properly. And they've had injuries at the back, to be fair to them. I've got a funny feeling about this game, and I shouldn't have really. It should be a home win. But Burnley, looking for back-to-back wins for the first time in the Premier League this season, they've only lost one of their last 7 Premier League games. And I've been saying all season, Burnley are way better than people think.
You have been saying it, and you've been talking a lot about their recent form as well.
Yeah, but I still look at it and I think it's going to be so hard for them to get out of it. Home to Newcastle, away to Spurs, home to Forest on the final day. It's just ridiculous. But they are working very hard for each other. I think they play some decent football. If they can cut out defensive errors, they will give themselves a better chance. But I don't think Burnley are down just yet, and I've got a feeling they'll get something in. And all 3 of the bottom 3 teams are playing today. Sheffield United, as we know, losing, they're relegated. One away win all season, they've been terrible. And Luton Last week, they got the Wolves today, but last week at home to Brentford, where that performance came from, nobody knows. Rob Edwards didn't know. Lethargic and poor. They have to put that behind them and go again today at Wolves, but that's a tough one for Luton today.
Yeah, it is a tough one for all of those teams in that relegation zone. Burnley, though, I wonder if there'll be a bit of poetic justice for Vincent Kompany. I'm sure he'd love to do something at Old Trafford. Adrian, have a great one. Look forward to hearing you later on. As we can see, the players here, though, are out on the pitch at the London Stadium. Second half is about to kick off. I'm forever blown. Bubbles is ringing around the London Stadium. So I'm going to hand you back to our comms team, Stuart Pearce, but first, Sam Rusty.
Well, it's the 150th meeting of these two famous clubs. There have been some crackers in the past. Been a couple this season already that have got away from West Ham. The League Cup quarter-final when West Ham rested players and lost 5-1. The 3-1 defeat at Anfield. And the Hammers' last win here at the London Stadium was 3 years ago, 3-2, dramatic. And that was only the only victory in 15 Premier League meetings between the two. Certainly not the most dramatic. Remember that extra time comeback from Liverpool in the 2006 FA Cup final? Yeah, that was one hell of an afternoon in Cardiff. Well, they might not be as significant here this afternoon, but the 3 points that they will garner will certainly rev up their hopes of a chance of finishing in the European places, Stuart Pearce, and that would be crucial for the club.
Yeah, it certainly would. As I say, that has been the aim, definitely, to continually keeping the club in Europe, and some of these European nights here have been absolutely superb over the last couple of years.
Yeah, we've been lucky enough to feature them on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 this season. And despite the fact that it came to an end against Bayer Leverkusen, I think they would probably look back at that campaign and see it as another positive one. Certainly it was a positive one the year before when they beat Fiorentina in Prague. Liverpool attacking the goal away to our right in the second half, coming forward with Trent Alexander-Arnold. His delivery is big out towards the far side, and Luis Diaz takes it down, sends it in towards Gravenberch over the bar. Well, he arrived late on the edge of the box, Gravenberch, and he cracked the shot straight through the middle of the 18-yard box, and it went over the top of the crossbar.
Super swish of play there by Alexander-Arnold to that man Diaz, who seems to be integral in anything Liverpool are going to do positive, and Gravenberch just come onto it, didn't he? And I think taking it first time was the right thing to do, but just failed to get over the top of the ball.
Fascinatingly, Trent Alexander-Arnold was the subject of a bit of discussion in the press conference yesterday. I know he got a rollicking from Virgil van Dijk at half-time. There were no changes at half-time from either of the two teams, not surprisingly for West Ham, but I think you were looking as they were coming out of the tunnel to see whether or not there was a change. I know that Jurgen Klopp had sort of identified Trent Alexander-Arnold, saying he'd just come back from injury. Was it right to play him twice in a week? Probably not. He's not going to be at his best, but he's done it for a third time.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, he likes him, he trusts him, and his creativity certainly is a plus in Liverpool trying to get back in this game anyway.
Absolutely, and he showed his offensive qualities in that moment where he switched the play brilliantly from right side to left. Here is Gravenberch, edge of the area, who almost profited from it, finds Gakpo back through the middle of the park, and it's cleared away from the edge of the box by West Ham United, and then given away cheaply by Alexander-Arnold, hitting it against Quansah, who couldn't quite deal with it, and eventually they've got a bit fortunate once more and they've won it back.
Yeah, really loose in, and Antonio on turnover of the ball should have done so much better than that.
Here is Diaz on the left-hand side into the area looking for Robertson, and Robertson hits it on the volley into the near corner, and Areola got down but could only get just the merest of touches on it, and it squirmed through somehow, and it's 1-1. Just 3 minutes after half-time, the worst possible start for David Moyes and West Ham United, but the team who have won more points from losing positions than any other in the Premier League have come back to level things up at the London Stadium. West Ham 1, Liverpool 1.
Yeah, all come from that giveaway of possession by Antonio. From that moment on, Liverpool swept forward with numbers, got numbers in the box, and on this occasion, West Ham couldn't get enough players around the ball to stifle the attack, and Robertson, with his second touch of the ball, put it in the corner of the net.
Good finish by him.
Very good finish. Yeah, as I say, the Wasn't the strongest of strikes, but certainly the precision in the corner was the one thing that got it past Areola.
Well, Liverpool have won 6 of the games that they have been behind in at half-time this season. 13 they've been behind in, and 6 of them they've come back to win. So there's every prospect of them mounting a comeback, a sufficient comeback here today. West Ham 1, Liverpool 1, live on talkSPORT. And Kudus has a free kick on this near side for West Ham United, who are looking to immediately respond. It came from the kick-off. And it is away to our left as we look at it, and on the West Ham left. It will be swung in by Mohamed Kudus as Peterborough get a goal back against Bolton. Not that it will mean too much. It looks like Derby are going to go up into the Championship, but not too much fuss. They're leading by a goal to nil. Here's Kudus in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Comes back out as far as Sofao. He hits it towards goal, and he looked very much there like a player who's never scored for West Ham United.
Yeah, just get it over with, get it done quickly, so I jog back to me right back berth. That's how it looked. And as I say, good defensive header there by Endo, done well, good opportunity to put the ball in the box. Of course, Liverpool a problem, maybe more flight on the ball was needed, I believe.
Interesting though for Sofao, he might not give you that goal threat from his own boots, but he does provide goal threats for other people. When you go back over the course of his tenure, his debut in October 2020, since then only Robertson, Alexander-Arnold have provided more Premier League assists as far as the defenders are concerned.
Yeah, his ability to cross the ball from the right-hand side is absolutely superb. He stands it up, he rarely gets across wrong, he rarely hits the first man.
Ball in towards the near post, looking at Gravenberg, who's made a decent run into the box again. He's just feathered that goalwards. It's missed the upright and gone behind and away for a goal kick. But that was a little bit too easy for Liverpool to get up the pitch and cross the ball into the penalty area. And when it came in towards the far edge, Gravenberg just sort of wafted his right foot at it.
Yeah, the back line of West Ham held a high line, and basically Alvarez dropped in, and that allowed Liverpool to go in 2-on-1, and he should have done a lot better with the finish.
Sofao trying to get it up the pitch, but it's given the ball away, and now Gakpo brings it back, feeds the ball into the path of Alexis McAllister, and then he looks to get it back from Alexander-Arnold. It took a little deflection on the way through, goes behind the way for a corner kick far side, and it's going to be a Liverpool ball, and all of a sudden they've just started to turn up the pressure on the West Ham backline, and they've got to be a little bit careful here, West Ham, because after going in front and the mood being very positive at half-time, and second goal conceded in a few minutes would certainly change that.
Yeah, it's changed very quickly. The Liverpool fans have found their voice, and the team are looking a little bit more confident in possession.
Corner in towards the edge of the 6-yard box, glanced away by Alvarez, picked up by Ryan Gravenberg, and then sent back down the left by Alexander-Arnold into the centre of the 6-yard box. Ogbonna takes no chances and heads it behind.
I've got to say, the ball's come out to the last man, Trent Alexander-Arnold, and his margin for error to get this ball wrong is massive, and he's delivered it absolutely on the money, just floated it up over the back of Sofao, and Robertson kept it alive.
We've seen the two facets of his game today, haven't we?
Big time.
Here is Robertson in towards the near post. It's headed away by Kurt Happy Zuma, who gets up, heads it well outside the penalty area. Kudus is attempted further clearance, comes off a Liverpool body and goes behind and away for a goal kick. And West Ham can settle. Those two facets I was talking about, the fact that sometimes defensively he can switch off, and that's why he got an absolute rollicking from Virgil van Dijk before half-time, and as they were coming off for half-time. And then his just ability to create chance after chance after chance with almost a laser-guided precision. It's obviously the yin and the yang, but I think the pros outweigh the negatives, don't they?
They do, yeah. As I say, on a bad day it'll cost you a goal in a game maybe. On a good day, and there's more good days than bad days, he'll create a lot of chances for your team. And some of the through balls that he supplied in the Everton game, Sam, that we saw, Núñez should have done a lot better with, really.
1-1 on talkSPORT. And on talkSPORT 2, the League One final day continues with Barnsley in front against Northampton, and they'll be guaranteed a playoff place if they win that game. Derby about to earn promotion if they win 1-0 against Carlisle. That's the scoreline as it is at the moment. Here's Diaz racing into the penalty area, sending the ball back to Gakpo. Blocked by O'Connor, who got across just at the right time to stop him from pulling the trigger with any force. He blocks the effort, it goes out on this near touchline and away for a throw.
Once again, that man Diaz setting things up. He really is playing well today. Robertson, great ball to him. And then as he set up play, he created the chance.
Gakpo, Gravenberch, great feet into Gakpo again, and Bonner does brilliantly to get involved. And then Kudus looks to race clear here, gets in front of Gravenberch, powers away. He was being pulled and pushed, and he wanted a free kick, and he's furious that one didn't go his way. And he bellows in the face of Anthony Taylor as they break away down this right-hand side. Liverpool come forward with Alexander-Arnold in offside position. He's sent across into the box with Kevin Nolan, who's come off the bench. He's going absolutely crackers at the fourth official.
Yeah, as I say, couldn't escape. There was the odd tug, both arms from both players. And to be honest with you, we're looking at the replay there. It's a foul. He's got his arm on his shoulder. And he had a fair point, Kudos.
Yeah, that was... I mean, he's done quite well today, Anthony Taylor, but that was one of those where that should have been given as a foul. He had three players around him, and he definitely had an arm pulling him back from the shoulder, which was preventing him from getting away from Gravenberch. Disappointment for David Moyes. Ball sent long out to the far side by Liverpool, who have come back from a goal behind again. Into the penalty area, the ball goes from Robertson. It just took a little deflection, which outfoxed everybody, forwards and defenders, and eventually West Ham scramble it to the far side. Robertson turns it to Gakpo. Gakpo down the left, looking for the run of Robertson. It's cleared away by Sofao. And Zuma, Sofao now trying to lift themselves. Stevenage 1, Cheltenham 1 in the final day of League One. What does that do to the table? It just gets Cheltenham a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer. One goal now, and they could move out of the relegation zone and possibly stay in the division. It continues on talkSPORT 2. All the drama from the final day of the League One season. We've got the League Two season coming to its conclusion on talkSPORT today. And we've got the thrilling race of the EFL Championship as well tonight. Hull against Ipswich. What a big night it is for Ipswich. Here is Gakpo again coming forward towards the edge of the box. He feeds it out towards Elliott. Elliott to McAllister. Then further out wide into Robertson. Back into the centre of the 18-yard box. Gakpo, Robertson. Robertson's cross blocked by Sofao. Picked up midfield by Trent Alexander-Arnold. Oh, and Virgil van Dijk went in for a header which Paquetá looked like he was very close to nicking.
Yeah, he certainly was. And if he would have done, he would have been clear with the whole half to run in. At this moment, the technical area of West Ham are imploring their team to get up the back line. They want them up. They don't want them dropping off.
Slightly deep at this moment in time as the ball is hit by Alexander-Arnold, right-footed towards the near post, and it's well saved down low to his left by Areola, who prevents Alexander-Arnold from scoring a second goal in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was a dipper. It didn't get too high, just overhead height and dipped drastically. It's one of those that shouldn't really beat the goalkeeper, but just a little bit awkward to deal with. I've spilled a few of them in the West Fulham district.
Yeah. Get criticised by your teammates for that? I wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare.
And a little bit of giggling from the opposition players as well. That was the worst thing.
Ball in towards the near post, flicked on by Gakpo, goes wide of the post. What name did you play under again? What was his name?
Jack Jensen.
Jack Jensen. What did you pretend to be? Were you sort of a Norwegian?
No, Russian cat.
A Russian goalkeeper.
Russian. Yeah. In the days where Russia was more than acceptable, in the Cold War era of the early 80s. They've fallen out of favour a touch at the moment with their actions and their foreign policy.
Yes, yes.
But let's not go there.
If you do download the talkSPORT app though, Times Radio is available. Producer Sal was having a little bit of a panic there. Here is Gakpo. You and geopolitics, I'm not entirely sure that's a podcast that we should get into. Here is Elliott down the right-hand side, bursting into the right-wing position for Liverpool Football Club. He chips the ball up towards the far post, but it's an easy one for Sofao to head clear. Endo out wide towards the left, and then it's collected by Diaz, and almost a chance to escape for Bowen, but he didn't quite slide in time. Endo comes forward and then weaves his way in towards the edge of the box, looks to feed Robertson, and now a chance of a counter-attack. Oh, and they've gone backwards rather than forwards. Goodness, what are you doing?
He's been a little bit disappointing for me. He's had opportunities, Kudos, in the game, and he's not turned, faced up the opposition back line and taken them on enough.
11 of his 13 goals for West Ham have come at this stadium, but he's only scored once in his last 14 Premier League games, Mohamed Kudus.
That is interesting how he's lost a little bit of form in front of goal.
Foul over on the far side, a collision between Andy Robertson and problem for Jarrod Bowen, and I think there's going to be treatment required here. David Moyes on the touchline just folding his arms. Might be a bit out of puff today because it was his 61st birthday this week. He blew out his candles. It's been a bit of a week of birthdays. Mine today. I took you to the Merseyside derby for yours. Prince Louis had one earlier in the week. And also born today, I thought you'd like this, Samuel Morse of Morse Code, 1791. Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th American president, 1822. Lizzo.
Yeah, Glastonbury singer, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, please, good, yeah, you're in there. And weatherman Michael Fish.
Oh, Fish of 1987.
Yes. Have you got a year for Michael Fish?
Age-wise?
Yes, what year do you reckon he was born?
I think he was born in 1955.
Oh, you're being very generous. 1944, happy 80th birthday to Michael Fish today.
Wow, I didn't realise he was that old.
I forecast a bright afternoon for him. Free kick to West Ham United, inside opposition territory. Doing anything for your birthday?
It's gone, my birthday's gone.
I thought you had a birthday treat coming up.
Afternoon tea. We got a little bit of afternoon tea we're looking forward to.
And you're going to go and see one of your idols, is that not right?
Ah, Johnny Lydon, yes, next Saturday. Audience with. Yes, I've received that as a present. Looking forward to that. Listen to the great man.
Here is Emerson with the free kick, offside flag up. It's a free kick over on the far side. I thought you were very excited about it, and then you forgot what was happening.
There's so much going on.
Yes,
I lose track.
I know. Free kick has been given to Liverpool because of the offside from the West Ham free kick, which is a real waste, really. Liverpool have scored a Premier League high 50 goals now in the second half of games and conceded a low of 15 in the second half. So they've scored 50 goals in the second half of matches just in the Premier League. And they have scored 27 goals in the final 15 minutes of matches. So West Ham will have to be very concentrated as we go deep into this game. We've hit the hour mark. It's West Ham 1, Liverpool 1 on talkSPORT tonight. It is brightening up a little bit inside the stadium now. Brightening up the derby, that's for sure. They've just got a second goal.
I've got to say, probably a draw for both of these teams will be looked at as not a particularly good result in the scheme of things.
No, absolutely right. There's no way that Liverpool can afford to drop any more points, even though I think they've already accepted that it's over for them.
Yeah, and I think from West Ham's point of view, chasing a European place, a point potentially won't be a good result.
Not with Newcastle and Manchester United, I suppose, expected, they might be wrong about this, to put points on the board today. They play Sheffield United and Burnley respectively. Ball is on halfway, Liverpool looking to push it forward. Diaz out towards the left, it's collected by Robertson and then back out wide to Ryan Gravenberch, who's looking to get the better of Sofao, and he does that brilliantly, gets some space down the left, pulls the ball back from the byline, in towards Diaz. Diaz then centres across, Gakpo trying to juggle with it, gets away from Ogbonna the first time, but not the second time, and then they're rescued by Souček, who dips back in and prods the ball back to Areola. Well, Van Dijk lets the ball bounce as Antonio goes in for a challenge. He felt he was nudged off the ball there, Antonio, and wanted a free kick, as West Ham looked to escape with a big ball over the top. But he didn't manage to get hold of it, and it's cleared away. Back into McAllister. Gakpo inside the box just about. Away by Ogbonna. Another bit of rearguard action. The ball missed by Quanta. And then Antonio challenging Quanta for the ball. It goes out of play on this near side. It's a throw-in. Antonio nearly took out Jurgen Klopp, and his era nearly came to a premature end, because if you're clattered into by Antonio, There's not much continuing going on.
No, it was one of those, Antonio.
Here's an effort from distance from Gravenberg. When I say distance, it's 35 yards out. Ariola's got close to it and tipped it round just in case.
Yeah, Antonio was raging about the earlier free kick not given, and he's run over and he thought, I'm going to shoulder charge Quanza off the pitch here, and Quanza just put the brakes on, and he went past him and nearly took his manager out. A comedy sketch there, I think, from the silent movie era.
Yes, Pep Linders and Jurgen Klopp in deep conversations. The corner comes in towards the near post, flicked into the air, comes back out to Gakpo. Oh, takes a deflection off Ogbonna and goes behind. Gakpo completely miskicked it. It hits Ogbonna, goes beyond Areola, and Liverpool have taken the lead. It's a chaotic and calamitous goal for West Ham to concede. And after scoring from a set piece earlier in the game, they've now conceded from one, and after being 1-0 up, they're 2-1 down.
Well, West Ham and the architects their own downfall a little bit there. The ball come in the box, it was there to be cleared. They've not done that. The ball bounced around. It's been hit, it's not on target. It's hit Ogbonna in the midriff, shot into the goal via Souček. Really scrappy goal, but we've had a few scrappy. Well, that is scrappy.
Right, tell me whose own goal that is, because it could be Ogbonna's, it could be Souček's, it could be Areola's. It's hit all three of them, literally. As it pinball through.
It was pinball. It's gone here, there and everywhere. For me, I've no idea. I would give it to the Liverpool player.
Yeah, that's going to be an own goal for someone, an unwanted one. That is for sure. Ogbonna's touch is on target, but does that count in the own goal rules? It will go to the disputed goals panel, I think.
And I think they'll kick it out of the disputed goals to somewhere else who can't make a decision personally, looking at that.
Yeah, it was really mad because actually Gakpo completely miskicks the ball, and it just hits Ogbonna on the chest, who's about 4 yards away from him, goes back towards goal, spins off the boot of Souček, who's on the line, hits Areola and goes in.
Yeah, it was a really scrappy passage of play, I've got to say, but Liverpool won't worry about that. They've got their noses front.
Into the area, dancing into the box and getting a right-footed shot drawn low down towards the near post, stopped by Alisson.
Now, I think West Ham have paid the penalty for certainly not getting a grip of the game. Kudos and Antonio not getting and putting Liverpool on the back foot, and they're just coming forward time and time again now.
Peterborough 2, Bolton 2. Peterborough can't be promoted today, but they can get in better form ahead of the playoffs by getting something against Bolton, who are trying to get promoted. They're going to be going into the playoffs as well, because Derby 2-0 up are going to join Portsmouth in the Championship. Thomas Souček has been given the own goal. Here on the far side, the right, Bowen trying to get West Ham back into the game now. 67 minutes on the clock. It's gone very quickly from a positive West Ham atmosphere to a bit of a frustrated one.
Yeah, it certainly has. As I say, they come out and conceding that goal just after half-time to put them on the back foot.
Long throw into the Liverpool penalty area. Sent in by Sofal, flicked on by Zuma, didn't reach Emerson, was missed by Elliott. Down the left by the byline, Kudus sends the ball, kept alive by Antonio. Will break on the end of the box here for Alvarez. Leaves it for Emerson. They keep it alive sensibly instead of going for the Hollywood effort, which wouldn't have troubled Alisson. And then Ogbonna will get it back to his goalkeeper and plays safety first. Areola will then chip it out to the right side, looking for Bowen. Bowen beaten in the air by Robertson, but they'll take the throw from that sort of distance, and then threatened to actually get things moving quickly, didn't quite manage it.
This is inspired West Ham to get on the front foot, probably for the first time this half.
Yeah. West Ham United 1, Liverpool 2 on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget, with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton against Liverpool live, Everton against Brentford live today, contract free. With a Now Sports membership, search Now Sports. We're changing it again, by the way. Initially, my notification said Ogbonna, then it said Souček, and now Areola has been given it. That tells you, I think, the story. that it was a confusing moment for the West Ham defence. West Ham 1, Liverpool 2 is all that really matters on the scoreboard. And here comes Luis Diaz, fed by Gravenberg, in behind the West Ham defence. He shoots low, saved down to his right by goalkeeper Areola at the near post as he got beyond Ogbonna there and was threatening to outpace the big Italian. He then poked his shot quickly towards goal, and Areola had to use his reflexes to get down smartly.
Yeah, the game's getting a bit stretched now. There's West Ham players not recovering
McAllister
quickly.
into the box, trying to squeeze between the two defenders and get on the end of an Alexander-Arnold pinch ball. And he glanced it into the arms of Areola.
Yeah, a straightforward run there. The back line, we're looking at the replay, they're flat-footed, they're not on their toes at all. And Elliott was McAllister very unfortunate not to score another goal and put the game beyond West Ham.
Socek heads the ball away, picked up by Trent Alexander-Arnold. Van Dijk forward, onto Gravenberg, helping it through. Kurt Zuma steps in, wins it back, collected by Alvarez, and West Ham come forward with 20 minutes left to play. Out it goes to Kudus, retrieved by Emerson. Emerson then back in field.
West Ham will either get an equaliser or concede another two, the way things are going. They're a bit loose, leaving a few more players up the pitch, and it's giving Liverpool that bit more space to operate in.
Good touch by Paquetá, but an equally good bit of defensive play by Endo on halfway. And the fact that it is so open might mean that we get to see a little bit more from Paquetá, might see a little bit more from McAllister. We haven't seen on the ball as much today either. Liverpool know that by winning here today, they will temporarily go up into second position above Manchester City, but Manchester City will have 2 games in hand. Here is Kudus on halfway, looking to run through the centre circle. He's got Antonio to his right, but he's going to face up Kwanzaa, gets to the edge of the box and then runs into traffic, loses the ball. Elliott brings it clear. There wasn't enough West Ham bodies that got up with him as he went on the charge there.
No, and he's got to put the brakes on when he's fronted up by 2 players. He's run out of momentum. You've just got to keep the ball and bring a teammate in some way, shape or form. Just about sums his day up a little bit frustrating there.
Yeah. This will be 1 win in 8 Premier League games, should it stay like this for West Ham. And that means that spells like that give oxygen to those who think things aren't quite right here. Supporters who think that with Bowen, Alvarez, Paquetá, Kudus, they should be doing better than they are. Individually, those players have all got to perform as well. It's a similar sort of scenario at Old Trafford, where they take on Burnley today, Manchester United, in front of talkSPORT's Cameron Pope.
Yes, no changes for the Manchester United side who beat Sheffield United 3 days ago, and once again, no Marcus Rashford in the squad. Casemiro will play at centre-half, Christian Eriksen gets another start in midfield, with Mason Mount fit enough to return to the bench. For Burnley, one change from their win versus Played last weekend. David Datro Fofana starts in place of Charlie Taylor. From 3, Manchester United versus Burnley.
Antonio holds the ball up well from Alvarez's pass, sends it out wide towards the right. Sofao's ball back into the centre is too high for Antonio, and West Ham attack peters out as a result of that. Sofao recovers well to stop a Liverpool breakaway, but it's only momentary because it's then pinged out to the left, and Diaz, who dances his way into the box, a shot which is saved brilliantly by Alphonse Areola, wafting the ball away that looked as if it was heading over his head. I think he got deceived by the movement of the ball, and as a result of that, it looked to be going behind him, but he stuck out a big red hand and swatted it clear. Change here, and Ward-Prowse is coming onto the pitch. Who's he going to replace? We can't see from this sort of range.
Socek on his way, I think.
Socek, yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
What difference will that make?
Well, you're lacking a lot of aerial threat, and Thomas does a lot of unselfish work blocking things up in the middle of the pitch, but you've got a master deliverer, an assist merchant coming onto the pitch, let alone his goal scoring threat. So I think the game's become very, very stretched at this stage. You know, as I say, West Ham look as though on the counter attack they can get breached.
Interesting to see what goal-scoring threat is available to Gary O'Neill at Molineux this afternoon. Luton, the visitors, in front of talkSPORT's Dave Rowe.
Yes, Wolves make 3 changes from their midweek defeat to Bournemouth, and Mateus Cunha is back in the starting lineup. Doherty and Traore also come in. Santiago Bueno is out injured. 1 change for Luton, who have to stop conceding goals. Kabore is injured, his place taken by Hashioka. Adebayo is back on the bench.
Sheffield United will be relegated if they lose at St James's Park today. We'll get there for team news in just a second, but it's a good move by Diaz to get away from Bonner. He races from halfway into the centre of the pitch. Out wide towards the left is Robertson, and his low shot really should have been across to Elliott at the far post, who was unmarked. It didn't go there. It went towards goal, and it was cut out by Alphonse Areola, and it remains 2-1 to Liverpool. So Sheffield United trying to stay in the division. They take on Newcastle today. It's live on talkSPORT 2. Here's Adam Bridge, who's your commentator.
2 changes for Newcastle. Draft and Barnes drop to the bench. Livramento and Hall come in. It means a switch to a back 4 for Eddie Howe's side. As for Sheffield United, it's the same side that faced Manchester United in midweek. The same 11 are in the last chance saloon, live on talkSPORT 2 from 3.
Here is McAllister just in front of the centre circle for Liverpool, who lead by 2 goals to 1 here with just 15 minutes to play at the London Stadium. Steered back to Kwanzaa inside the centre circle. We can go off to Fulham and down by the river for us this afternoon. Jim Proudfoot.
And Fulham make 2 changes to the side that was beaten by Liverpool. Diop replaces Tosin, who's confirmed that he intends to leave in the summer. Reed's in for Lukic, and Willian is back on the bench. Ezra's injury rules him out. It's a knee problem, so Elise comes in. It's the only change to the Eagles side that beat Newcastle as they seek a 4th straight win.
Thanks, Jim. And he'll be part of the team that takes you round the grounds from 2:30 with Adrian Durham, who's based at Manchester United today. And remember, tomorrow all the goals if they go in from the Premier League and the WSL on the Sunday session. We start at 1:30. Mo Salah and Joe Gomez about to come on for Liverpool. As we get towards the conclusion of this match in League One, I can tell you that Barnsley look as if they're going to get a playoff place. They're beating Northampton by 1-0. Derby beating Carlisle means they will be promoted. I'll go through the relegation situation in just a moment, but Kudus is dancing his way to the edge of the box. He's fed Antonio, and then Paquetá is looking for the ball. Alisson's lost it. He's punched it into the air. It's come out to the right side. It's laid in by Bowen. Doesn't reach Paquetá. And it's cleared away by Liverpool. Back in by Sofau, towards the far post. Alexander-Arnold with a header away. Emerson brings it down, shoots, and it's a brilliant save. Brilliant save by Alisson, who bounced back up to dive to his left and stop what would have been a certain goal. Great chance for West Ham.
Magnificent effort there. We're right behind it. He's chested it down, and as it come up, he's hit it with venom, pace and swerve, and the goalkeeper done brilliantly to keep it out.
Here come West Ham again, buoyed by that with 13 to go. Jared Bowen into the box, delivering across. Antonio! 2-2! Rising highest in between the 2 centre-backs, combining with Bowen again. And Liverpool, who have a habit of conceding goals, cannot kick it in East London. West Ham 2, Liverpool 2, another headed goal from West Ham, another headed goal which is Liverpool's undoing, and that is why they will not win the Premier League. 2-2.
Well, I've got to say, Emerson's shot, it was cleared, but the danger wasn't cleared, and Bowen on the outside working his magic, coming in on that left foot, just lofted the ball into the box. He's come off the back of Van Dijk, and I've got to say, a wonderful, sorry Van Dijk, I've done you a misservice, it's Kwanzaa. Great movement by Antonio. He's just come off the back of Kwanzaa and just wrong-footed Alisson into the corner it come from. Great header.
Well, Mikel Antonio, who scored 5 goals in his first 7 appearances against Liverpool, but no goal in 7 games against them before today. Scored last week against Crystal Palace and is on the score sheet once more. Mikel Antonio with a goal, rising highest inside the 6-yard box, producing a brilliant, powerful header which was unreachable from Alisson. And they just had a bit of a warning sign. Emerson's effort saved by Alisson moments before. There was a bit of West Ham pressure, and now this crowd feel as if they can go on and win it.
I think both teams here will think that they can win the game, and between you and I think we don't believe that the goal scoring's finished.
Certainly not finished at London Road, where Peterborough lead Bolton by 3 goals to 2. They were 2-0 up in the first 15 minutes, Bolton, and have conceded 3 goals, and Peterborough are going to get all 3 points, it looks like there, and that will mean that those two will finish on 86 points. Both of them will have 86 points, and Bolton will finish 3rd, Peterborough 4th, Barnsley 5th this moment in time, and Oxford United are sneaking into the playoffs as well. Here is Ogbonna down the left-hand side, kicking the ball against the new recruit, Joe Gomez, who's come on for Trent Alexander-Arnold. That was one of the changes. The other change was the introduction of Mo Salah, who's come on for Diaz. And yet another change, Elliott going off and Darwin Núñez coming on. So a triple change for Liverpool.
A bit surprised that Diaz has gone off. I've been quite impressed with him today. I think he's been at the heart of a lot of good things and dangerous things in the Liverpool attack.
It was Endo who came off for Núñez. Elliott still remained on the field of play. Ball out on the left-hand side, and it's with Gravenberch, who's had an influence on the game today. He takes it back and gives it infield. He plays a reverse ball into Robertson, whose cross is blocked by Alvarez, goes out for a corner. West Ham fans are taunting the Liverpool support behind the goal. Got to concentrate on keeping this one out of the net after what was a calamitous corner the last time it came into the box from this sort of range. Robertson into the near post, Zuma away, Elliott wins a header, further cleared by Emerson, but a great ball out towards the near touchline. It's whacked back in by Gravenberch. That's an easy header out by Paquetá, but they've got to get out here, West Ham. They're just, again, after getting back in the game, settling for being a little bit too deep. Need to get more bodies out of the box than in it. Here is Gravenberch, getting away from Kudus. Not a great ball. And, well, a better one from Ogbonna would have released Antonio there. He didn't, and the back marker, McAllister, gets there just ahead of him. Still, Joe Gomez wrestling with Kudus, and then Emerson showing his tenacity, following in on Gravenberch as he looks to travel down the touchline.
Yeah, both teams look as though they want to push forward and get this victory that's going to certainly help both of their causes, one for Europe and the other one putting some pressure on the 2 title contenders.
Yeah, Liverpool have had their problems with accuracy, putting away those big chances that they create. They've also hit the woodworks 22 times in the Premier League alone. And having looked at all those stats as we did in the build-up to this game, Stuart, the only thing it really told me is that there is a lot to work with there for Arne Slot, and there are things that you can put right pretty quickly.
Well, if you think Liverpool haven't got a good squad, there's no hope for most of the rest of the Premier League. They've got a fantastic squad with a lot of attacking opportunities.
Good ball by Kudus into Alvarez, the return ball not good enough. He went on the hunt down the left-hand side, needed a decent ball from his former teammate at Ajax, didn't work out that way.
Yeah, maybe the one thing you've got to curtail a little bit, maybe some of the goals they concede are a little bit loose at times, you know, dealing with straightforward balls in the box, that type of thing, Liverpool, but, you know, it's been costly for them today. It was costly in midweek as well.
Peterborough 3, Bolton 3. And Cameron Jerome has got the equaliser late on in that game. Seemed like the game of the day to be at. Here is Salah down the right-hand side, dancing towards the edge of the box, away by Ogbonna. He clears it away from the edge of the 6-yard area, and it's out for a throw-in. West Ham 2, Liverpool 2. Means that Liverpool losing further ground in the title race that no one really thought that they were going to be in after today. They'll have 75 points. Arsenal will have 77 ahead of the North London derby. City will be second, 76. Here is Salah down the right, though, trying to change that into Núñez. He's missed the target from 4 yards out. And they're claiming it should be a corner. They're claiming there was a save. But Darwin Núñez is being told by Anthony Taylor, nah, you missed it.
No, I'll tell you what, that was Soufal. That was brilliant, brilliant defending. He's got first touch on that. Núñez is waiting to tap it in the goal, and Soufal, I think, has got back and cleared it behind the goal. Wonderful, wonderful recovery challenge by him.
Well, if that's the case, then the referee's made a major mishap because he's given a goal kick.
Yeah, I think he has. I think he's just got that wrong.
Ball cleared away by Alphonse Areola. Loose in midfield. The ball is with Gravenberg. Helps it on down the right, looking for Salah. Salah doesn't get there. Areola does. Lincoln 0, Portsmouth 1 is the latest scoreline. The champions in League One taking the lead late on against the team that were hoping that they were going to be involved in the playoffs today. Antonio trying to escape, not going to happen. McAllister was fouled in the build-up to it, and that's going to be a free kick. Emerson is the man who's penalised. How much of a foul was this?
Well, time will tell on that. It wasn't at all, actually, but the reaction of McAllister going on the floor has dictated the referee's decision, as it often does in the game nowadays.
Which you're quite happy about.
Yeah, I love it.
I've worked out.
Nothing I'd prefer more than an overreaction from a player.
Yes, I thought that was very much your thing these days. Here is Alvarez chasing into the corner as Gomez looks to try and get down the touchline, produce a cross. The slide tackle puts it out of play, and it goes out for a corner. With just 5 minutes remaining, West Ham 2, Liverpool 2. I won't mention those stats again. Liverpool scored 27 goals in the final 15 minutes of games, and they've scored 8 goals after the 90-minute mark. Their late show usually turns up, and here's a ball in towards the near post. Gakpo with a header, saved by Areola, comes back out towards Gravenberg. Ball, the defender and goalkeeper have got in each other's way, and then Areola has launched himself into the air to catch the second ball as it popped up loopy into the sky, and he grabbed it.
You've got to say, there's been carnage defending there. A great header. Emerson's got the block in front of the goalkeeper, then another shot, then Emerson's got a block in front of the goalkeeper again. It is, well, very similar to that goal
edging your
from
seat
Liverpool
suck.
earlier. Certainly was.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what. Oh, this is interesting.
Because Areola picked the ball up and threw it out to the edge of the box. Now, I thought that was going to be a play on. Gakpo then went running over to try and nick it off Areola because he felt that the ball was dead.
I'll tell you what, the referee's just made his own rules up here to cover his mistake, in my opinion.
And Gakpo could have pinched the ball and put it in the net.
If I was him, I would have done just then. He ran towards the ball, the referee blew his whistle and stopped him putting the ball in the net, because I think it would have caused more problems. Areola got up and was about to play on.
And now it's gone down saying he needs treatment. That's why he stopped the game.
I'm not sure about that.
So did Areola signal to the referee and say he needed treatment and needed to stop the game? Because the ball came out of the sky, he smothered it, ball went into his chest, laid on the floor, claimed that he was hurt but stayed on the floor. He got up, and then as he got up, being helped by Cody Gakpo, he walked away with the ball in his hands. He then threw the ball out, looked down at his shins. Then Gakpo went up and went to play the ball that was loose on the sort of just in front of the penalty spot. But before he could get there, Anthony Taylor thought, I've got to stop this, blew the whistle.
I've got to say, you know when you think you've seen everything in football, that's new. I'm telling you, that is new. The goalkeeper's put the ball down, the game hadn't stopped, and Gakpo would have been more in his rights to go and put the ball in the back of the net. If I was him, I'd have finished it off and put it in the back of the net and said to the referee, tell me where in the laws of the game you're stopping the game now.
There was no reason for him to stop the game because there was no infringement. Here is Antonio trying to get around the back of Kwanzaa, who heads the ball out and behind and away for a corner with 2 minutes plus injury time left to play. And a few West Ham fans are sensing that maybe there's a possibility of a late twist.
You just get the impression there is a goal in this game, and I've no idea what direction it's going, but you just get the impression there's going to be a twist in it.
couldn't score a third headed goal here, could they? Here is the corner to be taken on the near side by James Ward-Prowse. He's pretty good at delivering balls from this sort of situation. Right-footed, he goes right under the goalkeeper, it's punched away, comes back out to the edge of the box, looking to escape at speed though, and he does at rapid speed, and he's bursting away at pace. He's run half the length of the pitch, he's got Nunez with him, and he's played it well behind him. Comes back to Elliott, edge of the area, a shot into the far corner, hits the top of the crossbar. So close from Elliott for a winner in the 89th minute.
Well, Salah's done brilliant. He's run 70 yards with the ball and then give one of the worst passes to his teammate that you could wish to imagine behind him. Stopped the attack. He thought the attack was over until it went to Elliott. He had other ideas, unloaded a brilliant shot, beat the goalie, smashed the crossbar.
In League One, Portsmouth the champions. Derby going up in second position courtesy of a 2-goal victory over Carlisle. The playoffs will be made up by Bolton, Peterborough, Barnsley and Oxford at this moment in time, who lead by 2 goals to 1. Lincoln Training means that they will be in the final place. At the bottom of the table, Cheltenham need a goal. If they get a goal in the final few minutes, then they will be safe in League One. Fleetwood already down. Port Vale going with them, and Carlisle already went too. Ian Dancer will bring you the closing stages on talkSPORT 2. Here, West Ham United have come back from 2-1 down after leading 1-0. To get what looks like a point, it will give them 49 from 35. There'll still be a point behind Newcastle. There's 5 minutes of added time, though, still to play. Here on the right is Gomez, getting the ball into the box. We've just hit the 90-minute mark. Liverpool on the attack with Mo Salah, right edge of the area. 2-2 the score on talkSPORT. Out wide to Elliott, then back in from McAllister, deep to the far post. It's over the head of Sofal, goes out of play. What are they going to give here? Corner kick. Change to Bosley, coming on for Quanta. So they're going for it in the final few moments of the game, Liverpool. They want to try and get 3 points that would take them, if they were to get them, into second position and level on points with Arsenal, who would have a game in hand over them. So Bosley comes onto the pitch, corner far side. Going to be whipped in, left-footed by Andrew Robertson, the Scotland captain. He does so brilliantly. It's towards Gomez. The ball loops into the air, kept alive at the near post by Szoboszlai. Sends it back to the edge of the area, lifted by Gravenberg, and very quickly claimed by Areola. And Antonio and Kudus immediately started to sprint towards the halfway line, but Areola had zero interest in getting it up the path.
Well, I think Areola has probably not picked up what is needed in this game, and what was needed was an early delivery to win the game.
Yeah, he should have gone for it, shouldn't he?
Indeed he should.
Antonio flicks it on after the ball eventually does come his way from Areola. Then Kudus puts pressure on McAllister. Nolan, the West Ham coach, Kevin Nolan, wants to get things moving quickly and goes and wins the ball, gets it back, throws it into the arms of Emerson. Emerson will launch it down the touchline. Antonio trying to use his body, does use his body, gets dragged to the floor by Szoboszlai. Free kick, 92 minutes on the clock, 20 yards away from the penalty area. A chance for James Ward-Prowse to deliver and put it into the chaos zone.
Yeah, for me, just go and load the box up. This is your big last chance. The bottom line is a point going to be helpful to West Ham in regard to trying to get into Europe? I think not.
No, Chelsea have got 3 games on them, Newcastle 2 and Manchester United 2. Here is Ward-Prowse into the box. It's away by McAllister, drops for Edson Alvarez, who controls it, nudges it into the path of Kudus. Kudus again, whose touch has just been so scruffy in possession, and he's done some really good work, and then his final ball has let him down, and then there's been moments like that when it's come to him and he just hasn't been able to get it under control, and it's sort of hit the inside of his shin and bobbled away.
Yeah, he's not been pure clarity in his work today, it's fair to say, but I've got to mention as well, Elliott done well there, read which way he was turning, was waiting for him.
Well, this will be 4 wins from 12 for Liverpool after 7 in a row. The ball goes in the box, well defended by Sofal. 4 wins from 12 after 7 in a row from Liverpool. That's the reason they've faltered. They've lost their consistency.
Yeah, indeed. As I say, a couple of players have lost a little bit of form. They've missed chances, as you mentioned earlier before the game.
Cheltenham heartbreak. They've conceded late on against Stevenage. They trail by 2-1. That will condemn them to relegation to League Two. Here's Antonio picking the ball up after a flick on. He plays it to the left. Kuma's trying to get there, and Gomez read it. Ball wasn't right from Antonio, but Elliott has kept it alive. And inadvertently given it back to West Ham. Paquetá going down the left. He's had it pinched by Szoboszlai. Throw it down by the corner flag. Goes Liverpool's way. That was a big chance.
Yeah, it was a big chance. Antonio basically has left the pass too short. Enabled the player to cut the ball out. And Liverpool come forward again.
Yeah, they're on the hunt maybe for a winner. In the 95th minute of the game, the final minute of stoppage time that's been allocated by the referee. It's clipped to the far post, Szoboszlai, away by Emerson. There's a problem for Robertson on the far side, but Liverpool keep it moving. Now, Alexis McAllister looks up, plays it wide. Elliott here. Would a goal for Liverpool change the complexion of their outlook going forward? Would a goal for West Ham completely kill it off? Scruffing from McAllister, allowing Bowen to escape. He's fought down by McAllister. That's going to be a yellow card for the Argentine. And a free kick. And they wanted to play quickly, and Anthony Taylor wouldn't let them do so. Robertson's gone down now, wants treatment, and that's going to slow the pace, and it will be just one last dead ball situation that West Ham get to play for.
Well, when Jarrod Bowen picked the ball up there, I don't think he identified, like you did a couple of moments earlier, that Robertson was in big trouble physically. His best bet would have been to run straight down his throat, push it past him and run. There would have been no recovery from him. He slowed down, he dallied a little bit, and then McAllister just brought him down.
Well, this is it. Last chance saloon for West Ham United. Ward-Prowse delivers a free kick into Antonio. Chests it down, tries to shoot, blocked by McAllister, and that's it. End of the game. Goes out for a corner, but the referee's already blown. The fans furious that they don't get another chance. They thought they should get the option to take the corner. It's not going to be forthcoming. There's an embrace between Klopp and David Moyes on the touchline. And although the love may not linger at West Ham, it certainly will at Liverpool. There may be relationships that are coming towards an end, but the respect will last. West Ham and Liverpool probably won't achieve all that they hoped for this season, but when they look back on the Moyes and Klopp eras, they will do so with fondness further down the line. West Ham will still feel that they might be able to finish in the top 7. Liverpool's season, like their manager's time in the dugout, is almost over. It's finished. West Ham 2, Liverpool 2.
Sam Maspace, thank you very much. Yeah, by the looks of the players on the pitch at the moment, it feels as though this is a bigger point for West Ham. Certainly the Liverpool players only fractionally heading or pointing in the direction of their away supporters to clap them and thank them for coming over. It is the West Ham players who are still out on the pitch and thanking their fans here. Dominant display from Liverpool yet again. You can see Jurgen Klopp right now hugging James Ward-Prowse. He has made a point of heading to the West Ham players. Virgil van Dijk looks despondent, as does Alexis McAllister. It's not been a good day for Liverpool in their title charge. You've got to say it's all but over. Dominant on the pitch, dominant in terms of possession, in terms of shots. But as Sam Maspace pointed out pre-match, they just have not been able to convert those shots, which would then be converted into points. Salah and Nunez left on the bench before kickoff. Both came on. Salah with a heated exchange with his manager, Jurgen Klopp. He had to be stopped from remonstrating by Nunez. And this is where they are now. They've won 1, Liverpool, in their last 5 Premier League games. Salah has now gone 5 Premier League games without a goal. For West Ham, though, this feels a lot bigger, as I say. 15 games they've played against Liverpool. If you look at the stats in that, they've lost 12 of them. They've drawn 3. All 3 of those have been at home. So this, in some ways, has turned out to be a little bit of a banana skin, if not a full-blown one, for this Liverpool side, whose title charge, you have to say, Stuart Pearce, is over.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We felt that was the case before the game, but losing 2 points potentially, gaining a point, whichever way you look at it, won't be enough in the title chase this year. There's no doubt about that. The standards are that high with the other two. And they probably just faltered at the wrong time of the season. You know, you can almost see and feel the frustration around Liverpool.
Virgil van Dijk's walking with pretty much his head down.
Yeah,
Back into the tunnel right now.
Salah went off very early. As soon as the game ended, he walked down the tunnel, and the body language of the Liverpool players is that of a real frustration. And as you say, it is what it is now with them. I think West Ham, whilst they'll be slightly more pleased with the point eventually, Liverpool are playing in a standard where they're playing quite well, but they've got this sort of soft underbelly that ball's coming into the box and causing them a problem, and that was where the 2 West Ham goals come from.
Yeah, I mean, Liverpool are in third. They're a point behind Manchester City, who are then a point behind Arsenal, but Liverpool have played 2 games more than Manchester City, who of course have that game in hand. They play Spurs next week in midweek, and Arsenal, if they do beat Spurs in the North London derby, they'll be 5 points ahead of Liverpool, and it's a long way back right now. It's a team that's run out of steam, isn't it?
It looks that way, it's fair to say. Too many of their players have probably lost a little bit of real clarity and real form. You know, Salah would be one of them, maybe Núñez a little bit. At the front end of the team, where these players make a real difference, where your team can go 1 or 2-0 ahead in games and be very clinical. They're missing those chances and then conceding sloppy goals at the back, and that's where they're at.
Yeah, Salah was a man on a mission, wasn't he, with that break on the counter just a few minutes from full time, and Harvey Elliott, of course, with an ambitious long-range strike which then went off the bar. And I don't know if you saw it, Stuart, but there was an altercation between him and Jurgen Klopp as well. I'm sure we'll find out in due course what exactly that was all about. But he is a man who hasn't scored in his last 5 Premier League games. He's somebody who is not used to those sorts of levels. His standards are much higher. When you're a player like Salah and you're reaching the end of the cycle, probably of this sort of that group of Liverpool players, he's one of the the few that are still left. Do you think that's playing a part? Do you think he's now looking in a different direction?
Whether he is or not, I don't know, but you know what it's like when you've set your standards as ludicrously high as Salah has. Then there's no doubt about it, you do get very frustrated with your own form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
You can see, we're watching it here.
Just looking at a replay of that and the interaction between the players. Jurgen said something to Salah, and obviously he's reacted, and the more he's reacting, the more physical. And Núñez and Gomez have had to almost be peacemakers.
Yeah. And held him back.
This type of thing potentially happens with frustration on form with Salah, and knowing that the manager's leaving the football club, that you know full well potentially, look, he's not going to be here in a couple of weeks.
What about for West Ham then? Because as we were saying, it's a really important point for West Ham. And if you look at the Premier League table, it keeps them in the mix for that European position. They're in 8th. It's very congested. I mean, you've got Manchester United, Newcastle, West Ham, even Chelsea could fight to get in that top 7. But it's an important point for them, and it keeps them there. But does it do anything to change the attitude towards David Moyes? Because they took the early lead, didn't they?
Well, yeah,
they should have held out.
As I say, I mean, that's just noise for David. I'm sure his team have gone out here, got a couple of goals, they've conceded a couple as well. It's been a pretty open game. Whether this point will be a helpful or a hindrance point, we don't know. They've still got to get above another team to finish in the European places, so it looks. So the running will be interesting. They've got a tough running as well. They're at Chelsea, they're at Manchester City, to name but 2 of their games on the running.
Feels as though a point hasn't really helped either side.
No, we said that in commentary. Both teams were going to come off the pitch if it was a draw and think, well, we've lost a bit of ground there, in what we're trying to achieve at our varying clubs.
How do they pick themselves up now with the games that are remaining? Certainly from Liverpool's side. I mean, they talk of the quadruple at the start of the season. They've dropped out of every single competition, and then now, they're very difficult to find a way back in this Premier League. How on earth if you're Jurgen Klopp and you've got your star man Salah remonstrating like that with you, and the goals aren't coming, the victories aren't coming, how do you pick this side up for the remaining games of the season? And, you know, we had the farewell tour, didn't we, at the start of the season? It feels like it's not going to be the farewell tour. He's got a big job, hasn't he now, Jurgen Klopp?
Yeah, he has. I mean, you've almost got to turn around if you're in Jurgen's position and say, you know what, I'm just going to enjoy these few games. I'm going to go out and just enjoy it. I'm not going to wind myself up about it. I know what my future lies ahead. He might have a break from football. Whatever he's going to do, I don't know. It's been a massive credit to English football, I think. I've really enjoyed his time in England. I hope at some stage he comes back and manages here again at whatever club that might be. I like the way his teams play. It's exciting on the front foot football, high energy, and I think he's been an absolute credit to the game here.
He has been an absolute credit to the game. I think it's time to discuss our man of the match from today's game with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Right. Which side are you going with? Who are you going with, Stuart Pearce?
This isn't easy, by the way.
It isn't,
It isn't easy, but
I feel like I know...
The person who caught my eye probably the most in the game, that I thought had most influence in the game in regard to goal scoring attempts and assists, was Diaz. So that's where I'm going.
Okay, Luis Diaz, our man of the match from today's game with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
So here at the London Stadium, it finished West Ham 2, Liverpool 2, a result which doesn't help either side in their ambitions for remaining in the title race and for European football next season. But that's how it ended, a point apiece. Over on talkSPORT 2, it's the final day of the Sky Bet League One regular season, and Derby County have been promoted. Congratulations to them. They've beaten Carlisle at Pride Park to seal the second automatic promotion spot. They'll be back in the Sky Bet Championship next season alongside champions Portsmouth. Well, Bolton and Peterborough drew 3-3. They'll both be in the playoffs alongside Oxford United, who won 2-1 at Exeter, and Barnsley, who drew 1-1 with Northampton Town. So Bolton will play Barnsley in the playoffs, and Peterborough will be up against Oxford. You'll be able to hear all of those matches, of course, on the talkSPORT network. At the bottom of the table, Cheltenham Town are relegated. They lost 2-1 at Stevenage, and they'll join Carlisle, Port Vale and Fleetwood in League 2 next season. Burton Albion lost 3-0 at Fleetwood, but they stay up because Cheltenham couldn't get the win. Plenty going on. It's that part of the season, isn't it, where it all starts to matter. And it really does matter for Liverpool. They dropped points again in the run, in their hopes of winning the Premier League are surely over now. They're a point behind Manchester City, but having played 2 games more, 2 points behind Arsenal, who've also a game in hand. Jurgen Klopp's side have won just once in their last 5 league matches, and that form at the end of the season just doesn't win you league titles, does it? We'll be really interested to see what Jurgen Klopp says at the end of this game. West Ham, of course, have to say, are in the hunt for that European place. They're a point behind Newcastle in 7th, but they played 2 games more, so plenty to keep up with as we head into this run-in of the season. How exciting it's been so far. I'm sure plenty more twists and turns to come. Sam Matterface will be heading downstairs to speak to David Moyes and, of course, Jurgen Klopp. As I say, we want to hear what he has to say, particularly over that altercation with Mohamed Salah, and I'm sure Sam will be asking all the right questions for that one. You can hear both of their reactions very shortly on talkSPORT. Over on talkSPORT 2, we're going to bring you live commentary of Newcastle against Sheffield United, while here on talkSPORT, Adrian Durham will take you around the grounds with all the goals as they go in the Premier League and EFL. That one's up next.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
1-1. 3-2. Oh, that's got goalless draw written all over it. Get your Super 6 predictions in before 3 p.m. today for the chance to win £250,000. It's free to play. There are more prizes than ever before and huge jackpots every week. There's even more to play for and more ways to win with Super 6. Download the app and enter for free by 3 p.m. Saturday. 18+, T's and C's apply.
game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Hard-hitting football coverage. Game day. Razor sharp reaction to all the goals at all the games.
It's gone into the back of the net.
Game day live
on talkSPORT.
This is Game Day Live on talkSPORT on the final day of the regular season in League Two, the penultimate Saturday of the Championship season, and another big day in the Premier League. The show comes live from Old Trafford as Burnley fight for survival. In fact, all three of the bottom three are in action at 3.
You know, we've obviously had a poor season, and that's there for everybody to see, and we've had to take that. But as I said, it doesn't last forever.
I know we still have a chance, that's all that matters for me. Every weekend can bring such a shift, and I'd like it to keep tilting our way for it.
It's so important. It's really exciting. And it's good that we're still in that fight and we've got a chance of getting out of it.
Off the edge of the area, push it behind Zabani. He strikes high into the net and smashes it home. Now Gudmundsson, he's got a fourth for Burnley. Any lingering thoughts of safety that Claret's fans might have had? They're starting to believe that a little bit more. Punching it out and finds the bottom corner. Alexander Isak lights up St James's Park.
Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 8, and an 8th different goal scorer.
Any form of European qualification after the season we've had would be a success.
Oh, what a magnificent hit from Bruno Fernandes.
Trailing twice to Sheffield United. Eric Ten Hag's men get the job done.
Well, that's not been said too often this season. Good afternoon, I'm Adrian Durham, live at Old Trafford for Game Day Live on talkSPORT. All the goals as they go in. A show which is about to take a summer break in a few weeks' time. Let's bring in our guys. Perry Groves and Molyneux for Wolves against Luton. More drop points for Liverpool, who now, Perry, are out of the title race.
Yeah, I think there was the embers, wasn't there, of a title challenge, but I think today it's been completely extinguished. And I think just looking at the game, Liverpool just missed too many chances. I think Mo Salah coming back from the Africa Cup Nations, he hasn't been the same. I don't know if he's carrying an injury. He's snatching more than a pickpocket at the moment, and everything he goes for, he goes over the bar or goes wide, and had the little water case at the end, so everything's not right, is there, in that camp. And I said when it was announced, Dave, that Jurgen Klopp was going, I know they didn't want to, you know, they probably had to do it to get a hold of the story and control it. No matter what job you do, if you know your manager or your boss isn't going to be there at the end of a period of time, subconsciously you just lose your edge, and I think that's what happened to Liverpool.
Finished West Ham 2, Liverpool 2. Alvin Martin is at Huddersfield Birmingham, big relegation game in the Championship this afternoon. It's a decent point for West Ham. They probably needed all three, to be honest, Alvin. One of the interesting things, and we'll get more on this when Sam Matchface interviews certainly Jurgen Klopp after the game. We'll hear that on this show. Little altercation between Mo Salah and Jurgen Klopp after the game had finished. I don't think this is how Jurgen Klopp wanted his time at Liverpool to come to a close.
No, it's disappointing, Adrian. I think I think everyone outside of the club, I think everybody within inside of Liverpool as well would say that since he arrived, he's improved Liverpool beyond recognition, and also brought a lot to the Premier League. And I think I'd love to see him go out with the respect that he deserves, and that's something that I'm really disappointed in the player there, Mo Salah. I think Jurgen Klopp has been a great manager, a great man manager, with a real rapport with his team and everyone that's played underneath him. So to see that today from Mo Salah disappoints me.
More from those two guys in just a second, but let's head around the ground, starting here at Manchester United, where Burnley are looking to win back-to-back games for the first time this season. Alongside me for talkSPORT, Cameron Pope.
Thanks, Adrian. Vincent Kompany's side make the short trip down the M66, knowing Forest sit within striking distance. 3 points the gap to safety today, and the Clarets take on a Manchester United who still need to secure a place in Europe for next season. Erik ten Hag names an unchanged 11 from the side that started the win over Sheffield United midweek. That's Onana in goal, Dalot, Maguire, Casemiro and Wan-Bissaka at the back, Eriksen and Mainu in midfield, behind Fernandes with Garnacho and Anthony wide. Up front is Højlund, who followed up his winning penalty in the FA Cup semi-final shootout at Wembley with a first Premier League goal since his injury return on Wednesday. No Marcus Rashford in the squad. Mason Mount does, however, return to the bench after 2 games away. For Burnley, one change from their win over the Blades last weekend. David Datro Fofana returns to the side with Charlie Taylor moving to the bench. The lineup: Muric in goal, Assignon, O'Shea, Esteve and Vitinho in defence, Foster, Cullen, Berger and Brun Larsen across midfield behind Odegaard and Fofana. The football debate has been unpredictable, that's to put it mildly, where the hosts are concerned at least, and the visitors, well, they've got nothing to lose. Manchester United versus Burnley.
Well, Luton have conceded 10 goals in the last 2 games. They head to out-of-form Wolves. At Molyneux for talkSPORT, Dave Rowe.
Well, it's just one win in 13 for Luton, who have suffered back-to-back 5-1 defeats, and yet they're only 1 point behind Forest, so survival is very possible. You do feel today is vital. There could not be a better time to play Wolves, who were safe weeks ago. They've taken 2 points from 6 games and were insipid against Bournemouth on Wednesday. Gary O'Neill makes 3 changes from that lineup. Out goes Sarabia, Doyle and the injured Santiago Bueno. Coming in at Doherty, Traore and Matheus Cunha. So Wolves have Sarr in goal, Semedo, Kilman, Totti and Doherty, the back 4. Traore in front of them, Hwang, Joe Gomez, Lamina and then Nori across midfield. Matheus Cunha is up front. For Luton, it's just one alteration for a really damaging loss to Brentford last week. The injured Kabore replaced by Hashoka. They do have Elijah Adebayo back on the bench. So Luton with Kaminsky in goal, Burke, Mendy and Osho, the 3 at the back, Hashoka, Lokonga, Barkley and Doughty across midfield, Clark and Chong behind Carlton Morris up front. So Molyneux, it's Wolves against Luton.
Sheffield United could be relegated today. They're at Newcastle. So it's talkSPORT's Steve Arneson.
Only one win on the road all season. Sheffield United need to win to stay in the Premier League. Newcastle's probably the last place they'd want to come after an 8-0 thrashing in September. Both sides had disappointing defeats in midweek, but played to win it for 80 minutes at Old Trafford. Whereas the Black and Whites were out of it for the full 90 at Palace, their worst performance of the season. 2 changes for Eddie Howe. Livramento and Hall come in for Kraft and Barnes. Just while on the MCM side, that lost to Manchester United. So Sheffield United in goal, Fodringham, the back 3 of Holgate, Ahmed Hodzic and Trusty, with Osborne and Bogle as the wing-backs, Abalata, Brooks and Harmer as a midfield 3 with Archer and Brenton Diaz as the front line. Dubravka in goal for Newcastle, Livramento, Shaw, Byrne and Hall as a back 4, Longstaff, Ramirez and Anderson as a midfield with Murphy and Gordon either side of Isaac. Newcastle versus Sheffield United, 3 p.m. live on talkSPORT 2.
3 straight wins for Crystal Palace, who head to Fulham this afternoon at Craven Cottage. For talkSPORT, Jim Proudfoot.
And that trio of impressive victories means only 4 teams have taken more points since Oliver Glaston took over. And although they tend to finish in the 3rd quarter of the table for a 9th year in a row, building blocks are in place for the future. Fulham, with an ageing team, will be wondering if the same's true for them. Marco Silva's dropped Tosin and described it as a technical decision, but it comes in the wake of Tosin's announcement he'll be leaving in the summer. Diop's in for him, and Reed for Lukic. So it's Leno in goal, Castagna, Diop, Bassi and Robinson, Palhinha and Reed, Iwobi, Pereira and Decordova-Reed with Munoz up front. For Palace, it's Henderson, Klein, Anderson and Richards, Munoz, Hughes, Wharton and Mitchell, Ayew and Elise, who comes in for Eza, who has a knee injury, and Mateta, who's got 4 goals in his last 2 games up front.
Jim, thanks very much. Let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payout. Applies to match odds 90 markets or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleRadio.org.
Well, Sam Rossbottom from Betfair is with us. Neat week, Sam. We place a bet on the Betfair Sportsbook, as you know. All the winnings going to the Bobby Moore Fund, raising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research. For our charity bet this week, we're placing a treble on Man United to beat Burnley here at Old Trafford, Luton to win away at Wolves, and Newcastle to beat Sheffield United. Sam, give us some good news.
Well, we had some good news last Sunday, didn't we, Adrian? The biggest win of the season so far. Hopefully we can continue that today. We added £737 to the pot last Sunday, which now stands at just over £2,600. That was all thanks as well to Betfair's 90-minute payout on Manchester United to win the game in 90 minutes. The Reds were winning when the clock hit 90 against Coventry then. They went on to draw, and we all know what happened after that. But this weekend, our charity treble, like we said, raising money for the Bobbymore Fund. We'll be backing Manchester United once again. They're as short as 2-5 to beat Burnley. It's a company side ending the season with a fight, though. They've only lost one in their last 7. Burnley, though, 4-1 at Old Trafford to get the win. We're also backing Luton at 13-5 to win at Wolves. That win, if that comes off, would be absolutely massive for them, wouldn't it? Take them out of the relegation zone. And we're also throwing in there Newcastle, who are as short as 1-6 to win the match. It would be bad news for Sheffield United fans. It would send them down. Magpies on a great run against Sheffield United. They've won 7 of their last 8 league games against them. So looking at the treble then, United, Luton and Newcastle all to win. We've backed that at over 9-2, so our £50 charity stake will add a further £294 to the pot. And just like last weekend, we have backed those selections with match odds 90 markets. So if they are winning at 90 minutes, then they will be settled as a winner regardless of what happens in added on time. Fingers crossed, Adrian, that you're on a roll and we get another winner today.
Absolutely right. Sam, thanks very much. That's all thanks to Betfair 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payout. Applies to match odds 90 markets or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Championship, Leicester promoted after Leeds were thrashed 4-0 at QPR last night, live on talkSPORT 2. We've got Hull Ipswich tonight, live on talkSPORT 2 at 8 p.m. This evening, and it's looking good for Ipswich after Leeds were thrashed. Next weekend's the final weekend of the regular season, and one of the relegation places could be sealed today. Could be one of these two going down. Huddersfield against Birmingham in a huge game for talkSPORT's Graham Courtney.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's start with the facts. If Huddersfield lose, it's not mathematically certain, but to all intents and purposes, they are down. If the game finishes as a draw, well, they're still leading snookers. But bearing in mind that their final game next weekend is away to Ipswich, who are almost certain to need a win to guarantee automatic promotion. You'd say it's not looking good for the Yorkshire club. They have to win. Mind you, even if the Terriers do win here today, they'd still be in the bottom 3 if Sheffield Wednesday get anything against West Brom. They're as good as gone. As for Birmingham, well, at least they have the chance to survive. They're third bottom, 2 points and 1 place above Huddersfield. But you know what? It's still hard to believe that when John Eustace was given the heave-ho in mid-October, the Blues were 5th. They've got a big summer coming up under their new owners. They need to survive. Either way, though, huge game coming up for the future of these two clubs, all resting on the next 90 minutes. As for team news, well, Andre Breitner for Huddersfield makes 3 changes from the 4-0 home thrashing against Swansea. Lees is injured. Thomas and Bergsorg, they drop down to the bench. In come Turton, Healy and Ward. They are 2 strikers coming in up front. As for Birmingham, well, stand-in boss Gary Rowett, couple of changes from their goalless draw at Rotherham. Ollie Burke is injured. Tyler Roberts down to the bench. Koji Mayoshi and Juninho Bakuda are the 2 players that come in. Big game for these 2 sides. Huddersfield against Birmingham City here at the John Smith.
And a massive game at Hillsborough affecting both relegation and the playoffs as Sheffield Wednesday face West Bromwich Albion in front of talkSPORT's Alan Biggs.
Yes, 4th bottom versus 5th top, and much of the drama here dating back all the way to the last time these sides met at the Hawthorns. West Brom's 1-0 win there in early October saw Sheffield Wednesday sack Xisco Munoz and bring in Danny Rule, who's worked a miracle revitalising a club that looked well beyond hope. Win today and they'll be on the brink of a very unlikely survival. 2 changes. Wednesday, by the way, are unbeaten in 4 going into this. The changes, Bernard and Iorfa come in at the back. West Brom have lost their last 2, but a win today could guarantee playoffs. 1 change for them, Phillips for Mowatt. 33,000 expected here at Hillsborough. Sheffield Wednesday versus West Bromwich Albion.
Plymouth only 2 points above the bottom 3 as they head to Millwall, who are safe at the Den for talkSPORT. Jay Robson.
What an occasion this promises to be here this afternoon. That safety confirmed off the back of 3 straight wins for Millwall. Whisper it quietly, but fortunes very much turned around since the return of Neil Harris. A decision that divided opinion back then, with the Lions just 1 point above the drop zone. But the 6 wins in 11 since has only been bettered by Cardiff in that time, and the club very much looking forward to an 8th consecutive season in the Championship. For Plymouth themselves, at a first foray back into the second tier since 2010 sees them in a very precarious position with just 2 left to play. But with only 3 wins on the road all season, you'd imagine their fight for survival will likely go down to the final day next weekend. With 2 changes by Neil Harris from the Millwall side that won at Sunderland last week, in come Bradshaw and Watmore for Obafemi and Honeyman, who dropped to the bench. So it's Sarkic in goal, Leonard Tanganga, Cooper, McNamara the back 4, Watmore, Denor, Saville, Longman, and then Fleming and Bradshaw up top for Plymouth. And it's 3 changes from the defeated Stoke. Phillips, Gibson, and Wayne all start. So Plencosuelo, Forshaw and Hardy drop to the bench therefore. It means that Cooper starts in goal. It's a back 3 of Gibson, Scarr and Galloway. Edwards, Randall, Phillips and Mumba in midfield. Whittaker and Bundu behind Wayne up top. The referee is Andy Davis. At the Den, it's Millwall v Plymouth.
And Norwich look set to make the playoffs. They can go a step closer this afternoon as they host in-form Swansea at Carrow Road for talkSPORT Ian Beach.
And if Norwich win or draw, their playoff spot could be sealed tonight. It depends on Hull's result against Ipswich. And there's the usual feeling of confidence before a home game at Carrow Road. Norwich unbeaten in their last 14 here, and they had 8 straight home wins before last Saturday's 1-1 draw against Bristol City. David Wagner makes 1 change to his team. Ashley Barnes dropping to the bench. Christian Pasnak comes in. One other interesting note, Grant Hanley's back on the Norwich bench for the first time in a month and a half. Swansea have lost almost every game they've played this season against the current top 6. And I did say almost every game because they beat Norwich fair place back in October, and Swansea have won their last 3. It's Norwich against Swansea at Carrow Road.
Right, let's get to the London Stadium. Jurgen Klopp is with Sam Matface.
Jurgen, what was your assessment of the performance today?
The game today mirrored a little bit the last 2-3 weeks, if you want. I think if one team should have won today, it would have been us. We created enough, we played well, we were in charge of the game, didn't finish the situation. Our first half was tricky because the 4th game in a very intense period, you saw we played well but not with highest intensity. I don't think that is really possible, but we knew that we can go to next game in the second half. Unfortunately, we were 1-0 down. That's not helpful, but a little bit mirroring as well the situation in the last few weeks. We don't use our chance, the opponent used the first. Coming out, turned it more or less pretty early around. I don't know anymore when the second goal happened because we had between the first goal and the second goal with massive chances. And we scored. Being 2-1 up, obviously good. Could have been. We controlled it besides 1 or 2 moments, and one of these moments, Mikel Antonio is in the air and heads the ball in. So 2-2 feels not great, but we have to take it. That's what we do.
Yeah, you've talked a lot about the last 2 or 3 weeks and not being at the right level of intensity or not getting over the line. You mentioned to me on Wednesday night we need to win more football games. There's been a lot of noise around the club, obviously talking about replacements for your job. Do you think that's distracted the players in any way?
Oh, players have to ask. I can't see that. I don't know why. I announced my decision early that the club has time to make the decision, an important decision early as well. Now, I'm not sure if it's too early. For me, not. I think it's absolutely fine. If it is the solution, I don't know. But time with that is no problem. I don't see that it distracts players. And by the way, it happened when Wednesday, Thursday, whatever. So it would be 1 game. We had more games where we could have done differently, and had nothing to do with that situation.
I know you've got to get off just quickly about what happened on the touchline with Salah. Is everything okay between the 2 of you?
Yeah, we spoke about that in the dressing room.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. Cheers.
There you go, Jurgen Klopp with Sam Matface live at the London Stadium after Liverpool were held to a 2-2 draw and are surely now out of the title race. It's the final day of the regular League 2 season. Sun United need to win big and hope. They're at MK Dons, also there. talkSPORT's Lawrence Mora.
Yeah, that's right. With the home team missing out on automatic promotion, but securing the playoffs, all focused on Saturn. They've lost just once in the last 7, and that was the champion Stockport. But their 3-season stay in the EFL looks to be coming to an end. Only victory today and defeat for Colchester and a 4-goal swing will leave Steve Morrison's team with any chance of a great escape. Look, if I tell you they've the fewest clean sheets in League 2 and conceded 80 goals, then you'll understand why they'll be one of the greatest of great escapes. A Stadium MK, it's MK Dons against Sutton United.
Colchester and Crewe both need a point for different reasons. Watching this for talkSPORT, Sam Ellard.
Yeah, Colchester need a point to guarantee they avoid relegation. Crewe, they need a point
to guarantee a playoff spot. Colchester 3 points above the drop zone, and as Lawrence mentioned, with a better goal difference than Sutton. Kelleher comes into the team in place of Harbottle. As for Crewe, currently 6th and 3 points ahead of 8th place Crawley, who are just outside the playoffs. Long and Tracy come in for Rowe and Austerfield for them. Big game at both ends of the table is Colchester v Crewe.
Crawley's playoff push stumbled at just the wrong time, but they've still got a chance today. They face Grimsby, who are safe at Broadfield. talkSPORT, Alex Crook.
And surely only a win will do for the hosts if they are to qualify for a Football League playoff for the first time in their history, and they need teams above them to slip up. Scott Lindsay makes 3 changes to his team. In come Kelly, Adeyemo and Campbell. As for Grimsby, who've lost just 2 of their last 6, they hand a first ever league start to 18-year-old striker Cam Gardner. The teams are out here. It's Crawley against Grimsby.
Now, if Doncaster get promoted through the playoffs, it's one of the greatest promotion stories football has ever witnessed. They can secure their place in the end-of-season funfest with the right result at Gillingham. There for talkSPORT, Ian Abrams.
That right result is not being beaten. No team in England, I mean no team in England, is in better form than Donny Rovers at the moment. 10 wins out of 10. 10 games ago, they were in a relegation scrap. Now they're in the playoffs, and Grant McCann's side are flying, and we scored 4 in each of the last 3 games. One change today for them. Tommy Rowe comes in for the injured Harrison Biggins in central midfield. One change for Gillingham, who will be in League 2 next season. Shadogi is in for Matt Clark at left back. At the Priestfield, it's playoff hunting Doncaster at Gillingham.
Yeah, we're right across the final day of the League 2 season, bringing the goals as they go in from the National League North and South playoff semi-finals that are ongoing at 3 o'clock as well. And we've got games going on in Scotland as well as the teams come out here at Old Trafford, Manchester United and Burnley. And just as they do that, Jadon Sancho scores for Borussia Dortmund in a big game in the Bundesliga for a top 4 places. Leipzig 1, Dortmund 1. Harry Kane scored for Bayern Munich. They're one apiece as well. Let's go back to Molineux. Perry Groves is there for talkSPORT. Just how much damage, Perry, can 2 back-to-back 5-1 defeats do to Luton Town?
Sure it is, eh? The Man City one, 5-1, you go, okay, that's sort of half expected. It's the Brentford one at home where they got obviously beat 5-1, which I think was huge. And Rob Edwards, the Luton manager, actually said that it was the first time this season that his team hasn't really been competitive, where Brentford played through and far too easy. And I've always equated Luton this season, remember, like Derek Chisora, whoever he was fighting, you knew you was in for a scrap. You knew you had to dig deep.
Perry, just hold on there. Want to hear from the West Ham manager, David Moyes, with Sam at a pace.
David, you continue the trend of giving the big boys a tough time here. What did you make of the overall performance?
The overall performance would be difficult to probably judge because I'd liked it to be much better. But I have to say that the overall sort of character, sort of organisation, structure would give us a chance to get the game. If anybody who watched the Everton game in midweek, which I'm sure most people did do, would have seen a lot of similarities. We tried to be hard to play against, counter-attack well when we got the opportunities, and obviously any set pieces we always had to try and make the most of it. But really pleased that we picked up a point today. It was a really important point for us.
Yeah, high balls into the box caused Liverpool some real problems, but Jared Bowen is not the biggest, but he's got a great leap, and he always seems to pop up in exactly the right place. That's 20 goals for the season now. He's had another really good campaign.
It's great for Jared, because I don't know how many West Ham players have got there in that time, 20 goals in all competition, and I'm pushing him to try and get 20 Premier League goals. So, but he's done brilliant in assist as well. The cross he made for Mickey's goal as well was a brilliant ball in. So he's such an important player for us. I'm pleased he's been recognised by England, and I hope he continues to get recognised because he's a really good player.
Were you frustrated with the manner in which you conceded the goal after half-time, after having such a positive end to the first time?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to play Liverpool, you're going to have to block shots and you're going to have to stop things, and I don't think we blocked it well enough in the box. I've not really had a chance to see it again, but it seemed a very easy goal for them to score at that time, when obviously we're just out from half-time trying to get back into the game. But I have to say, Liverpool, done what they've been doing in a lot of games. I think Liverpool have been playing very well. It's just maybe their final bit, which is maybe causing Liverpool the grief that they've not had all the goals they wanted.
I know in terms of your future you're going to talk about it in the summer, but how important is it to you and to the club that you finish the season on a high and get this club back into Europe again?
Well, the big thing is, I think there's huge stability around West Ham now, which wasn't there in the past. And I think you have to remember, when I came in, the supporters were chanting for the board out here. there's been a big change. So we'll wait to the end of the season, which we've always said we would do. There's been a lot of things going on, but maybe the most stable league position is probably in the last 4 years, and we'll see where it goes. But like everything, I'm going to continue on it. So like, the more I get asked, I'm just going to keep saying it, and I'm saying is, look, it'll be the end of the season. That's my plans anyway.
You said there's a lot going on. Do you believe that a lot of that noise that has been going on has been distracting for you?
No, I think that because I'm experienced and I've been around the block a few times, and I've had it at bigger clubs than this, to be honest. So you know, I have to say that, you know, it's part of the job, part of it. But look, it's been the period we've been here has been great. You know, 6th, 7th in the league. You know, still hanging in there this year as well. So look back through the history books. We've not been that as high as that too many times in the Premier League history.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yes, David Moyes live with talkSPORT Sound Match Face after we finished West Ham 2, Liverpool 2, live and exclusive on talkSPORT this lunchtime. We're underway here at Old Trafford, 2 minutes in, and both sides have had chances. And there's more Premier League live commentary tonight on talkSPORT when we bring you Aston Villa against Chelsea.
Bailey goes for the byline for Villa. The crossing deflected up in the air, and that's headed in! Superbly by Ollie Watkins!
Chelsea 6, Everton nil. It's 2 weeks ago. 6-0. It's amazing.
Cole Palmer gets 4.
This is the Chelsea I expect.
Nobody saw this coming at all. Inside an hour, they have 3 up at Aston Villa.
You play for Chelsea, the motivation is there, even when you play for nothing in a free game.
That's tonight on talkSPORT off the game day phone in 7:30. The coverage starts. Kick-off at 8. Aston Villa Chelsea live on talkSPORT and on talkSPORT 2. It's a big game in the promotion race. Ipswich away to Hull City, still paying hopes for Hull City of a playoff place, but Ipswich going for automatic will be buoyed by that 4-0 thrashing for Leeds at Queen's Park Rangers last night. A result that meant Leicester, without even kicking a ball, that's how they win titles, were champions, sorry, not champions, but promoted from the Championship back to the Premier League at the first time of asking. Goal in League 2, and it's of no consequence whatsoever. Neither side going up or down. Accrington 0, Tranmere Rovers 1. Luke Norris has got the goals. An injury hit season, but been decent for Tranmere when he's been fit. Accrington 0, Tranmere 1. And we've had chances for both sides here at Old Trafford, Cameron Pope.
Yes, we have. 3 minutes gone. Manchester United 0, Burnley 0. Burnley haven't kept a clean sheet in 16 Premier League games, but with United's record of allowing shots on goal, we could be in for a goal-heavy afternoon. David Datro-Fana within 30 seconds left onto a headed through ball from Lyle Foster, but he shot straight to Onana. Then down the other end, Garnacho met a curled cross at the far post, but diverted his shots over the bar. Manchester United 0, Burnley 0.
And I thought Garnacho's chance was one that he really should have taken out, but he leant back a little bit too much. The Fofana one is quite a little way out, possibly could have done better with it, but the Garnacho one, I thought, wasn't a sitter, but a good chance.
No, it certainly was. He curled into it nicely at the back post. He got ahead of his defender. I think it rode up on his shin, if anything. Goalkeeper was on hand to make a save, but should have done better though.
And Burnley back in the United box, and you're right about United giving up chances. The stats don't look good for them. And Burnley have got a decent recent record. Lost only 1 of the last 7 Premier League games. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, would Vincent Kompany take a draw here? You'd probably on the face of it say yes, but actually they do need a win.
Well, absolutely. Looking at recent performances, I think they'll be encouraged by the fact that Manchester United shipped 2 goals to Sheffield United in midweek, because later, who both of these teams played in their most recent game, Burnley put in a goalsome performance last weekend. They know that Manchester United can be brittle at the back. They've got Casemiro playing again in his unfavoured centre-back role. He is starting to grow into it a little bit, and I know that Erik ten Hag, in his programme notes, actually, he said, okay, it's a makeshift defence, but it's one that is starting to get a bit of familiarity, but it's not what you want at this point of the season, and United still need results, Adrian. They haven't locked in a European place yet.
Manchester United 0, Burnley 0, but a lively start for both here at Old Trafford. Goal in the Premier League at St James Park. Steve Harmison.
It's Newcastle 0, Sheffield United 1. It's Anel Ahmedodjic with a header from back post. Lovely work corner, really was. 3-man move. Ben Osborne led it back, and I think it was Andre Brooks who got the cross in, and it just hung above everybody. Martin Dubravka didn't know where to come for it. Dan Burn didn't know whether to head it. Fabian Schär stood still, and the big centre half came between everybody. Said, that's mine. Headed it between Dubravka's legs, And is the miracle on for Sheffield United? Newcastle 0, Sheffield United 1.
Well, Newcastle were really poor at Crystal Palace in the 2-0 defeat in midweek, and Eddie Howe didn't really seem to know how to change things. Let's see what he's got in his locker this afternoon, because there's no way the fans will be accepting a home defeat to a side that is set to be relegated this afternoon. Newcastle 0, Sheffield United 1 is live right now on talkSPORT 2. If you want to get talkSPORT 2, just download the talkSPORT app for free, and you can swipe between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, or just tell your smart speaker to play talkSPORT 2. In that meaningless game in League 2, Accrington have equalised. Lewis Shipley, Accrington 1, Tranmere 1. What's going on at Molineux on talkSPORT? Perry Groves and Dave Rowe.
Wolves 0, Luton 0. Luton have made a really good start here. Carlton Morris has a shot as you join me, blocked by Max Kelman, but Luton have played with plenty of pressure, plenty of application going forward. Hashoka and Clark combining down the right. We saw Clark feed in Chong, who took too long over a shot. It bounced back to the edge of the area. Barkley slammed it back in. It was saved by Jose Sarr. Perry, decent start here by Luton.
Very much so. There's no hangover from that, 5-0 beating at Brentford at home. And you have to say, from Luton's point of view, they haven't come here for a draw. Hashoka, who's playing as right wing back. Alfie Dykes is the left wing back. They're playing high and wide. You mentioned Ross Barkley had a great opportunity, entered the 18-yard box. Really good save from Jose Sarr to his right-hand side. Then Jordan Clark, who's looked really lively on this right with Hashoka, and he was played in, entered the 18-yard box. He should be actually going through the ball, a full-blooded volley, and he tries to be too clever with his side foot and just lob it over Jose Sarr, and he just rolls to him. But you said there, Luton have started on the front foot.
Quick word on the Wolves formation. They warmed up to the back four. They've actually playing completely different.
Yeah, I think talkSPORT Sean Derry was just trying to throw a little curveball in, Dave, to be fair, wasn't he? So now, obviously, Wolves have gone with a back five, with Doherty as the right wing back and Ainur as the left wing back. Three in midfield, Traore, Gomez, Lamina, and Matthias Cunha just hovering around Hwang Hee-Chang. He's got a free roll, so he can go where he wants.
No goals yet. Wolves 0, Luton 0.
Couple of goals in League 2. Salford 1, Harrogate 0. Harrogate were in the playoffs for spots mid-February, but will end up mid-table. Salford 20th this season will be their lowest since they joined the EFL. Previous finishes have been 11th, 8th, 10th and 7th. They were beaten in the playoff semis last season. They lead 1-0 against Harrogate. Callum Hendry with the goal. And the veteran Charlie Austin, the skipper's done it for Swindon. They lead Morecambe 1-0. Morecambe in all sorts of trouble. Their players have not been paid. Some players have expressed concerns about playing today, but it's a fairly healthy, strong lineup. Captain Baron Dawson is playing, but he said last week the owners of the club have got to sell. Morecambe were on the brink of the playoffs not so long back, lost 8 of their last 10, including their last 4, and a goal down this afternoon at Swindon. Back to the Premier League. What's going on at Craven Cottage? talkSPORT's Jim Proudfoot.
It's been a really good start from Palace. 8.5 gone. It's Fulham 0, Palace 0, and the Eagles, buoyed by those 3 straight wins, have forced a flurry of early corners. Although only one of those led to an attempt, they should have taken the lead though. Michael Elise back in the side and replacing the injured Berichi Eze, who's on the end of an excellent pass from Scott Wharton, but he fired wide of the right-hand post. Fulham are playing with Diop alongside Bassey at centre-half. It's the first time that they've started a Premier League game together since August, only the second all told. There's often a decent gap between them. That's what Elise exploited and should have made it 1-0. Fulham can't get out. There's discontent from the Whites fans around us already. Really good start from Palace here. 9 gone, 0-0.
Premier League, Sheffield United lead at Newcastle 1-0 live on talkSPORT 2 in League 2. It's Accrington 1, Tranmere 1, Salford 1, Harrogate 0, Swindon 1, Morecambe 0. All 3 promotion places have been taken. There's playoff places to be sorted and 1 relegation spot to be avoided. We'll let you know what's going on as and when on talkSPORT. And Scottish Premiership, there's just been a goal. St Johnstone 0, Hibs 1. Emiliano Marcondes with the goal. The Hibs board statement after they failed to finish top 6 last week said that was totally unacceptable. Results must improve. An urgent need to address on-field issues. And manager Nick Montgomery, clearly under pressure, said in response to the statement, "I fully believe in what I'm doing." Hibs are 1-0 up at St Johnstone. Earlier on talkSPORT, West Ham 2, Liverpool 2. And let's remind you what happened in League 1 on the final day at lunchtime. Live on talkSPORT 2, Derby sealed the second automatic promotion spot with a win at home to Carlisle. Portsmouth, of course, were already promoted as champions. Playoff semi-final first legs will be Oxford against Peterborough. Oxford thrashed Posh 5-0 a few weeks ago. Barnsley against Bolton. Both games between the two were draws this season. On the final day, Lincoln and Blackpool were the ones to miss out on playoff places. And relegated Carlisle, Fleetwood, Port Vale were already down, joined by Cheltenham, who were level at Stevenage, pushing for a winner that would have kept them up and sent Burton Albion down. Instead, they conceded on 90 minutes. They lost, and Cheltenham will be in League 2 next season. You are listening to Kickoff on talkSPORT. It's not Kickoff, it's Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent a Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
1-1. 3-2. Oh, that's got goalless draw written all over it. Get your Super 6 predictions in before 3 p.m. today for the chance to win £250,000. It's free to play. There are more prizes than ever before and huge jackpots every week. There's even more to play for and more ways to win with Super 6. Download the app and enter for free by 3 p.m. Saturday. 18 plus, T's and C's apply.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent a Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
The greatness, the goals, and the glory.
Game day live
on talkSPORT.
Well, let's take you back to Craven Cottage. What's been happening there? talkSPORt's Jim Proudfoot.
Still 0-0 with 12 minutes gone, but Crystal Palace thought they should have had a penalty. Daniel Munoz, the player that went down, got in the area the wrong side of Anthony Robinson. He was adamant that he was fouled, and it was more than just a cursory VAR check from Michael Salisbury. Looked at it for about 40 seconds or so whilst play was continuing, and decided that there was no significant on-field error from the referee Stuart Atwell, but while contact had been made, it was nothing more than a genuine collision. Palace didn't see it that way. They're still on top. 12 gone, Fulham 0, Palace 0.
What's been happening here at Old Trafford? Cameron Pope.
13 minutes gone, still United 0, Burnley 0. United on top though. Anthony stung the palms of Aaron Muric in goal with a fierce stride from the edge of the area. Brilliant pass, by the way, from Bruno Fernandes. From a corner routine it was to pick him out in space. He's been carrying United in recent games. And then Anthony again with an aerial ball over the top. He tried to slot it past Muric and found himself just tucking it wide from a tight angle. Eriksen too has come close with a curled attempt, deflected around the post, though the defensive touch was missed by referee John Brooks. So all to do for Burnley. They're under the cosh at the moment. Still 0-0.
Yeah, they could. Burnley have been in front inside 20 seconds in this game. As it is, they're under the cosh. It's goalless. Man United 0, Burnley 0. What's going on at Molineux? Perry Groves and Dave Rowe.
Wolves 0, Luton 0. Still decent signs here for Luton. We've just seen Hashoka with a cross on the right-hand side. Carlton Morris with the header. Comfortable save for Jose Sá this time in the Wolves goal. First yellow card's gone to Wolves. João Gomez to bring him down. Almasami Lokonga in midfield. Wolves have come forward a couple of times, but deliveries from wide from Ignori and Tomato have not really threatened the Luton defence, Perry.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Luton have been a mild, bigger threat going forward. You mentioned there, obviously, Carlton Morris having his header from 12 yards, easy save from Jose Sá. Got to say, I nearly choked on the jelly babies, Dave, because we saw Matthias Cunha, a Rabona, didn't we? He's out on the left-hand touchline for Wolves. He had a Rabona which released Ignori down the left flank for Wolves. It was a 30 to 40 yard along the floor, Rabona. And that's why I was going to say, why you pay your money, but we're lucky enough to get there for nothing. But that was well worth the entrance fee if you paid.
Just a shame the cross wasn't too good, otherwise it would have been.
Nobody, the thing what Wolves had at the moment is there's nobody in the box. So if Cunha comes out to the left-hand side, and Wang Hee-chan comes short, then the midfield three players of Wolves, Traore, Gomez and Arena have got to get themselves in the 18-yard box, which they haven't been doing.
So 14 played here, Wolves 0, Luton 0.
Now, if Livingston in the Scottish Premiership lose, they are relegated this afternoon, but they lead the side just above them. Ross County by a goal to 0. Bruce Anderson has scored it, and a goal in League 2 as well. Wimbledon can't make the playoffs after a run of 1 win in 7. They've lost 3 of the last. Well, mid-March they were in a playoff race, Johnny Jackson's side, but they lead Walsall 1-0. Omar Badir with a goal. Walsall still in with a very faint shout of a playoff place, but only if they win this afternoon and they trail 1-0 at Wimbledon. What's happening at St James Sports? Steve Harmison.
It's Newcastle 0, Sheffield United 1, 14 minutes gone. It's been majority of Sheffield United. They took the lead. Ahmed Ojic with a header from the back post where no Newcastle player just stood and watched. They just let him saunter through the middle of the back four and head home. Free header from 6 yards out. Should have went really 2-0 up. I should have done better. Literally 60 seconds later, a corner from Newcastle out. And Archer ended up 1-0, please. 3-on-2 situation and should have really done better. That would have been 2-0 for Sheffield United. He placed it over the bar. But apart from that, Newcastle starting to come back into this game. But Sheffield United are very, very structurally sound. Armour in the middle is really getting on the ball and playing. But at the minute, it's Newcastle 0, Sheffield United 1.
Goal in League 2 at Stadium MK, Lawrence Moore.
MK Dons 1, Sutton United 0. A real blow to the strugglers, and Jack Payne's the man who got the goal. Really Plenty left channeled by Tomlinson. He put the ball back. There was Payne, left-footed. He didn't make the cleanest of connections, but the ball was angled into the corner well enough to avoid the goalkeeper's despairing dive. And that is a hammer blow to Sutton, who need to win this game and win big. It's MK Dons 1, Sutton 0.
Yeah, it looks like Sutton will be heading down after 3 seasons in the EFL when they finished 8th and 14th in the last 2 seasons, just run out of steam. And another game without a clean sheet. Only 3 clean sheets for Sutton United all season. That's one of the reasons why they are now in the bottom 2 and looking destined for National League football next season. Under pressure, Morecambe have equalised at Swindon. One of the youngsters, Joe Adams, with a goal. Swindon 1, Morecambe 1. Let's head into the Championship. Big game at the bottom of the John Smiths. Alvin Martin and Graham Courtney.
Yeah, quarter of an hour gone here, Adrian. Huddersfield 0, Birmingham 0, which actually is a result which, if it stays like this, it's no good to anybody. Only 2 real chances actually in this opening quarter of an hour or so. Josh Karoma for Huddersfield Town had a shot that was deflected wide. Then only 4 or 5 minutes ago we saw Birmingham City ploughing forward, and Kashi Anderson had an effort that, well, he's hooked it wide. Should have done better, really. Well, ex-West Ham and England, Alvin Martin here with me. Alvin, your thoughts on the opening quarter?
talkSPORT 2, please.
talkSPORT 2 from News Broadcasting.
He actually then tried to wrap his foot around it and tuck it in the near post, maybe rather than going for the far post.
But he took an extra touch. I think once he's come inside, the goal's opened up. He could have taken it a little bit earlier and not allowed the defender to come back to get a little block on him. But encouraging signs again from Sheffield United, playing the 2 up front. Diaz and Cameron Archer looking to work the 2 centre-backs of Shah and Dan Burn. And they have been a big threat, Sheffield United, today.
Sutton will be relegated from League 2 if they fail to win today. They're a goal down against MK Dons, already in the playoffs, of course, in League 2. Jack Payne, the goal scorer for the MK.
talkSPORT, please.
talkSPORT from News Broadcasting.
But if they were to concede, that's when you see a team that lacks character. They just fold. I just think that Birmingham and the 2 sides are certainly more buoyant in that respect.
Corner here actually for Birmingham City. That's coming in from their right flank. Let's see what happens. It's going to be an outswinger. They've got loads of their players actually in the box, and you can see what they're going to try. They're just trying to swamp the whole thing. Corner does come in now. Header comes in, and that one just goes wide. Decent header as well there by Ethan Laird. Another chance for Birmingham City, perhaps just edging it at the moment, but at the moment we've got, 17 minutes gone in the John Smiths here in Yorkshire. It's Huddersfield 0, Birmingham 0.
Well, goalless there as Manchester United hit the woodwork here at Stage United 0, Burnley 0. We're staying in the Championship. What's happening at Hillsborough? Alan Biggs.
It's Sheffield Wednesday 0, West Bromwich Albion 0. An angled attempt just now. Albion's first strike on goal. Michael Johnston saved by James Beadle at his near post. Otherwise, Sheffield Wednesday, who've not beaten the top 6 side all season, home or away, have made the better start. Ike Ugbo, a shot blocked early on, and Will Vauxhall, a pile driver from 20 yards, fended over the crossbar by Alex Palmer. At Hillsborough then, it remains Sheffield Wednesday 0, West Brom 0.
Colin Scottish Championship relegated Arbroath are a goal down at home to Queen's Park, who are in the relegation playoff place as we at the start of the day. Don Thomas with the goal. Arbroath 0, Queen's Park 1, and a big one in League 2. Barrow trail at home to already promoted Mansfield 1-0. George Maris with the goal. Barrow win for them and they guarantee playoffs, but they've got 1 point from their last 6 games. Bang out of form and could dip out of the playoff places on the final day of the season. Barrow 0, Mansfield Town 1. What's happening at the Den on talkSPORT? Jake Robson.
19 on the clock. Millwall 0, Plymouth 0. Millwall, they've huffed and puffed without really any end product. What just happened a couple of minutes ago probably exemplifies what I'm trying to say. They had a corner which came in, it missed everybody. Then there was Bradshaw, who picked it up on the other corner of the box. He whipped it in, and the goalkeeper Michael Cooper collected it. So not really much doing as far as Millwall are concerned. Their best efforts have come by Duncan Watmore early on across to be fair, didn't actually get right, but it was one of those ones nearly crept under the bar, and Cooper did well to tip it over. He then, Watmore had a shot on the spin that he didn't connect with properly, and Cooper easily collected. But you have to say, they will be very happy as things are going so far. They haven't been particularly expansive. They're looking to keep it tight. They'll be happy as it is. Millwall 0, Plymouth 0.
Another chance for Man United goes wide. There was shouts for a handball and penalty as well, not given. Man United 0, Burnley 0. Are Norwich any closer to sealing that playoff place at Carrow Road? Ian Beach.
They're not really, because it's Norwich 0, Swansea 0. There was a really good early chance for Norwich for Borja Seitz, which clearly looked like it was going to beat Carl Rushworth from close range in the Swansea goal, but Ben Cabango got in the way and effectively knocked that one on the goal line. Then Swansea really got into the game. Liam Cullen had two good chances in quick succession. The first, a fired-in cross from the right-hand side. He brought it down on his chest, but was slightly knocked off balance. That allowed Angus Gunn to come off his line and smother that chance. But then the next chance, a cross from the left-hand side, just over Cullen's head, just a fraction of an inch away from him connecting with that. And that has silenced the Norwich supporters for the last 10 minutes or so. They're just getting into their voice. Norwich are starting to find their rhythm, and it's a question now whether they can start to use that to start creating some more chances. Norwich 0, Swansea 0.
And the final round of games in the Championship kick off at 12:30 next Saturday. Full coverage on the talkSPORT network. We know that Sutton are losing at MK Dons, which has been enough to send Sutton down along with Forest Green. So it's good news for Colchester. How they go on at home to Crewe. Sam Allards.
22 minutes played, Colchester 0, Crewe 0, and as things stand, this result suits both teams just perfectly. Colchester will remain out of the relegation zone, and the point for the visitors will see them stay in the playoffs. Colchester have been the better of the two sides and had the best chance. Silvers broke through down the left. Brilliant cross into the box. Somehow, though, both the Kinde and Hopper couldn't get on the end of it, but Colchester pushing hard for this opening goal. No goals yet, but of course, if the score stays the same, both sides will go home very, very happy. 22 gone, Colchester 0, Crewe 0.
Yeah, spot on. Colchester need a draw, Crewe need a draw. What do you think is going to happen at Colchester this afternoon? As Morecambe, who are a goal down, take the lead at Swindon 2-1. Adam Fairclough, so another player who's just come into the lineup this afternoon with the goal. Swindon 1, Morecambe 2 in a meaningless game in League 2. Also in League 2 we're at Broadfield. Alex Crook.
It's Crawley 0, Grimsby 0, but nerves are jangling amongst a capacity home crowd because Grimsby have had two golden opportunities to take the lead. And what a debut this would have been for 18-year-old Cam Gardner in the 9th minute, a cross whipped in by Harvey Rogers from the left-hand side. He's 5 yards out, Gardner, with a goal at his mercy, and he's blazed over. And just a few seconds ago, once again, the cross came in from that far left-hand side. This time, it was the captain, Kieran Green, who was only 2 yards out. He chested it, and he chested it wide as Crawley, with virtually their first attack of the game, take the lead here. A huge goal for them, and it's their top goal scorer, Danilo Orsi. He's just lifted the ball over the advancing Jake Eastwood in the Grimsby goal for around about 8 yards out. And as it stands, Adrian, that would be enough for Crawley to earn a playoff place. Goals as they go in on a dramatic final day in League 2 on talkSPORT. It's Crawley 1, Grimsby 0.
As it stands, Barrow will be heading out of the top 7. Crawley, Crewe, Doncaster will join MK Dons in the playoffs. We've got a goal in the Championship at Hillsborough. Alan Biggs.
It's Sheffield Wednesday 1, West Bromwich Albion 0. Anthony Musaba is the scorer after an initial effort following a corner from Josh Windass was kept out at the near post by West Bromwich Albion, but Musaba sees the loose ball. He works himself into a shooting position, albeit at a tight angle, and he was very precise from there, arrowing the ball across into the far corner, and real scenes at Hillsborough with the celebration going on. Sheffield Wednesday 1, West Bromwich Albion 0.
And a goal at Carrow Road in the Championship. Ian Beach.
It's Norwich 0, Swansea 1. Jamie Patterson, the scorer. A great move this. The ball given away by Norwich in midfield, and Swansea quickly worked it out to their left wing. Patterson got into the penalty and made room to get to the corner of the 6-yard box, getting around Shane Duffy, and then fired the ball into the top corner, beating Angus Gunn at his near post. Now, really, this is a game that Norwich daren't lose after 8 weeks in the playoff spots, but they could be slipping out of them tonight. It all depends on the result later between Hull and Ipswich. Here, they are losing. Norwich 0, Swansea 1.
Wow, wasn't expecting that. West Brom and Norwich are both losing. Hull against Ipswich live on talkSPORT 2 at 8 p.m. tonight. Let's check in on the playoff race in League 2 again. At Priestfield, what's happening there? Ian Abrams.
Gillingham 0, Doncaster 0. A point, remember, Dallas Doncaster just fine, and
keeps them in the playoffs, although they are chasing a couple of records today, Adrian. A win here will be their 11th in a row, that's a club record, and it will also be an EFL record. No team has ever ended an EFL season with 11 straight wins. Best two chances, though, got to Gillingham. Tim Dieng on the turn with a shot inside the penalty area that was saved, and so too a header from Josh Andrews. At the other end, Joe Ironside very early on had an effort that Jake Turner in the Gillingham goal managed to hang on to. It's Gillingham 0, Doncaster 0.
It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT. Let's give you the latest scores in the Premier League. It's Newcastle 0, Sheffield United 1. Remember, lose and they're down, Sheffield United, but they're leading live on talkSPORT 2 right now. The rest of the 3 o'clock kickoffs are goalless, although Burnley have just had one tipped over. Stays 0-0 here at Old Trafford. Man United 0, Burnley 0, Fulham 0, Palace 0, Wolves 0, Luton 0. Earlier live on talkSPORT, they finished West Ham 2, Liverpool 2. There's another goal back at St James Park. Steve Harmison.
It's Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 1. 25 minutes gone, and it's Alexander Isak with the goal. A smart ball from Jacob Murphy in behind the back three of Sheffield United. Isak runs in on the corner of the box, and he finds it between Foddenham's legs. That's his 18th Premier League goal of the season. 22 in all, and the game's back on. Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 1.
Oh, square. Isak's been on fire for Newcastle in recent weeks. Championship, Swansea lead at Norwich 1-0. Sheffield Wednesday lead West Brom by a goal to 0. They may be saving themselves under Danny Rowe. Sheffield Wednesday just out of the bottom 3. They looked dead and buried. And then that's not so long ago as well. They were 12 points off safety early December, Sheffield Wednesday. 12 wins in 26 since then. That's top 6 ball guide for the Owls, who lead again this afternoon. Goals in League 2. Wimbledon lead Walsall 1-0. Walsall's playoff push coming to an end. Accrington 1, Tranmere 1, Barrow 0, Mansfield 1 as it stands. Barrow are out of the playoff places. Crawley lead Grimsby 1-0. They're in the playoff places, Crawley. AK Dons 1, Sutton 0. Sutton heading down if it stays like that. Salford 1, Harrogate 0, Swindon 1, Morecambe 2, the rest are goalless. And in the Scottish Championship, Arbroath 0, Queen's Park 2 now. Killian Sheridan has got the second for them. In the Scottish Premiership, Livingston lead Ross County 1-0, and Hibs are 1-0 up at St Johnstone. It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18+ begambleaware.org.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18+, stream via internet. Terms apply.
Saturday afternoon, the Women's Champions League live on talkSPORT 2.
What a finish that was! I can't believe it!
Chelsea versus Barcelona. Kick off 5:30.
In moments of magic!
Saturday afternoon on talkSPORT 2.
Best served ice cold.
It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton Brentford live today, contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports. Bit of news from the London Stadium where it finished West Ham 2, Liverpool 2. In commentary, Sam Matchpace told you about an altercation between Mo Salah and Jurgen Klopp on the pitch after the game. Jurgen Klopp said it was all sorted. They'd spoken in the dressing room afterwards in the interview with Sam Matchpace when he put the question to him. Well, it's just been reported that Mo Salah has walked through what they call a mix zone, which is where players can choose to speak to journalists if they want to, or they can just walk past them. He declined to be interviewed, Mo Salah, and then said, if I speak today, there will be fire. So it's not going well. Jurgen Klopp's final few games as manager of Liverpool, not going well at all. More points dropped. And Mo Salah saying there will be fire if he speaks. Something is not quite right at Liverpool Football Club, and that could well be an understatement. What's going on here at Old Trafford, apart from loads of chances? Cameron Pope.
Well, we've just passed half an hour, Adrian. Still United 0, Burnley 0. United still at the better side, although I'd say their hold on the game is starting to wane. Bruno Fernandes should have scored, actually, after some poor distribution from Burnley goalkeeper Muric. He was played in one-on-one, but lost his feet in the area, couldn't get a shot away. Then there was a penalty shout for the home side. Garnacho went down under the challenge of Sander Berge. Definitely made contact with his man there, Berge. Maybe not enough to constitute a penalty in the eyes of ref John Brooks, and VAR didn't have anything to say about that. And then Burnley have started to come alive last couple of minutes. A Vitinho shot forced Inanna to tip over his crossbar, while Lyle Foster failed to keep his shot down as he met the ball just inside the area from a well-worked move. Manchester United 0, Burnley 0.
Cameron, I don't think Burnley are that bad. What do you think?
I think they're starting to come alive a little bit. I like the look of Vitinho when he gets forward. He's dropped back into defence today to accommodate David Gatra for Fafana coming in. But now he's really a player. Chelsea loanee, and I think they've looked a lot brighter with him in the side. And you just have to look at the way they've turned around results in recent weeks. 1 defeat in 7. They went 10 Premier League games before that without a win. They're doing everything right in that respect. They can see Forest 3 points ahead of them. I know we said that they were coming for a win today, and I sort of started to worry for them in that first 25 minutes when it was everything going against them, but maybe they've ridden the storm here a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Daro shade edge. A ball ballooned up in the air by Fernandes across his own box. It was an extraordinary non-clearance. It fell nicely for O'Shea, who on the half volley just slammed it miles over the bar and really should have done better. But Man United 0, Burnley 0 is the score. We've got a couple more goals to tell you about. Wimbledon 1, Walsall 1, the away side equalising. Isaac Hutchinson from the spots. Walsall, very faint shout of a playoff place, but I don't think that's going to happen today. Also in League 2, it's a battle between two sides already promoted. Champion Stockport lead at Wrexham 1-0. Conor Lemonade-Evans with the goal just before the half-hour mark. We're heading to Molineux on talkSPORT. Perry Groves and Dave Rowe.
Still Wolves 0, Wolves 0, and Wolves have had a decent spell, and they also have the best chance of the game so far. Brilliant through ball by Lamina, took out the Luton back line. Hwang running in behind Mengi. That's a good battle, and Hwang got through one-on-one, and Kaminsky stood firm and made a good save in the Luton goal. He also made a more routine save from a long-range shot from Totti, and then a Traore effort was blocked. It almost fell to Matheus Cunha in the 6-yard box, who was falling as he tried to put the ball towards goal, and that chance was lost. But the big chance there, obviously, Hwang, good save by the keeper.
Yeah, he didn't really have a lot of conviction, Dave, to be fair, did he? He sent a brilliant ball from Lamina. He split Mengi and Osho, and then away he came, just timed his run brilliantly, bent it going down that right-hand channel. When he got in the box, what he should be doing is putting his laces through it, trying to fight past Kaminsky, go down to his right, and he side-footed it. But in the end, it was an easy save for Kaminsky at his near post. Just a little tactical battles that are going on, because João Gomez is playing in sort of the 10 position for Wolves. He's trying to get them ticking along, and if he drops a little bit deep, then Osho just goes all the way in with him and then leaves 3v2 at the back. So a couple of times Gary O'Neill, the Wolves manager, has been asking Wolves to go a bit longer, which they did into Hwang Hee-Chang. And from Luton's point of view, they're still very lively going forward. The game's had a real good tempo about it, Dave. Luton haven't come here just to sit back, they've come to win. I've been really impressed actually with David Clark. He's been Luton's best player.
It remains Wolves 0, Luton 0.
That's a goal in League 2 at Priestfield. Ian Abrams.
Half an hour gone. Remember those records I told you Doncaster were chasing? They're on the cards now. Gillingham 0, Doncaster 1. Ball in from the right-hand side. I think it was Luke Molyneux. Lovely ball in. And there was top scorer Joe Ironside. 5 yards out. Classic diving header. Almost sliding along the floor to head it past Jake Turner in the Gillingham goal. Win number 11 on the spin is now on the cards for playoff chasing Doncaster. It's Gillingham 0, Doncaster 1.
I should remind you, they were third bottom in February. Doncaster Rovers, they're heading for a playoff place. If they go up, it is really the biggest story, promotion story I think I can remember in football. Joe Ironside, 65 for him now. His dad was a keeper at Middlesbrough when they played in the inaugural season of the Premier League way back in the early 90s. We've got a goal at Broadfield in League 2. Alex Cook.
And it's all going according to plan for the host, because it's Crawley 2, Grimsby 0 now. Clyde Lawless has just doubled the lead for the home side. All his own work, really. Picked up the ball on the edge of the penalty area, burst into the box. He's moved himself to what looked like an acute angle, but it's fired across Jake Eastwood and into the bottom right-hand corner. Crawley, as it stands, heading into the playoffs for the very first time in their Football League history. Crawley 2, Grimsby 0.
Nana's just had a great save here at Stage United 0, Burnley 0. Goal though at Carrow Road in the Championship. Ian Beach.
It's the equaliser. Norwich 1, Swansea 1, and it's a spectacular strike from Gabriel Sara. He received the ball just in the inside right position, let it roll across his body onto his left foot, and then spotted the opportunity to go for the top corner at the near post, and the ball went in off the underside of the crossbar. A huge gasp around the stadium as anybody watched the replay of that one. We're all square. Norwich 1, Swansea 1.
Goal at Colchester. Sam Allard.
A big goal at the bottom of the table. Colchester 1, Crew nil, and it is a brilliant goal from Noah Chilvers. He picks up the ball on the left-hand side, he cuts in and beats the keeper at his near post, and it's exactly what Colchester deserve. They've been the better of the two sides, and they take the lead. And as things stand, they are staying in League Two. As for Crawley, they will now be looking at results elsewhere, because of course if they lose and both Barrow and Crawley win, they will miss out on the playoffs. Lots of work for them to do, but a big goal for Colchester. 35 gone, Colchester 1, Crew nil.
So Colchester will be staying up, Sutton will be heading down. How are they getting on? Trying to claw it back at Stadium MK. Lawrence Mora.
Yeah, MK Dons 1, Sutton 0. The ball is out of play at the moment, but Steve Morrison, the Sutton manager, has made a big call, half an hour on the clock, and he decided to change formation. Pulled off Coley, put on Duke McKenna, who is on loan from QPR, and then his goalkeeper went down injured for a minute, so he could get all the players to the sideline, pull the positions round, and they've rejigged it. They're going for it now. Duke McKenna's right up the pitch. They look like they're going 3 up top, really going for it as they desperately look to preserve their league status. MK Dons 1, Sutton 0.
Yeah, with Colchester winning, it'll make no difference. All they can do is go for it and hope that Crew can turn it around at Colchester. As it stands, Sutton going down, and as it stands in the playoff race, it's MK Dons who will be joined by Doncaster, Crawley and Crew, with Barrow, Bradford and Walsall missing out. We've got goals going in elsewhere as well in the Championship. Bristol City lead 1-0 through a penalty from the youngster Tommy Conway. So Bristol City taking the lead against relegated Rotherham in that one. Salford pegged back by Harrogate 1-1. Abraham Otto with the goal for Harrogate. But Ryan Watson's put Carl Robinson's side back in front. Salford 2, Harrogate Town 1. And Southampton, who are going to be in the playoffs, trail at home to Stoke 1-0. Tyrese Campbell for Stoke City, who are looking safer and safer as the weeks go by. And in that Scottish Championship bottom 2 game, Queen's Park are 3-0 up, relegated Arbroath. Back to the Premier League, St James Park, Steve Harmison.
It's Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 1. 36 minutes on the clock. How Sheffield United have only scored 1 goal in this game. The ball in behind Newcastle's back line has caused so many problems for the two centre-halves of Byrne and Shaw. Archer and Breton Diaz has been in a couple of times. Archer has shot saved Breton Diaz, and really I don't know how he's missed. He scuffed it wide, then they had a corner, came in, headed back across goal. Brenton Diaz has flicked it on, it's hit the bar, it's come out to Brook, 6 yards out, goal in front of him. He's played a bit wide. Chris Wilder is so disappointed that his team are not ahead in this game. Newcastle are getting more and more on the front foot. Fans are trying to get them going, but at the minute it's still Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 1.
Charlie Austin scored again for Swindon, who was on telly last night. He scored 2 goals this afternoon. Swindon 2, Morecambe 2. What's happening at Craven Cottage in the Premier League? talkSPORT's Jim Proudfoot.
Fulham 0, Palace 0. Somehow, after 38 minutes of one-way traffic, so much to concern Fulham. Second best all over the field. They had a big worry for Bert Leno as well, who's making his 71st successive Premier League appearance. He fell onto his hip making a save. Needed a couple of minutes of treatment, but he continues for now. Palace have had and missed a stack of chances. Remember, they had a blistering start in their last London derby. 3 goals in the first 20 minutes against West Ham. Probably should have had 3 in the first 20 minutes again today. Mateta Shin, the Munoz crossover. Richards headed narrowly over from a free kick. Walton closer still with a rising drive. Elise shot wide and forced a save, and Munoz thought he should have had a penalty. At the other end, precisely nothing. Not a single attempt, hardly a sight of Dean Henderson's goal. 6 to go to the break. Is Fulham 0, Palace 0.
Goal at Molineux, Perry Groves and Dave Rowe.
Wolves 1, Luton 0. Wang Hee-chan with the goal, his first since late December. Really frustrating for Luton because they just missed a big chance at the other end when Clark crossed in for Carlton Morris. Weak header saved by Jose Sara. Wolves went right down the other end. Cunha playing it through to Wang, left edge of the area, cut inside, low shot beat Kaminski. Wolves in front, Perry.
Yeah, he says a brilliant kick from Jose Sarr when he gathered the ball from Carl Morris's header. To be fair, Reece Bircham doing a lot better. He's muscled out of it by Matthias Cunha. Matthias Cunha gets the ball, just turns, plays out to Wang Hee-chan on the left-hand side. He's on the left-hand side of the 18-yard box. Mengi's coming to get to him. He's got to get closer. He just cuts back inside. Mengi's got to block the shot. He doesn't. And then just as he takes his shot with his right foot, I think it takes just a slight deflection off of Mengi, gives Kaminski absolutely no chance in the Luton goal. Very good team goal from Wolves' point of view, just really shocking from defending from Luton. and they haven't kept a clean sheet away from home in the Premier League this season, and you can tell why, because they don't go up shot.
And a huge cheer from the home crowd because the goal has been given. I'm not sure what they were checking, but of course Leo has gone against Wolves on numerous occasions. They're in front, but a huge blow in Luton's survival task. Wolves 1, Luton 0.
Another goal in League Two at Priestfield. Ian Abrams.
From Molineux to Molineux. Gillingham 0, Doncaster 2. Luke Molineux has just fired in an absolute stunner for Doncaster. He's at least 22 yards out. He's on the left-hand side on his left foot, and he's picked out the top corner of Jake Turner's net. Absolutely no chance. That after Joe Ironside had headed in Doncaster's first. Soul Asylum once had a song called Runaway Train. That's Doncaster in terms of football right now. Gillingham 0, Doncaster 2.
There is no stopping them, and it's great form to be going into the playoffs with as well. Grant McLean's Doncaster heading for an 11th straight victory. Extraordinary stuff from them. And I'll say it again, they were third bottom early February. Now they're in the playoff places and could even be heading up. Who knows? It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent a Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. Let's go around the grounds in the Championship to the John Smiths, Alvin Martin and Graham Courtney.
We've got 5 minutes to go to the break here in Yorkshire. Still Huddersfield 0, Birmingham City 0. Not a lot of quality on the show, we've got to say. Only 2 chances since you were last here. Jack Rodoni for Huddersfield had a rocket of a shot, and he's put it wide. Should have done better. And then after 29 minutes, well, it was a Birmingham corner, and Juninho Bacuna gets roundly booed, the ex-Huddersfield player, and he's headed it over. And really, Alvin Martin, you've got to say, I think Bacuna, he should have worked the goalkeeper at the very, very least there.
Yeah, I think they've got a little bit more quality, certainly, going forward. Look, both teams are lacking the final third. Both teams have had a struggle all season.
It's the final ball as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they're passing an obvious ball, an easy ball, but as soon as it gets around the final third, somebody's got to do something with a little bit of delicacy. Both teams are lacking it. They're either lacking the technique or the confidence to be able to do it. Both teams are putting effort in. But at this moment in time, it's probably one of the worst games I've seen all season.
Yeah, it is one of those games where I often say there's not a lot going on, when actually there's nothing going on, is there? It's been really, really poor. Results elsewhere, by the way, are going against Huddersfield here. Sheffield Wednesday are now going to move on to 50 points, and Huddersfield are on 45 points, because Sheffield Wednesday are leading in their game, and if Plymouth can get anything from their game and potentially move on and win that one, well, it would send both Birmingham and Huddersfield down. So I'm afraid it's all starting to unravel, especially for Huddersfield Town in this game this afternoon. They've got to win it to stay if they keep their chances alive. At the moment, it's not looking good with those results elsewhere. 3 to the break here at John Smith's. It's Huddersfield 0, Birmingham 0.
Yeah, as it stands, Huddersfield are going down. We'll keep you updated as the afternoon wears on, though, because any goal can make a difference. And we've got a goal in League Two at Stadium MK. Lawrence Mora.
MK Dons 2, Sutton 0. Captain Alex Gilby dribbling into the penalty area, showing a little shimmy, and then curling it right foot into the far corner of the net, off the post. And that tactical masterstroke that I was telling you about Steve Morrison, well, it's not worked, has it? Unfortunately for Sutton, they look destined for the conference. MK Dons 2, Sutton 0.
Goals as they go in. Sutton will be heading down. They need a win, and they need Colchester to lose as well. Colchester are winning, Sutton are losing. You know what that maths means. Sutton will be heading down as things stand. Goal in the Championship. Dunfermline 1, Cali Thistle 0. Cali Thistle still in danger of relegation. Dunfermline not going up or down, which is positive after promotion last season. The skipper, Carl Benedictus, who's had an injury hit campaign with the goal. Dunfermline 1, Inverness 0. Let's head to Hillsborough in the Championship on talkSPORT. Alan Biggs.
2.5 minutes to the break, Adrian. Sheffield Wednesday 1, West Bromwich Albion 0. It's a bitty sort of a game, but it's who tidies up the bits and pieces that really counts in this sort of contest. And Anthony Musaba did that quite expertly for Sheffield Wednesday's goal, an isolated threat midway in the half. West Brom just not clicking, no real cohesion in their passing, but they have threatened just a couple of times. Kyle Bartley won a header from a corner, point blank, and Wednesday did well to block that out. Matty Phillips just out of the cross that was clutched by James Beadle, with Jed Wallace waiting to pounce. Sheffield Wednesday 1, West Brom 0.
Mason Greenwood's has just scored for Getafe away to Almeria. They lead 1-0. And in Spain, of course, he's still a Manchester United player. Let's head to the Den on talkSPORT. Jay Robson.
44 on the clock. It's still Millwall 0, Plymouth 0, and finally the visitors have started to exert some kind of presence in this game, mainly down the right through Mustafa Bundu. He's found some joy, but he's had a couple of crosses that haven't found anyone. He had a shot actually straight at Sarkic when he found himself on the right of the area, and that's about as good as it's got for Plymouth. As far as Millwall, Leonard's had a shot straight at Cooper from 20 yards, and a couple of minutes ago, Longman blazed over. As you can tell, slim pickings. Millwall 0, Plymouth 0.
Okay, well, Chelsea-Barcelona Women's Champions League semi-final second leg live on talkSPORT 2 at 5:30. Chelsea lead 1-0 from the first leg, but that is not all over. Now there's a big goal in the John Smiths. Alvin Martin and Graham Courtney.
How important could this be? Huddersfield 0, Birmingham City 1. It's been a really good finish as well by Koji Mayoshi. He's blasted it in, right-footed as well, across the face of the goal. And that one could be the one. Bearing in mind, you know, that Birmingham City potentially got a really, really big summer coming up. A lot of big plans for that football club. If they'd gone down, well, not sure it would actually scupper everything, but it would have made things much, much more difficult. So that is going to be potential, a real boost for them. But of course, it is going to be a killer blow for Huddersfield Town. And you have to say, Alvin, at the moment, that is probably, well, it's not exactly been a classic, has it? But it's going to be certainly deserved for Birmingham City.
Well, it's a moment of real quality. We haven't seen too many of them moments, have we?
That was
brilliant,
it.
Brilliant. I mean, Anderson does really well. He has looked lively on this left-hand side. He gets the ball, takes on his defender, gets it on his left foot, his weakest side, but wins a lovely ball across the face of goal. None of the Huddersfield defenders want to get a touch on it for fear of putting it in their own net. But Miyoshi on the other side, he comes in, and that's a really neat finish, by the way. Right foot, tight angle, no chance for Nichols at all. It's a great finish.
It's going to be interesting as well. I mean, that has come literally on the stroke of half-time. We're into 2 minutes added on, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. It's Huddersfield 0, Birmingham City 1.
Goals elsewhere. Cardiff 0, Middlesbrough 1. Matt Clark neither going up or down. Bradford lead Newport 1-0. 7 straight defeats for Newport. Callum Cavanagh with the goal, but won't be enough as things stand for Bradford just to squeeze into the playoff places. They'll be one place outside if they win as things stand. Here to go to up at St Johnstone, Paul Hanlon with that second goal. And half-time's coming next on talkSPORT.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply. This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
Game day. Hear the weekend's biggest Premier League action.
The big guns are out.
Game day live on talkSPORT.
A goal in League Two run on half-time. Bradford double their lead against Newport 2-0. Andy Cook in the first minute of added time. It still won't quite be enough as things stand for Bradford to get into a playoff place. Half-time whistles are blowing. We'll start here at Old Trafford. I can't believe this scoreline, Cameron Pope.
Indeed, a half of almost two halves. Still though, Manchester United 0, Burnley 0. United survived an early scare after David Datro Fofana forced to save out to Banana inside 30 seconds. Then they were flying forward for 25 minutes, the home side. Fernandes struck the woodwork. Anthony and Mainu also came close. There was a shout for a penalty too when Sander Berge looked to catch Alejandro Garnacho, but nothing was given. And then it all changed really. Wilson Odegaard with a thunderous effort. He tested Onana, who had to tip over his crossbar, and then Lyle Foster twice went close with head and right foot. Burnley, who can go level on points with Nottingham Forest with a win, Capel Marta switched the momentum here, but still, and unusually, as far as United are concerned, no goals. Manchester United 0, Burnley 0.
Remember, Nottingham Forest playing Manchester City at the City Ground tomorrow. Could be a vital 3 points for Burnley if they manage to pick it up. Goalless here at half-time. Let's head for half-time in the Premier League up Molineux with Perry Groves and Dave Rowe.
Wolves 1, Luton 0. Luton have had their moments but didn't take advantage of a really bright start. They went close when Barkley forced a good save out of Jose Sarr early on. Morris also had 2 decent opportunities. Wolves grew into the game. They went close when Van Deffen one-on-one was saved by Kaminsky, but just after a and Morris' effort was saved. Wolves broke and Cunha fed Hwang to cut inside Mengi and beat the keeper. Wolves leading the break and Perry Luton need a goal here.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that Hwang Hee-chang's goal encapsulates Luton this season because they're very, very, very good going forward. They've been very lively, Jordan Clark especially. He gets the ball on the left-hand side for Luton, crosses it into the box with his right foot. It's a decent header from Carlton Morris from the penalty spot, which is saved by Jose Sarr. Jose Sarr then launches the ball up the field. Reece Burke should deal with it as the ball bounces. Matthias Cunha just elbows him and like eases him off the ball, outmuscles him completely. Then he plays it out to Hwang Hee-chang on the left-hand side. Tenen Mengi to again close down and block the shot. He doesn't. Hwang Hee-chang does a couple of Michael Flatley foot overs, goes to the left, cuts back in the right-hand side. Mengi's not close enough, takes a slight deflection, gives Kaminsky absolutely no chance in Luton's goal. But it's been a really good game, Dave, because Luton have come here, they've been positive, they're like bloody men forward, and Wolves just started to get themselves a control of the game after about 20 minutes. Lemina started to get himself on the ball, spraying passes around. They're really fluid on their right-hand side because Lemina will drop deep, and then Semedo will go in to the right wing-back position, and then Matt Doherty will go in as a centre-half. So those three are very, very fluid. And I saw Gary O'Neill, the Wolves manager, in his technical area, actually telling his Wolves players to up the tempo. Exactly what they did after 20-25 minutes. But Luton is still in this game.
Big half-time team talk here for Rob Edwards. At the break, Wolves 1, Luton 0.
Goal in the Championship at Carrow Road, Ian Beach.
We are still playing, and Norwich have come from a goal down to take the lead. It's Norwich 2, Swansea 1. Josh Sargent with a header, his 16th goal of the season. Cross coming in from the right from Gabriel Sara, and he headed it back in the direction it had come in to beat Carl Rushworth in the Swansea goal. Now, this would almost certainly, if it stays like this, seal Norwich's place in the playoffs tonight. They do have to wait for the result in the 8 o'clock game between Hull and Ipswich, but a win here would pretty much put them through to finishing in the top 6. It's Norwich 2, Swansea 1, and still in injury time here.
And this situation, Norwich leading, West Brom losing, would mean that West Brom slipped to 6th. They've been 5th since early December. They've been 5th for 21 weeks, West Bromwich Albion, about to slip to 6th place, but crucially still in the playoff zone. Let's head for half-time at St James Park in the Premier League. Steve Harmison.
It's Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 1, with Sheffield United having to win to stay in the Premier League. But they've created enough chances to be outside for me in the first half. All started well for the Blades. A well-worked corner floated to the back post, and Ahmed Dodgic's header from 6 yards out made it 1-0. Chances galore after that. Archer had 2, and Brendan Diaz. Then there was a good save by Martin Dubravka, but the big centre forward would probably think he should have scored. Newcastle levelled through a good finish from Alexander Isak, a simple ball in behind, and he recorded his 18th goal of the season. 1-1. Then Brendan Diaz went round Dubravka, but he stuffed his shot, and Dan Burn was back there to clear it off the line. Then Brendan Diaz again, he hit the bar from a corner, which was then headed out towards Brooks, who blazed it wide from 6 yards out. And right on half-time, Foderingham made a great one-handed low save of Lewis Hall, literally right on the stroke at half-time, and that would have been injustice for Sheffield United. Newcastle have been really lacklustre, like they were at Palace the other night. Sheffield United have played as though they're fighting for their lives. You just hope that they haven't missed their opportunity. As it is, it's Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 1, live on talkSPORT 2.
And it's half-time at Craven Cottage in the Premier League. talkSPORT's Jim Proudfoot.
It's Fulham 0, Palace 0. A half of utter dominance for Palace as they chase a 4th straight win. 7 attempts to 1 in their favour, the best of which came for Chris Richards and Scott Wharton, who respectively saw a header and a long-range shot go narrowly over. But the Eagles have been unable to make it pay. Fulham's best period came in the final 10 minutes of the half. It took 42 minutes for their only shot. Rodrigo Muniz's effort tipped round the post by Dean Henderson. The only saving grace for Marco Silva is that they're still level. Fulham 0, Palace 0.
Let's get into the Championship around the grounds for half-times at the John Smiths. First of all, Alvin Martin and Graham Courtney.
It is Huddersfield 0, Birmingham City 1. Scruffy opening 45 minutes, one real moment of quality, and that came in the 43rd minute. Junio Bacuna, who actually is an ex-Huddersfield player, getting roundly booed. And he floated the ball into the Terriers' box, he's bobbling around the place, eventually squared it out to Koji Mayoshi, and he's fired it in across the face of the goal. And Alvin Martin, ex-West Ham and also England, you've got to say that is probably the one outstanding moment in the entire game.
Yeah, that's right, and you know, I think they always look more likely, Graham. I think Birmingham, you know, with a little bit more quality on the books.
Shaded it, haven't they?
Yeah, that's right. And I think the final third, you always felt there was something there. There was another gear that they could have slipped into. A real test now for Huddersfield in the second half. Confidence obviously is going to be at an all-time low. Have they got a goal in him? It doesn't look that way at the moment. I'm looking at the, you know, who's likely. I mean, the only one who's got a semblance of confidence about his play is Radoni, who had that shot on target and maybe just missed the target with his left foot as well. But really, they've just got to throw caution to the wind now, and I think you know, the crowd here will give them the first 10 minutes of the second half, and if they don't see the likelihood of a comeback, then I think they might get on the players' back. So it's going to be a really crucial first 10 minutes in the second half.
Yeah, it's looking like curtains for Huddersfield, but at the moment, though, it's still touch and go for Birmingham City. If things stay as they are still third from bottom. It really is that tight in this crazy championship season. Half-time here at the John Smiths. Huddersfield 0, Birmingham City 1.
And half-time in the Hillsborough, and another big one, Alan Beeks.
Sheffield Wednesday 1, West Bromwich Albion 0. It's a nervy sort of game, as you probably expect. Not much in it, not much by way of goalmouth action either. So the one goal is precious, and it was a precise finish too from Anthony Musaba, call from a tight angle. West Brom pretty passive for much of the half, but posing a threat towards the break. Grady Diangana forced the second of two decent saves from James Beadle. You sense a contest here that's in second or third gear, expecting a big step up in tempo in the second half. Wednesday will be happy at 1-0. West Brom simply can't be, with that playoff place still to confirm. Sheffield Wednesday 1, West Brom 0.
Half-time at the Den in the Championship. talkSPORT's Jake Robson.
Well, it's Millwall 0, Plymouth 0. The big news of the half really is that as it stands, Plymouth no longer too clear of the drop zone with the current scores elsewhere. Only now outside the bottom three on goal difference. To be fair to them though, they haven't looked in much danger at the back, but no way have they done enough going forward. Bundu's been their best player, and Sarkic was called into action midway through when the winger fired straight at him. But you wonder if the visitors' approach will change, given those aforementioned other scores. Half-time at the Den, Millwall 0, Plymouth 0.
Hit the break at Cameron Road in the Championship as well, Ian Beach.
Yes, Norwich 2, Swansea 1, the half-time whistle's gone now. Josh Sargent's injury time header putting them in control. Norwich were in shock when they were 1-0 down to a strike from Liam Patterson. Swansea made a good couple of chances before that. Nerves were setting in for the home support before that goal, but once Swansea had the lead, they sat back a little too much. Sargent had a good shot from inside the penalty area, that was saved by goalkeeper Carl Rushford's left boot. Then we had the spectacular equaliser from Gabriel Sara, a fizzing 30-yarder that went in off the underside of the bar, and just before the break, Sargent got on the score sheet with a header from Sara's cross. So Sara's made one and scored one. It could be Norwich's 9th home win from their last 10 in a stage like this. Norwich 2, Swansea 1.
Let's get into League 2. Half-time's there at Stadium MK, first of all. talkSPORT's Lawrence Moore.
MK Dons 2, Sutton 0. The home side just missed out on automatic promotion. The golfing class is clear to see with this Sutton side desperate for a win. First chance though did go to the visitors. Cody burst into the penalty area, but Kelly in the Dons goal saved well with his legs. However, super play by Max Dean on 14 minutes set up Jack Payne to tuck it home with his trusty left foot. On a half hour, Steve Morrison, the Sutton boss, goes for it. He pulls off Cody, puts on Duke McKenna, but a few minutes before half time, Alex Gilby dribbled into the penalty area, brilliant shimmy, and curled the ball into the far corner of the net. Sutton heading out of the EFL as things stand. MK Dons 2, Sutton 0.
And that's good news for Colchester. Let's head to their stadium. Sam Allards.
Colchester 1, Crewe 0. The home side deserved the lead at half-time. They've been very, very impressive. They took the lead thanks to a lovely goal from Noah Chilvers. Picked up the ball on the left-hand side. He cut in and beat the goalkeeper at his near post. So Colchester winning, Colchester safe. Crewe, they point to guarantee a playoff place. They've been really poor in this first half. No end product whatsoever. And in the second half, they might just have one eye on the Barrow score too. A lot on the line in the second half here. Colchester 1, Crewe 0.
Half-time at Broadfield's going well for Crawley, Alex Crook.
42, Grimsby 0, the hosts heading for the playoffs as it stands. They took the lead on 24 minutes when top scorer Danilo Orsi lifted his shot over goalkeeper Jake Eastwood for his 21st of the season, and that lead doubled 10 minutes later. Claidi Lolos with a neat finish from a tight angle to make it 2-0 for the host. That after Grimsby missed two golden opportunities through young debutant Cam Gardner and their captain Kieran Green. But with Barrow and Crewe both behind, Crawley on course to finish in 6th place.
facts. Crawley 2, Grimsby 0.
And Doncaster at it again. Preachfield half-time. Ian Abrams.
Gillingham 0, Doncaster 2. A point is all they needed to be in the playoffs, but they look on course for all three at the halfway stage. 2 goals in 7 minutes. On 29 minutes, Owen Bailey down the right-hand side with a cross. Diving header from Joe Ironside for his 20th goal of the season. He was inside the 6-yard box when he scored that one, and well outside the penalty area for the second was Luke Molyneux. 7 minutes later, it was on his left foot, and he's pinged one into the top corner of Jake Turner's. There's absolutely no chance for the Gillingham goalkeeper. Donny, who scored 4 in the last 3 games, are on course for that again. One flag from their fans, Adrian, says dare to dream. Oh, they're doing that all right. It's Gillingham 0, Doncaster 2.
This is Game Day. Half-time classifieds.
In the Premier League, full-time from earlier, live on talkSPORT to finish. West Ham 2, Liverpool 2, half-times now. Fulham 0, Crystal Palace 0, Manchester United 0, Burnley 0, Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 1, second half live on talkSPORT 2, Wolves 1, Luton 0, Everton Brentford's at 5:30, Aston Villa Chelsea at 8 live on talkSPORT. Championship half-times, Blackburn 0, Coventry 0, Bristol City 1, Rotherham 0, Cardiff 0, Middlesbrough 1, Huddersfield 0, Birmingham 1, Millwall 0, Plymouth 0, Norwich 2, Swansea 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1, West Bromwich Albion 0, Southampton 0, Stoke City 1, Watford 0, Sunderland 0, Hull City against Ipswich kicks off at 8, it's live on talkSPORT 2. League 1, full times from earlier, Barnsley 1, Northampton 1, Derby 2, Carlisle 0, Derby promoted, Exeter 1, Oxford 2, Fleetwood 3, Burton Albion 0, Lincoln 0, Portsmouth 2, Peterborough 3, Bolton 3, Port Vale 0, Cambridge 0, Reading 3, Blackpool 2, Shrewsbury 1, Leyton Orient 3, Stevenage 2, Cheltenham 1, Cheltenham relegated, Wigan 2, Bristol Rovers 0, Wycombe 1, Charlton 0. League 2, half-times, Wimbledon 2, Walsall 1, Accrington 1, Tranmere 1, Barrow 0, Mansfield 1, Bradford 2, Newport 0, Colchester 1, Crewe 0, Crawley 2, Grimsby 0, Forest Green 0, Notts County 0, Gillingham 0, Doncaster 2, MK Dons 2, Sutton United 0, Salford 2, Harrogate 2, Swindon 2, Morecambe 2, Wrexham 0, Stockport 1. National League promotion playoff semi-final in the Barnet Solihull Moors kicks off at 5:30. National League North playoff semi-final, Scunthorpe 0, Boston 0. National League South playoff semi-final, Chelmsford 0, Braintree 0. Women's Champions League, Chelsea Barcelona kicks off at 5:30. Live on talkSPORT 2, Chelsea leading 1-0 from the first leg. Half-times, Scottish Premiership, Kilmarnock 0, Hearts 0, Aberdeen 0, Motherwell 0, Livingston 1, Ross County 0, St Johnstone 0, Hibs 2, Scottish Championship, Arbroath 0, Queen's Park 3, Dunfermline 1, Inverness 0, Morton 0, Wraith Rovers 0, Partick 0, Ayr United 0, Scottish League 1, Aller Athletic 0, Hamilton 1, Annan Athletic 1, Falkirk 1, Edinburgh City 1, Stirling 1, Kelty Hearts 0, Montrose 1, Queen of the South 2, Cove Rangers 0, Scottish League 2, Clyde 1, East Fife 0, Dumbarton 1, Elgin 2, Forfar 2, Stranraer 0, Stenhousefield 1, Bonnyrigg Rose 0, and the Spartans 1, Peterhead 1.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on forecourt. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
On DAB, online, on the app, and on your smart speaker. Over 50 games of live football this April. talkSPORT.
Let me tell you how it stands. Second halves are getting underway up and down the country. Bottom of the Championship, Huddersfield will be relegated as things stand. And if things stay the same right now, then going into the final round of games next Saturday lunchtime, all covered live on talkSPORT 2, it'll be extraordinary because there'll be one relegation place left. Birmingham and Plymouth will be on 49. Blackburn and Sheffield Wednesday will be on 50. All trying to avoid one relegation place. But as things stand, Huddersfield will be relegated. And in League 2, as things stand, it'll be MK Dons, Doncaster, Crawley and Crewe in the playoffs. Bradford, Barrow and Wimbledon will miss out. Remember, Barrow manager Pete Wild said a couple of weeks ago he was 100% certain Barrow would be in the playoffs. Their form does not reflect that confidence, I'm afraid. And Sutton, as things stand, will be relegated. They need a big turnaround. They're losing at MK Dons 2-0. Colchester are winning. They need the reverse scorelines, and they need them quick as well. We'll keep you in touch with all the goals as they go in on talkSPORT this afternoon. And just to remind you, in League One on the final day, we know Portsmouth are champions. Congratulations to them. Derby up as well, so congratulations to them. Got to love the playoffs, haven't you? Oxford's against Peterborough in the playoffs. That will be the semi-final first leg. And the other semi-final first leg, Barnsley-Bolton. They met in the playoffs last season. Barnsley won it but lost the final to Sheffield Wednesday. So on the final day this lunchtime, Lincoln and Blackpool missed out on the playoff places. Relegated Carlisle, Fleetwood, Port Vale and Cheltenham, who lost 2-1 at Stevenage this afternoon. Burton Albion lost to Fleetwood but stay up because of Cheltenham's defeat. Earlier live on talkSPORT in the Premier League, Liverpool dropped more vital points at the top of the table.
Welcome to the place where relationships are coming to an end and heartbreak and disappointment and sadness are likely to be the outcome for anyone who thought they would last. To the near post, he comes down off the defender again, and Bowen celebrates. It's another Jared Bowen goal. It's another goal from a corner that Liverpool have conceded.
Great for Jared, because I don't know how many West Ham players have got there in that 20 goals in all competition, and I'm pushing them to try and get 20 Premier League goals by his time in the league.
23rd time in 55 games this season that Liverpool have conceded the first goal.
It's Diaz on the left-hand side into the area, looking for Robertson! And Robertson hits it on the volley.
Gets into the air, comes back out to Gakpo. Oh, takes a deflection off of Bonner. Gakpo completely miskicked it. It hits on Bonner, goes beyond Areola, and Liverpool have taken the lead.
That is a little bit mirroring as well of the situation in the last few weeks. We don't use our chance to opponent use the first.
Gareth Bowen into the box, delivering across. Antonio! 2-2! Rising highest in between the two centre-backs, combining with Bowen again.
There's a lot of things going on, but maybe the most stable league positions probably in the last 4 years.
And Liverpool cannot kick it in East London. Another headed goal, which is Liverpool's undoing, and that is why they will not win the Premier League. 2-2.
2-2, you heard from Jurgen Klopp and Dave Moyes live on this show. I just gave the as it stands picture at the bottom of the Championship. Well, it's changed already with a big goal of the John Smiths, Alvin Martin and Graham Courtney.
It is Huddersfield 1, Birmingham City 1. Reece Healey, who's back in the side today, and he's been brought in really to score goals. That's exactly what he's done. Good build-up as well, a little bit of pace. And Alvin, you said right at the end of the opening 45 minutes that Huddersfield have to fly up the blocks really to get something, and that's what they've done.
Yeah, they come out early as well, don't they? The manager sent them out with a flea in their ear, but they were out about 3 or 4 minutes before Birmingham. But they've started off really well, moved down the right. He's had probably more confidence about him than any other Huddersfield player. But really, once Healey gets that on his right foot, he's got to hit the target. He does. It's a good finish, but nobody near him. And he will be absolutely mortified at that, Robert. The fact that there wasn't a centre-half close enough to be able to put a block in, but it's got the crowd going. And do you know what? They had another chance immediately after that, so a really good start for Huddersfield.
Yeah, it might all turn out to be far too little too late, and it's Huddersfield 1, Birmingham 1.
And they're still going down as things stand. Huddersfield, they'll need another goal or scores to change elsewhere as things stand. Even though they're level and just pulled level, they will be heading down. And Manchester United clean through for the second time in this second half, but still can't convert. It stays Manchester United 0. Burnley 0, but a goal at Molineux for Perry Groves and Dave Rowe.
Wolves 2, Luton 0. How much of a blow could this be to Luton's survival prospects? Toti Gomez has got the goal for Wolves in a short corner, well-worked routine with João Gomez combining with Aït-Nouri. Aït-Nouri found Lamina. He put a brilliant deep ball to the far post where Toti Gomez got higher than Hashioka and planted his header in the back of the net. It comes just after Jordan Clark had made a brilliant clearance for that corner, but Perry there switched off for the corner. The corner routine worked superbly, and Luton are 2-0 down.
Yeah, very much so. They panned over to Rob Edwards, Luton manager, and he looked in a daze, to be fair. He was completely glazed, and he's exactly how his Luton defenders were, because you said there, it was well worked from Wolves, little short corner from Gomez to Aït-Nouri. Luton don't react quick enough, comes to Lamina. Lamina just whips it in, a brilliant cross with his right foot out swinging. Then Totti Gomez completely outmuscles Hashioka at the far post. Really good downward header. Again, really shocking defending from Luton's point of view, and a well-worked corner from Wolverhampton Wanderers' point of view to pull them 2-0 up.
What does he do now? What does Robin Woods do now? Because 2 down, this is a desperate situation.
Yeah, I think he'll just want to sort of steady the ship for the next 5-10 minutes, because you don't want to be shipping another goal. He hasn't got that many options. Obviously, Adebayo's on the bench, so maybe he might put him up front for more physical presence. But there's not a lot a manager can do, basically, when your team completely switches off from set pieces. And I said to you, Dave, before the game, I don't think that Burke, Mengi and Osho are Premier League centre-halves, and that's what it's proved today. That's been Luton's downfall, where they just haven't been able to defend situations, whether in free play or from set plays.
Luton in big trouble here. Wolves 2, Luton 0.
Breakthrough at Craven Cottage, Jim Bradford.
And it's Fulham 1, Crystal Palace 0. And it comes after a much improved performance at the beginning of the second half from Fulham, much better at the start of his second period, more of a grip of the game in midfield, and it's Rodrigo Muniz, couldn't miss, as he scores his 9th goal in his last 13 Premier League games. Fulham getting in behind the Palace backlines. Castagna got the run on Mitchell, and a good ball clipped towards the far post. It was a perfect service, Muniz coming onto it, and he just fell onto the ball 5 yards out to steer his header into the bottom left-hand corner. Fulham 1, Palace 0.
And another big goal at the bottom of the Championship at Hillsborough. Alan Biggs.
Sheffield Wednesday 2, West Bromwich Albion 0. The Owls double their lead and looking good in the standings towards the bottom of the Championship. It's perfect for them, actually, that it's a draw shaping up at Huddersfield with Birmingham 1-1. Sheffield Wednesday needing to win this to move to the brink of survival. Ike Ugbo slammed the ball into the roof of the net. His 7th goal on loan at Hillsborough, but an excellent January signing. But the creator was the scorer of the first goal, Musaba, with a great run. Ugbo the scorer, Sheffield Wednesday 2, West Brom 0.
Goals elsewhere as well. Ugbo's old club is Cardiff. He was with them first half of the season. Nowhere near as good there as he has been as Sheffield Wednesday. Cardiff are now 2 down at home to Middlesbrough. Finn Azaz, the January signing, has got the goal for Michael Carrick's side. Cardiff 0, Middlesbrough 2. Wrexham equalised against Stockport 1-1. Ollie Palmer was a guest on the breakfast show this week. He's scored the equaliser for Wrexham this afternoon. Blackburn manager John Eustace has been sent to the stands. They're currently goalless in their game. And Accrington take the lead against Tranmere 2-1. Jack Nolan, their top scorer, with it. Another goal at Stadium MK in League 2. Lawrence Mora.
MK Dons 2, Sutton 1, and that's our substitute from the first half. Duke McKenna, who has fired this right-footed, and he has absolutely leathered it from an angle, and it's flown over the goalkeeper into the back of the net. It's a really tight angle, so great to get his shot away. Is this the big comeback? It's MK Dons 2, Sutton 1.
Sutton still heading down, of course, because they lose, and also because Colchester are leading in their game against Crewe Alexandra. Livingston have doubled their lead against Ross County 2-0. Sean Kelly from the spot, and that means Livingston, for the time being, won't be relegated. Lose today and they would have been down. Let's look ahead to this evening's Premier League action with Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, screen our internet, terms apply.
Well, it's Everton Brentford at 5:30. Matt Jones is there for talkSPORT at Goodison. I was there in midweek for the derby. What an atmosphere. And, I mean, it was a joyous atmosphere. They won the derby, for heaven's sake, but I think there was a huge amount of relief, because although mathematically it might not be so sound just yet, but I think most Everton fans are thinking this should be enough for them to survive, Matt.
I think they are, Adrian, and even more so if this Luton result stays as it is, because if Everton win today and that Luton result stays as it is, then Everton will be safe. So very much a feeling of relief, a feeling of joy at finally getting that home win over their big city rivals on Wednesday night as well. I guess the hope for Sean Dyche and for everyone here today, in an Everton perspective, is that this isn't the case of after the Lord Mayor's show form and they put all that effort in. They got that big result on Wednesday. Can they then back it up again today and make sure that those final 3 games of the season are a little bit more comfortable in terms of viewing, because they'll know that their place in the top flight is secure? And if it is the case that they are secure going into the final 3 games of the season, then that's a remarkable turnaround given where they were 3 or 4 weeks ago. But those 3 wins in 4 games, including beating Liverpool have just given the place such a huge lift.
Matt, stay there. We've got a goal at Newcastle. Steve Harmison.
It's Newcastle 2, Sheffield United 1, and it's Bruno Guimaraes with a header at the back post. An excellent cross. Caught a free kick from Anthony Gordon. Missed everybody out apart from the Brazilian. And he diving header at the back post. Before the game at the Gallagher end, there was a big Brazilian flag. Massive blue sign in Brazilian, basically saying, Bruno, you can't go anywhere. We're going to not let you go anywhere. He scores the goal, takes the corner flag out, points to the Newcastle crest, kisses the badge, and he's put Newcastle United 2-1 up here at St James's Park, and this game is live on talkSPORT 2.
It is, and that'll be enough to send Sheffield United down as well. Lose and they are down. That's the first home goal of the season for Bruno Guimaraes. Those fans have been waiting for the Brazilian to do that. Back with Matt Jones at Everton Brentford, and Everton have got to watch out because the Brentford's front three, Visser and Bueno and King Lewis Potter, were magnificent. They ripped Luton to shreds last week.
They did. 5-1, wasn't it? Visser getting two of them, Lewis Potter getting on the score sheet as well. They're a side who has suddenly found form, both in the final third and in general in terms of their results. I think it's 5 games unbeaten coming into this one, and they too, you know, they'll be looking at that Luton result. If that Luton result stays as it is, Brentford is safe. So that's another remarkable turn up for Thomas Frank as well, given how they've struggled post-Christmas. So he'll be hoping that that front three can continue to cause the carnage that they have in recent weeks. They will, Everton, have to watch out, I think, from set pieces in particular. We know that Brentford are very, very good from them, and at times Everton have been fallible from a set piece themselves. So that could be an area where Brentford could really hurt Everton.
Matt, thank you very much. That was a look at this weekend's Premier League action. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton Brentford live today. Contact free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream our internet. Terms apply.
Goal in the Championship at Carrow Road. Ian Beach.
Norwich 2, Swansea 2. Matt Grimes with a penalty after Angus Gunn had fouled Ronaldo. The ball was loose in the penalty area. Ronaldo got to the ball first as Gunn came off his line, and he went over the goalkeeper's arms. And the referee pointed to the spot. Grimes, left-footed, drove the ball pretty much down the middle of the goal. A draw probably isn't really a disastrous result for Norwich. They can still seal a championship place tonight, depending on the result in the Hull Ipswich game, if it stays like this. But the real worry is whether Swansea could get themselves back in front. It's Norwich 2, Swansea 2.
As Middlesbrough go 3-0 up at Cardiff. Manuel Lattelat scoring yet again for Borough. Is that a red card at Priestfield in League 2? Ian Abrams.
It is. Gillingham 0, Doncaster 2. But is this the moment that Doncaster's hopes of that promotion rather from the playoffs that you've been talking about, Adrian, is perhaps derailed slightly? Their goalkeeper, Timothy the Tathia, has just been sent off. Straight red card, 3-game ban. That rules him out of all of the playoff games, semi-finals and the Wembley final if they get there. There was a long ball down the middle for Gillingham. He came out of his area and deliberately handled the ball to stop Gillingham. I think it was Josh Andrews, the striker, going through to try and score. So he's been sent off. And if Doncaster, as expected, do make the playoffs, and if they get to Wembley, they will do so without their regular goalkeeper, who will be suspended. Gillingham with the free kick at the moment on the edge of the penalty area, and it's gone into the back of the net. The first job that Lewis Jones has to do is pick the ball out of the back of the net, and an absolutely wonderful free kick by Gillingham, and they are right back in this game now, and Doncaster, down to 10 men, will somehow have to get through the next 40 minutes, and then they'll have to worry about the playoffs. Remember, a point's good enough for them today. They were chasing that 11th straight win. It's Gillingham 1, Doncaster 2, 57 on the clock.
Amazing how one moment can transform things in any given game, especially on the last day. Now, we've got a penalty in the Premier League at St James Park. Steve Harmison.
It's Newcastle 2, Sheffield United 1, and it's Newcastle with the penalty. They're waiting on a VAR check, but I don't think there's any VAR check needed here. Anthony Gordon stopped the fullback Bogle, and then went again. His change of pace, drove into the box. I just think the Sheffield United fullback just got the heel of Anthony Gordon. Referee pointed to the spot, and I've got no doubt that this will be given, and I'm sure Alexander Isak will be looking for his 19th goal of the season. Newcastle, what a transformation in a game. They really have. The first half was so lacklustre, and it's as if Sheffield United just don't believe the chances they've missed. Brendan Diaz had another chance, but at the minute they're just still waiting on this VAR check. I don't know if you want to come back to me, but it does look as though it is going to be given. I've seen the replay again. It does look like a penalty. Yes, the penalty has been given. Goalkeeper is talking to referee, but Alexander Isak is standing with the ball on the spot. Referee's just having a conversation. Two Sheffield United players are trying to get into the referee's ear. They're pushing him away. Anthony Gordon is trying to step in between. Goalkeeper Fodenham, he's giving up protesting. He's inside his 6-yard box. He's waiting for Isak to put the ball on the spot. But the Newcastle fans are waiting for Alexander Isak. They're singing his name. Gordon moves back. He's now protected. After winning the penalty, he's protected his striker. Referee's just walking away, making sure nobody encroaches in the box. Isak puts the ball down. Fodenham is standing, waiting for the Swedish centre forward, who backs off 2, 3, 4 steps at the Gallagher end. Whistle blows from the referee. Here comes Alexander Isak, looking for his 19th Premier League goal this season. Stops and then goes again to the keeper's right. Newcastle make it 3. Alexander Isak 2 for the afternoon. 19 Premier League goals of the season. It's Newcastle 3, Sheffield United 1.
And it's live on talkSPORT 2, and that will mean Sheffield United's relegation will be confirmed. Lose and they're down, and they're 3-1 down. And Newcastle on talkSPORT 2 this afternoon. Still no goals at Old Trafford. Cameron Pope.
Indeed, 62 minutes gone here now. Burnley finished the first half the strongest side, but it's United who've been on top since the restart. One big chance, Garnacho with a wonderful tricky run down the left, got to the byline, cut it back towards Anthony in the 6-yard box. His shot was smothered by Muric. Casemiro then went down on the edge of the area, rather weakly in my eyes. No penalty from the referee, and after a VAR check on we went. Burnley, remember, trying to close the gap on Luton and Forest. They brought Teki Amdouni on for David Datro Fofana. United do start today's game 4 points clear of 7th as they look to European football, but no closer to making that a reality. Still Manchester United 0, Burnley 0.
Right, let's give you some other goals that have gone in very quickly. Queen's Park now 4-0 up at Arbroath in the Scottish Championship. Middlesbrough were 3-0 up through latter left. They're now 4-0 up at Cardiff. They're running right at Michael Carrick's side. I'll give you the score of that goal in just a second. Motherwell have had Jack Bale sent off in their game at Aberdeen, and they're a goal down as well. Stefan Gartenmann has scored for the Dons. Liam Kitchen sent off for Coventry, who are goalless at Blackburn at the moment. It's Alex Gilbert on the hour with Middlesbrough's 4th at Cardiff. In the National League South playoff semi-final, Braintree lead at Chelmsford 1-0. Leon Davis with the goal. Bristol City double their lead against relegated Rotherham 2-0. Scott Twine gets the second for Liam Manning's side. Bradford 3, Newport County 0. The youngster Bradford fan Bobby Poynton with another goal, but won't be quite enough for Bradford to make the playoffs. And Barrow equalised against promoted Mansfield 1-1. Kean Spence with the goal, but as things stand, that won't be enough to take Barrow into the playoff places. One apiece there. You're listening to Game Day Live on talkSPORT, and Manchester United could be clean through here. Cameron Pope, no, they're not.
Coming up on Odegaard, wasn't he? He was trying to gain some ground on him. Lovely ball over the top, played through. I think it was from Anthony. Garnacho tried to turn onto his left foot in the penalty area. Well done there by Odegaard. Found himself out of position, just shot off the angle. Goes for United corner, 0-0.
And in League 2, Wimbledon go 3-1 up against Walsall. I'm up again. And is that a goal at Stadium MK? Lawrence Mora.
It is. MK Dons 3, Sutton 1. The substitute Emre Tezgel with it, and it's a really neat finish after a cruel deflection. A shot from about 30 yards by Max Dees. Hit the backside of one of the players of Sutton's defence, and it fell just nicely for Tezgel, and he finished nice and coolly into the far corner of the net to re-establish that 2-goal lead. It's MK Dons 3, Sutton 1.
And a League 2 goal at Priestfield, Ian Abrams.
Gillingham 2, Doncaster 2, 2 up at half-time. Everything looked absolutely rosy in the Doncaster garden. They've had their goalkeeper sent off and conceded twice in 5 minutes. This time a corner to the far post. It was headed back across goal. Not sure if it was forced in by Josh Andrews or it was an own goal. I'll clear that up for you in a moment or two. But one thing is certain, the wheels are falling off at the moment for Doncaster. Gillingham 2, Doncaster 2.
All going wrong for Donny Rovers, 2-2, but that still will be enough for them to be in the playoff places. Let's see how the rest of the afternoon pans out. We're bringing you the goals as they go in on talkSPORT.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on forecourt. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
The goals are
Kick commentary. Aston Villa versus Chelsea.
Coverage from 7:30. Kick-off 8 p.m. on talkSPORT.
Game day live on talkSPORT with another goal in Newcastle. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it's Newcastle 4, Sheffield United 1, and I think that's it for Sheffield United. If it wasn't for the penalty, it's an own goal for Newcastle. A corner comes into the back post. It's headed by Elliot Anderson. It drops down a couple of little flicks by, I think it was Anderson and Holgate, and then it's just rolled towards the line, and Ben Osborne is the unlucky one. He's just hit off the outside of his right foot, and it's rolled agonisingly through the line in slow motion. No real celebration. The crowd went silent for a second, and that's it for Sheffield United. Championship is beckoning. It's Newcastle 4, Sheffield United 1.
Another goal in League 2, another one at Stadium MK. It's a goal fest. Lawrence Moore.
MK Dons 3, Sutton 2. They're back in it again. And this time an absolute cracker from Oliver Sanderson. From around about 25 yards out, he picked the ball up off Big Matt Smith's flick on. He controlled it, left-footed, let fly, and it whipped into the top corner of the net. Wow. 3-2. MK Dons 3, Sutton 2.
Newport 4-1 back at Bradford, but a 3-1 down. Harry Charsley with the goal. Wimbledon 4, Walsall 1. Ronnie Curtis got the injury time winner against MK Dons earlier this season at Plough Lane. Obviously, he's a legend after that. Has got the 4th for Wimbledon, and Walsall will not be making the playoffs this season. Ryan Andrews, the son of the former Watford striker Wayne Andrews, has got a goal for the Hornets. They lead 1-0 against Sunderland in a game when neither side is going up or down in the Championship. We're still waiting for goals. Been some strange substitutions as well here at Old Trafford. Cameron Pope.
Yes, there has. Gone actually just had one tipped over the bar by Muric from a well-worked Manchester United corner. Huge booze, as you say, Adrian, a moment ago when Erik ten Hag made his first personnel change. Mainu and Højlund off for Ahmad and McTominay. That was not well met by the home support. Mainu in particular was given a warm ovation as he left the field. Pressure from the terraces is growing. Still no breakthrough in this game. Manchester United 0, Burnley 0.
Let's head to Molyneux on talkSPORT with Barry Rhodes and Dave Rowe.
Wolves 2, Luton 0. Well, Luton really rocked back since conceding early in the second half through Toti Gomez and Wolves got close to a third, which you would think would secure the game in their favour. Boubacar Kamara shot from the edge of the penalty area. That was blocked, and then we just seen a great chance for Semedo going through one-on-one, turned inside, but he shot in the end, saved by Kaminsky. Luton have made 2 changes with Woodrow and Perry coming on. And Perry, I'm not seeing enough here from Luton to get back in this game.
No, it just looked like there's sort of resigned look about the body language of the Luton Town players. To be fair, Wolves look very, very comfortable. They've dominated possession. I've got to give a mention in dispatches to Mario Lemina, who's been absolutely outstanding for Wolves. He's playing at the base of the midfield like the quarterback, and Luton haven't been able to sack him. You know, they need to put someone on him, go man-to-man, stop him from dictating play. So the way this game's going at the moment, you can only see Wolves increasing their lead. And you mentioned about when Semedo went through. If he gets his head up and he just squares it to Hwang Hee-chan completely unmarked on the left-hand side of the 6-yard box, and he just rolls it into an empty net, just completely picked the wrong option. But this could be dangerous now for Luton. I think it's down to limitation.
And 19 to go, still Wolves 2, Luton 0.
Goal at Hillsborough in the Championship. talkSPORT, Alan Biggs.
Sheffield Wednesday 3, West Bromwich Albion 0. We are staying up is the chant all around Hillsborough from the majority of a 33,000 crowd here, and they're doing it in the grand manner if this leads to survival. Josh Windass with goal 3. Wednesday have absolutely dominated the second half. Barry Barron's shot from distance was only parried by Alex Palmer. Windass got in on the rebound. West Brom, despite a trio of substitutions, extremely poor. Their hold on the playoffs looking fragile now. Could be a 3rd successive defeat. Sheffield Wednesday going to be unbeaten in 5, and what a win this will be. Sheffield Wednesday 3, West Brom 0.
West Brom have been in the playoffs for so long. Could they be dipping out right at the death? Remember, Hull face Ipswich tonight at 8 live on talkSPORT 2. Down the bottom as things stand in the Championship, Birmingham will still be okay. They'll fight another day. They're 1-1 at Huddersfield. Huddersfield will be relegated as things stand. They're on 45. Birmingham on 47, still in the relegation zone. 2 behind. Plymouth on 49. Sheffield Wednesday on 50. And Blackburn also on 50. Well, Blackburn have got minus 16 goal difference. Sheffield Wednesday minus 27, easily the worst. Plymouth minus 11, and Birmingham minus 16. So if it comes down to goal difference, Sheffield Wednesday need to be watching over their shoulders. That's the situation as things stand at the bottom of the Championship. Huddersfield will be relegated. They need a goal from somewhere. Let's head to Craven Cottage in the Premier League. Latest there, talkSPORT's Jim Proudfoot.
And still Fulham 1, Palace 0. Inside the final 20 minutes now. Rodrigo Muniz's first goal in 5. The difference between the sides. Close range header from a Castagna cross, and it was a reward for a much better start of the second half. After a first in which the Whites were very poor. Palace have borne to their task though in the last 5 minutes. They've begun to reassert themselves again. Hughes has seen a shot blocked. Edouard, who's replaced Mattel, has had a couple of efforts. Elise just stinging the palms now of Bernd Leno with a shot that is relatively easily saved in the end. Fulham have made a couple of changes. Balinia and Decordova-Reid replaced by Lukic and Willian, who's come on for his 800th career game for club and country. But with 18 to go, still Fulham 1, Palace 0.
Goal in that National League South playoff final, semi-final rather. Braintree now 2 up. Chelmsford in an Essex derby. Freddie Sears wants of West Ham and Colchester. Gets the second for Braintree Town. Chelmsford 0, Braintree 2. Now Everton Brentford gets underway at 5:30. To get the lineup, all thanks to Betfair. Goodness of Phil Court, Matt Jones.
And Everton are looking to back up their Merseyside derby heroics. A run of 3 wins in 4 means victory today may be enough to secure safety. But they do make 2 changes from Wednesday night, and one of them is a big one. There's no Dominic Calvert-Lewin. He scored 3 in his last 4. Yusuf Chermiti replaces him. He's making his first Premier League start, whilst Vitaly Mikolenko hasn't made it after limping off against Liverpool, so Ashley Young is his replacement. So that's Pickford in goal, Godfrey, Tarkowski, Branthwaite and Young at the back, so Young will be at left back. A midfield 4 of Harrison, Garner, Gay and McNeil, with Decore just behind Chermiti up top. As for the visitors, Brentford, well, if the Luton scoreline stays as it is, then they'll be playing Premier League football next season, regardless of the result this afternoon. Thomas Frank's side beat the Hatters 5-1 last week. Still 2 changes though. Again, one of them's a big one. Keane Lewis Potter drops to the bench, as does Mikael Damsgaard, meaning Ivan Toney and captain Christian Norgard starts. So it's goalkeeper Flecken and a back 4 of Ayer, Collins, Pinnock and Raguillon in front of him. The 3 in midfield are Jensen, Norgard and Janelt, with Tony and Buemo and Visser up top. It's Everton against Brentford from 5:30.
Luton scoreline there, 2-0 down at Wolves. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus, beat Gamble aware. Got August, another goal at Newcastle. Steve Armisen.
Newcastle 5, Sheffield United 1. Callum Wilson with a smart finish. An excellent run by Harvey Barnes at the back line of Sheffield United. He got a little bit of the rub of the ball. It bounced off him. He's flicked it to Wilson. And from the corner of the box, he's found the top corner of the net. Sheffield United look a shadow, an absolute shadow of what they were in the first half. Newcastle, they look even bigger shadow of what they were in the first half. They've gone from lacklustre Newcastle to playing like they did when they beat Sheffield United 8-0 in the game at Bramall Lane. And that, with 18 minutes to go, that scoreline, or that score Newcastle got there might be on the cards, because Sheffield United look as though they're down tools now. They're heading for the Championship, and Newcastle are on the front foot. 5-1 here at St James's Park for Newcastle.
Live on talkSPORT 2 as well. Newcastle become the first team to score 13 against one opponent in a season, and that is the 7th time Sheffield United have been beaten by 5 or more goals. Only one side has had 7 of those defeats in the season. That was Darwin back in 1891-92 season. That is some feat from Sheffield United. Well, that looked for all the world like a penalty to Manchester United, and the referee has not given it. He's given a goal kick. Cameron Pope. Dara O'Shea, I thought, kicked his man there.
Well, Alejandro Garnacho, he's done this all afternoon long. He was firing away down the left flank, tried to get into the penalty area. It looked, though, like Dara O'Shea had matched him man for man, and he sticks a leg out. It looks a little bit clumsy. We're going to get a rerun on the screens in front of us, Adrian. On second glances, no, I'm not sure. I don't think there is much contact. If there is, it's minimal at best. Garnacho always looking for it there. I think he knew the chance had probably gone. He had nobody in red in the penalty area. So 15 to go. It remains in a game that's gone a little bit flat, I would say. Manchester United 0, Burnley 0.
Yeah, I'm going to take it back. It was a massive dive from Garnacho. Goal at Stadium MK. Lawrence Mora.
MK Dons 4, Sutton 2. Ellis Harrison off the subs bench and pretty much with his first couple of touches rounds the goalkeeper, rolls the ball home, celebrates with the MK fans. They're heading into the playoffs in style, and it looks like Sutton are heading down. MK Dons 4, Sutton 2.
And they're heading down with Forest Green, who remarkably have just taken the lead against Notts County 1-0. Charlie McCann with the goal. Notts County have the league's top scorer in Macaulay Langstaff. They've got the League 2 player of the season in Jody Jones, 24 assists for him. That's twice the number of the next best. But the game score this afternoon at a team already relegated. Forest Green leading Notts County 1-0. Swindon 3, Morecambe 2. Winter has put Swindon Town in front. And Wimbledon 5, Walsall 1. It's an own goal from Walsall striker Mo Farlow, loan from West Bromwich Albion. Let's go around the grounds in the Championship. The big one at the John Smith. What's happening? Alvin Martin and Graham Courtney.
76 on the clock here. It is still all square. Huddersfield 1, Birmingham City 1. Mayoshi in the opening half for Birmingham City. And then Reece Healy with a great goal after only 47 minutes to bring it all square. Only one real decent chance over the last quarter of an hour or so. Jay Stansfield with a rocket of a shot. He pulled it across the face of the Terriers' goal. And that was one way he just got the impression that would have been so important for Birmingham City. But Albert, at the moment, you've got to say this could go either way.
Yeah, well, there's more space in the game now, and both teams look more capable of getting another goal. They're making a lot of substitutions here. I think both managers are trying to change the course of the game with their substitutions. Rowett's just made, what, another 3 on top of the 2 that he already made, so both managers are going for it.
Alvin, in your experience, with West Ham and England as well, you'll have played in some really, really tight games. How do you approach this at 1-1 to try and see it out, or do you go for it with, 13 minutes to go?
Well, I don't think Huddersfield have got any other choice. They've got to go for it. They've got to get people forward. What they did, they started off really well in the second half, but they haven't been able to sustain that pressure because they've been on the rack there for a little while, Birmingham. Birmingham have just got a little bit more comfortable now and have showed signs that they are going to come back into the game, but it's on a knife edge, isn't it?
Birmingham just made 3 substitutions. One of them is Alex Pritchard. He's a player I like as well. He's a right little worky ticket, and he gets in your face all the time, and he makes things happen. And I just feel as though that could be a really, really important shade for Birmingham City. We've got 77 on the clock here at the John Spitz, all square. Huddersfield 1, Birmingham 1.
As it stands, Huddersfield are being relegated. Sheffield Wednesday are leading West Brom by 3 goals to 0. What's happening to Plymouth at the 10? Jake Robson.
Well, it's still Millwall 0, Plymouth 0, 80 minutes on the clock. But my goodness, they had a fantastic chance about 15 minutes or so ago. Morgan Winter was through on goal. And Ryan Leonard with a brilliant goal-saving tackle in his own penalty area. Millwall then went straight up the other end, and Bradshaw should have scored really when he got on the end of Longman's cross. But his finish was straight at Cooper, and Longman again a few minutes later found some space, made his way into the box, and his cross was straight at Cooper. Bradshaw was waiting unmarked. The changes have been rung by both managers. Plymouth, I think, as I said before the game, will probably settle for a point and know that they can take it to next weekend. Millwall, they're on the beach. Millwall 0, Plymouth 0.
Breakthrough here at Old Trafford. United lead. Cameron Pope. It's taken 79 minutes. Anthony, the man to score it. He was waiting for his chance. Comes to him 30 yards out from the goal at the Stratford end. Gets the better of Sanderberger. Had to hold the defenders off. Pulls himself into the penalty area and then left-footed across the goalkeeper. It just creeps in inside the post. Burnley, while they were looking for their first back-to-back Premier League away wins in 3 years, I don't think they're going to come now. He's actually trotted over to the side of the pitch, Anthony, and held up a replica of Sonic the Hedgehog. That one's a little bit lost on me, but how Burnley gave away possession there, I think that'll be lost on them. Sanderberger giving the ball away. Anthony a long way out from goal, had to race back in, got ahead of Berger too. Finish was quite neat. Manchester United now, with 10 minutes to go, they lead by a goal to 0.
That's a stupid pass from Sanderberger. He doesn't do enough to recover either. And Vincent Kompany will be fuming inside. He looks calm on the touchline. He'll be fuming because they've had chances to take the lead. United have as well, but Burnley have had chances in this game. Possibly will feel they should be in front. They're a goal down with 10 minutes of the 90 left. Manchester United 1, Burnley 0. Goal at Molineux, Perry Groves to Dave Rowe.
Wolves 2, Luton 1, Luton back in the game. Carlton Morris gets his 10th goal goal of the campaign into double figures. A goal take from a corner which Doughty took from the left-hand side. Woodrow with a terrible effort that looked like it was going back out for a goal kick, but it bounced back to Doughty on the left-hand side. The second ball in was superb. It was knocked down by Berg and very neatly finished by Carlton Morris. He couldn't see it coming, Perry, but Luton back in the game.
Yeah, very much so. That is one of the weirdest goals, Dave, I think you'll see all season. You said there, Alfie Doughty's corner, just pings it to the right edge of the 18-yard box. Colin Woodrow volleys a full-blooded volley, which he catches well, but it looks like it's going high and wide. It goes back to Alfie Doughty, which has come back on side from taking the corner. Then he gets a brilliant delivery with his left foot, which he's been doing all season. And then Reece Burke just nods it down. Carlton Morris, 6 yards out. Great little volley technique where he just gets himself over the top of the ball. Put Luton well back in this game. 2-1 down here at Molineux.
Morris emulating Mick Harford, which double figures in the top flight as Harford did in the mid-80s. But can they get a second one here? Wolves 2, Luton 1.
Opening goal of the den for Jake Robson.
84 on the clock, it's Millwall 1, Plymouth 0. It's the skipper Jake Cooper rising highest at the back post. Cross comes in, brilliantly whipped in it was, I have to say, by Ryan Leonard. He's been doing it all day, and Cooper rose to highest, and he's lofted his header into the far corner over Michael Cooper. Goalkeeper, no chance really. The perfect spot in the back post to give Millwall a well-deserved lead. Skipper on target, Millwall 1, Plymouth 0.
Mean that officially Huddersfield, as things stand, won't be relegated, but the goal difference compared to Plymouth's is far, far inferior. It's minus 15 worse than Plymouth, so Huddersfield will need something. It's best all round if Huddersfield try and get themselves a goal this afternoon. Talking of goals, plenty of them at Stadium MK, and another one for Lawrence Mora.
Another one, MK Dons 4, Sutton 3. Look at that, going down, they are going down fighting, and Stephen Duke McKenna has got his second of the afternoon, slamming it home from around about the middle of the penalty area after a pullback, and they're scrapping away Sutton. It's MK Dons 4, Sutton 3.
Former Torquay man Stephen Duke McKenna with a brace this afternoon, trying to save Sutton, but maybe it's all in vain. What's going on at Colchester? Sam Ellards.
Still Colchester 1, Crewe 0. So a great day so far for the home side, winning and Sutton losing. So Colchester staying up. It's Noah Chilver's first half goal, the difference between the two sides. Chances in the second half for Crewe, had a BC throwing over from a tight angle, and a short while ago Never had an effort from 25 yards which went just wide. Meanwhile, both sides have had penalty shouts for handball turned down. Crewe, as things stand, are still in the playoff places, but just they won't be if Barrow score one more goal and go on to win their game. A point for Crewe guarantees them a playoff place, but at the moment they are checking the Barrow score and looking over their shoulder nervously. A big 10 minutes here. Colchester 1, Crewe 0.
It is properly on a knife edge. Barrow 1, Mansfield 1 is the latest score. Right, Barrow score a goal. Crewe will be out of the playoff places. Barrow will be in the playoff places. Crawley are looking good at Broadfield. talkSPORT's Alex Crook.
They are indeed. 7 minutes to play here. It's still Crawley 2, Grimsby 0, as it was at half-time. In fact, the second half has pretty much been a non-event. No meaningful chance at either end. The 2 goals scored in the space of 10 minutes in that first half. From the home side, 2 leading marksmen. Leo Alsey opened the scoring on 24 minutes, and Claidi Lolos made it 2-0 on 34. Still a bit nervous, the home fans, because if Barrow were to score a winner and Crewe were to equalise, they would drop out of the playoff places. Equally, if Doncaster were to concede and results stay the same elsewhere, they could finish as high as 5th. Crawley 2, Grimsby 0.
It is. Any goal makes a difference in those involved in the playoffs, including the game at Priestfield. Ian Abrams.
9 minutes to go, Gillingham 2, Doncaster 2, and Donington's having their goalkeeper sent off and conceding twice in 5 minutes. Have tried to steady the ship. They are trying to push forward. James Maxwell on the left-hand side weaved his way into the penalty. It went down under a challenge. No penalty was given despite the Donny fans behind the goal at the open end. Absolutely pleading for it. At the other end, Dom Jeffries and Josh Andrews have also gone very close for Gillingham, who are now fancying winning this game. It is on a knife edge, Adrian. The next 8 minutes or so are going to be crucial. Gillingham 2, Doncaster 2.
Right, stay with us here at Old Trafford, because remember day 1 of the season when Onana went clattering into a Wolves player, basically went straight into his face with his arms, didn't get the ball, nothing was given, almost identical situation here. And for me, Burnley should have themselves a penalty. And Cameron Pope, referee's looking at the screen.
Yeah, John Brooks has come across to the pitch side monitor in front of us. It's Peter Banks and Matt Wilkes in the VAR booth at Stockley Park for this one. And it's exactly as you described, Adrian. Aaron Wan-Bissaka was forced to come and head away because Casemiro had spooned headed back towards him. Penalty is the call. Well, I have to say, I agree with it. It's from that defensive mix-up, which all came about, by the way, from a Johan Goodmanson ball to the back post towards Lyle Foster. He got up for it. Manchester United hashed 3 clearances in a row. Out comes Onana, takes everybody with him. There were complaints straight away. Man United thought they got away with it and forced a corner. However, well, he's come to look at the screen there, John Brooks. Didn't take him very long to deliberate, did it? And with 4 minutes to go of normal time, Burnley have a penalty to level things.
It is reckless, it's stupid from Onana. Bearing in mind, he knows he got away with it day 1 of the season. He's only gone and done it again. What on earth is he thinking of? When Man United need 3 points, they're 1-0 up, despite the fact Burnley have given them a game this afternoon. And now he has gifted Burnley the opportunity to get themselves an equaliser from the spot.
Well, Zeki Amdouni is the man who's put it down on the spot. In fact, they've scored 2 penalties out of 2, Burnley, this season, but none of their takers are on the pitch. Jakob Brun Larsen and Jade Rodriguez. So it comes down to Amdouni. The boos are ringing around Old Trafford. This is at the old scoreboard end. And a huge moment for Burnley, who are trying to cut the gap to safety. Amdouni on his right foot against Onana and sent him the wrong way. It was one of those where he waited for the goalkeeper to commit and then rolled it cheekily into the bottom right corner. A salute to the Burnley fans. They are back level in this game and they are fighting for survival at Old Trafford. Manchester United 1, Burnley 1.
Oh no, Onana, he has had an absolute shocker. They got away with it day 1, hasn't got away with it this afternoon. 1 apiece, Man United, Burnley. Goal of Craven Cottage, Jim Proudfoot.
Fulham 1, Palace 1 with 3 minutes to go. Jeff Schlupp off the bench for a 7th successive game, scoring just his 2nd goal of the season. Brilliant strike. Played to him by Wharton towards the edge of the penalty area. He took a touch to get it out from underneath his feet. And he unleashed the left-footed pile driver into the top left-hand corner. Absolutely stunning finish. And Palace now on the front foot believe that they might be able to completely turn this around. In all but 5 of Fulham's games this season, the side that has scored the first goal have gone on to win it. Palace with Elise firing over the bar. They look the more likely winners now. 2 to go, Fulham 1, Palace 1.
Accrington 4-1 up against Tranmere, neither side going up or down. Hibs 3-0 up at St Johnstone. Dylan Bent with the 3rd for Hibs. Inverness Caledonian Thistle equalised at Dunfermline 1 apiece in that game. Premier League latest 7 as we head up towards full time. Fulham 1, Palace 1, Man United 1, Burnley 1, Newcastle 5, Sheffield United 1. The Blades are going down, and Wolves lead Luton by 2 goals to 1. Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18+ begambleaware.org.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Everton versus Brentford live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18+. Internet terms apply.
The rousing radio broadcast. Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
Wrexham take the lead against the champion Stockport in League 2. They'll both be in League 1 next season. Andy Cannon's got the potential winner for Phil Parkinson's side, whose home record has been absolutely stunning this season. Swindon 3, Morecambe 3, troubled Morecambe with an equaliser late on. Old Trafford crowd thought that a penalty had been given by John Brooks. He pointed for a goal kick, but he's just listening to what VAR is telling him. right now. Cameron Poe.
Well, they really need to change that hand signal, I think, from referees, don't they? Because in that situation, it doesn't help. Manchester United claiming for a handball against Vitinho, who blocked across inside the area from Anthony. We're seeing a rerun of it now. If it gets given, it's very, very harsh. His arm is right down by his hip. There was a shout earlier on as well because Scott McTominay was trying to get through into the penalty area. He then went for the ball with a step up against him, couldn't turn and get the shot away. Manchester United, well, they've responded well to being pegged back by that penalty, and it was up to Dara O'Shea a moment ago with a goal-saving tackle, maybe on McTominay in the area. Casemiro had cut it back across goal, just needed a tap in. There was a question of offside, but there's some big frustration for Scott McTominay because he's gone down off the field behind the goal, holding that knee, I think it is, that's been the trouble for him in recent weeks. He looks very frustrated at the moment. Manchester United, well, this game is in the balance, Adrian. We've had 91 minutes, 6 added. Manchester United 1, Burnley 1.
Now, the great thing about it is Burnley aren't giving up hopes of a win. They're attacking as we speak, having just got the leveller from the spot with Onana's stupidity. It is Manchester United 1, Burnley 1. What's happening at Molineux? Perry Groves to Dave Rowe.
Wolves 2, Luton 1 with the second of 6 minutes to be added on. Luton given a lifeline by Carlton Morris's goal. Minutes to play, and they've had a chance for a corner again taken by Doughty from the left-hand side. Woodrow this time caught it much better on the edge of the area, but the shot went whistling wide. Perry, any hope for Luton there?
Yeah, I think so, because Adebayo's come on and gone up front with Carlton Morris, so Robert Wood has gone basically all in. You know, he's gambled. He's gone in with his 2 centre forwards, with Luke Berry just playing in behind. Now it's whether Luton can get the ball forward very, very quickly. Kaminsky's got it, and they're trying to play out from the back. I don't understand it. Luton are 2-1 down, coming into added on time, and they're trying to play out from the back with Lokonga dropping deep, and it's coming in to Kaminsky. Now Kaminsky just rolled it out and given Wolverhampton Wanderers a throw-in deep in their own half. Why doesn't Kaminsky just get it and just launch it onto Adebayo?
Got to get it forward.
Work it out. Exactly. We've got to get forward as quickly as possible.
3 to go here. Wolves 2, Luton 1.
Remember, talkSPORT 2, Newcastle are leading Sheffield United 5-1. That'll be enough to send the Blades down as Man United go close, and straight away Burnley go on the attack. One apiece here at Old Trafford. What's happening at Craven Cottage? Jim Brownfoot.
Fulham 1, Palace 1. We played 2 of 7 additional minutes. Fulham have just created a free kick. It came to nothing after Willian's shot was deflected, went behind for a corner, and that also fizzled out. And Crystal Palace now have a free kick of their own inside Fulham territories. Jeff Schlupp, who looks to have secured a point for Palace, 3 minutes from time after Rodrigo Muniz's opener, a header from Timothy Castagna across 7 minutes into the second half. 4.5 to go. Fulham 1, Palace 1.
Cardiff have pulled one back with a trail 4-1 at home to Middlesbrough. Josh Bowler in injury time. What's happening at Huddersfield? Alvin Martin and Graham Courtney.
Into the second of 4 added on still. Huddersfield 1, Birmingham City 1. If it stays like this, Huddersfield are down. Birmingham City are just going to hang on. Another chance though. The ball comes flying in the area. Let's see what's going to happen. Oh, it squirts wide. No, it doesn't. It's going to go for a Huddersfield corner. Let's see if anything comes from this one. This could be the sort of game that hinges on the last, 90 seconds to see if it turns round. I have to say, Alvin, it's been one of these. It didn't really see it happening, this.
No, they've got the height in there. If they're going to score, it will be from a set piece. Lee Nichols, the goalkeeper's up. All the lads who've got any height are all in that 6-yard box, and they're about to take it.
Here we go then. The ball is going to come in from the right flank, and it is lofted in. It's long and it's high. Everybody's in there, and the ball is eventually squirted out, but still with Huddersfield. They're on the left flank now. Can they get the ball in the area? Then it's going to go out for another corner. It is another corner for Huddersfield Town. We're into the last minute of 4 added on. Still Huddersfield 1, Birmingham 1.
As it stands, Huddersfield are effectively down. Officially they won't be, but they will be effectively down as things stand. Is that a goal at Colchester, Sam Ellards?
It's a goal, and it is a massive, massive goal in the race for the playoffs in League 2. Colchester 1, Crewe 1. Crewe equalised in the 93rd minute, and that goal will confirm their place surely in the playoffs. Aggius broke down the left-hand side. He put in a brilliant ball, never makes a run to the near post, and he scrambles the ball home. Bedlam in the away end. They've been really, really poor, Crewe, in this second half, and one Barrow goal would have meant that they got into the playoffs ahead of Crewe if they lost this game. That's now irrelevant at Barrow because it's Colchester 1, Crewe 1, and as everything stands, Colchester stay up, Crewe remain in the playoffs.
Wow, real drama there. And also in the League 2 playoff race, it's finished at Crawley. Alex Crook.
It's finished Crawley 2, Grimsby 0. Both the goals came in the first half. Danilo Orsi, their top scorer, lifted his shot over goalkeeper Jake Eastwood on 24 minutes. 10 minutes later, it was Clyde Lolos who doubled that advantage with a shot from a tight angle. The Crawley Town fans spilling onto the pitch here. They believe they've done enough to secure a playoff place. They will do so assuming Barrow don't get a late goal in their game. All over here, the fans are on the pitch. Looks like Crawley are heading for the playoffs for the first time in their history. It is Crawley 2, Grimsby 0.
Well, Sutton have made it 4-4 at MK Dons. They're still going to be going down, though, and it is still Barrow 1 apiece, but a late goal will break those Crawley hearts. We'll keep you updated on talkSPORT. Closing stages at Huddersfield. Alvin Martin and Graham Courtney.
And there goes the final whistle. It's finished here. Huddersfield Town 1, Birmingham City 1. Brief story of the actual game. Koji Mayoshi for Birmingham City after 44 minutes, and then equaliser from Reece Healy in the opening minutes of the second 45 minutes. That made it to 1-1. Do you know what? Lots of pressure, really. Huddersfield had to win this game. Birmingham City in the end were hanging on. But Alvin Martin, you've got to say overall, I think 1-1 is probably actually about the right result.
Yeah, and I think both managers went for it. They tried to get their attackers on the field. In the end, it was attack versus attack, wasn't it? But nobody could come up with the little bit of quality that you needed to divide these two sides. I think there were only 2 moments of quality during the whole game. They with the 2 goals. And apart from that, it was scruffy. It was certainly enough energy in it and altitude. But I think, you know, Huddersfield really have left it far too late to show that sort of spirit.
Absolutely. So I suspect that Andre Brighton-Writer, the manager, I think he'll be on his way. But Huddersfield are on their way. They're on their way down after being held in this game against Birmingham City, who live to fight another day. Finished at the John Smiths. Huddersfield 1, Birmingham City 1.
And it's finished at the Den as well. Millwall have beaten Plymouth by a goal to nil. So let me quickly tell you what that means down at the bottom of the Championship. And it isn't good news for Huddersfield Town because they are effectively relegated. They're on 45 points. They're 2 behind Birmingham, or a 3rd bottom, and then Plymouth on 48, who've just been beaten. But Huddersfield's goal difference is -27. Plymouth's goal difference is -12. They ain't going to be making that up on the final day of the season next week. Effectively, Huddersfield are relegated. All the stories to come on Game Day Live on talkSPORT, and it's all over here at Old Trafford. Cameron Pope.
Yes, it's finished. Manchester United 1, Burnley 1. This game faltered a little after half-time, the first period in which both teams had shown promise, but one that merited no goals. It stayed goalless, in fact, until 79 minutes, when Anthony capitalised on a wayward pass by Sander Berger to strike a cross-goal past Muric, but a costly decision from Andre Onana to barrel into a challenge in order to make a punch in his 6-yard box meant a penalty right at the death, and ultimately a goal for Zeki Amdouni, one that won in the end. A massive point for Burnley in their hunt for salvation. A bit of luck too, they could have lost Max Esteve to a red card late on for a challenge with the arm on Anthony. Was only given as a yellow. I thought that might have been a little bit lucky. United though lost another big name late on as well. Scott McTominay, who was only subbed on in the second half, was brought off holding his knee troublesomely on 90 minutes. That didn't look good. So United continued to frustrate their fans. Burnley, however, took their chance when it came. The final score, Manchester United 1, Burnley 1.
Let's get the closing stages at Newcastle. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it's Newcastle 5, Sheffield United 1. Sheffield United got a free kick right on the edge of Newcastle's box. There's about 15-20 seconds of the 7 minutes that's added on time. You know, Bogle got brought down in the box about a minute and a half ago. There was a penalty given by the referee, but VAR chalked it off, and it really has. The last 15-20 minutes it's really fall flat for Sheffield United, which was disappointing because it was an excellent first half. And there it goes, a full-time whistle goes at St James's Park, and Sheffield United are relegated from the Premier League. It was a positive start in the first half, but unfortunately they couldn't keep that first 45 minutes going. And Sheffield United, Chris Wilder in front of us, shakes hands with Eddie Howe and the Newcastle management team. The heads are bowed in the yellow shirts of Sheffield United. There's still a huge contingent of supporters that travelled not that far up the A1. You know, they've come up in their droves. They're still here. They're clapping their team. But unfortunately, Sheffield United have gone down, and it all started well. Ahmed Hodzic headed them in front. Alexander Isak made it 1-1 on 26 minutes. That was the score at half-time. Missed chances, missed chances, missed chances. That's what Chris Wilder will say. But 4 goals in 16 minutes
Gordon back post corner. Ramirez headed it into 2-1. Then Gordon gets brought down in the box. Isaac makes it 3-1 from the penalty spot. Osborne was salt into the wound with an own goal. That's 4-1. Icing on the cake for Newcastle with a Callum Wilson right foot volley finish into the top corner. But that was it. You know, Bogle got brought down in the box. Ref said pen. Then the VAR said not a pen. But that's it. End of the Premier League road for Sheffield United. The second half looked as though they knew their fate. But Newcastle United's Europa League dream carries on, and the Magpies are heading towards that sixth spot with Man United drawn 1-1. At the end of a difficult day for the Blades, they've gone down and they're out, heading towards the Championship. It's Newcastle 5, Sheffield United 1.
And a quick result from League 2. Barrow 1, Mansfield Town 1. It's a full-time score, so Crawley do make it to the playoffs. They'll face MK Dons, and Crewe make it as well. They will face Doncaster Rovers, which is still waiting for the Gillingham-Doncaster game, which is 2-2 at the moment, to finish. So it could be another goal might change things there. But as things stand, that's the playoff situation in League 2. Doncaster, Crewe and Crawley have all made it. Barrow, Bradford and Walsall on the final day of the season miss out. Back to the Premier League, all over at Molineux for Perry Groves and Dave Rowe.
Wolves 2, Luton 1. Wolves get their first win in 7, but another huge blow to Luton's survival hopes. The home side got their 2 goals either side of half-time. First a quick Wolves break. Cunha got the better of Berg to feed Hwang Hee-chan. He beat Mengi and finished low via a small deflection. The second came from a well-worked short corner routine just after half-time. The Mina's deep cross picked out Toti Gomez with a great header at the far post to again beat Kaminsky. Luton got 1 goal back. They were really up against it. They did, as I say, get back into the game with a recycled corner crossed in by Dougherty, but Burke knocked down for Carlton Morris to score his 10th of the campaign. They couldn't find a second despite a late chance with the last kick of the game. Luke Perry firing at Jose Sarr, and Perry, how damaging could that be to Luton's prospects?
Well, I think fair to Luton, I actually thought when they went 2-0 down, when Totti got his header in the 50th minute, I thought they could get maybe 3 or 4 days, but they showed a bit of fighting spirit. Rob Edwards, the Luton manager, he went all in. He put Carl Morris and Adebayo up front, and then they got themselves back into it with Carl Morris's really good volley from 6 yards, and then it's whether they could find that equaliser. And I thought they might have it because the ball dropped to Luke Berry on the edge of the 18-yard box. He had a brilliant volley, but it hit straight at Jose Sarr. So the one thing about this Luton side, they do have fighting spirit. You know, they didn't. I thought that their body language when they went 2-0 down looked a bit dejected, but they got themselves back into it. All this was about was Premier League know-how from Wolverhampton Wanderers and naivety from Luton, because Luton just can't defend. They haven't kept a clean sheet all away all season. And if you look at the 2 goals, Hwang Hee-chan's goal is a long clearance from Jose Sarr. You mentioned there, Rhys Burke to deal with it, he gets out-muscled by Cunha. And the second goal, Totti's header, that comes from a short corner routine from Wolves where it goes out to Ait Nouri, then he plays it to Lamina. Lamina crosses it in, and Totti completely bullies Hashioka at the far post. So you get half and half scarves. Luton are a half and half team where they look decent going forward and they might, score goals and create. At the back, they've got players that aren't good enough for the Premier League, unfortunately, but they're still in real fighting chance.
Yeah, Luton with 3 games to go to save their season. Final score, Wolves 2, Luton 1.
And we've got full-time at Craven Cottage in the Premier League. Jim Proudfoot.
Fulham 1, Palace 1. Jeff Sloop's 87th minute equaliser, securing Palace a point in a game that they certainly wouldn't have deserved to lose. They've been far superior in the first half. Ultimately, though, they paid for missing a number of chances. Fulham took 42 minutes to have a shot. They led after 52. Muniz's header from a Castagna cross, reward for a much better start to the second half. Closest that either side came to a winner was when a Diop chance clearance, I beg your pardon, hit Edouard and looped over Bernd Leno but onto the roof of the net. So Fulham stay 3 points clear of the Eagles. The Eagles 4 unbeaten, but their chances of a top half finish have just about gone despite another decent performance. Fulham 1, Palace 1.
Sutton have been relegated. They drew 4-4 at MK Dons today, but not enough. They needed a win and results elsewhere to go for them, but they are relegated from League 2, and it's confirmed. Doncaster have drawn 2-2 at Gillingham. Doncaster, Crawley and Crewe join MK in the League 2 playoffs. We'll have full coverage, of course, on the talkSPORT network. Let's go back to Newcastle. Steve Harmison, what's happening there?
Yeah, this game has been a game of 2 halves, but it's a celebration or a disappointment of 2 halves. Newcastle fans are taking their normal lap of honour. Chris Wilder's got the whole staff, not just the players and the subs, the support staff, every single one in a huddle. Around about 30 yards out from the Leeds' end where the Sheffield United supporters are based. And he's in the circle, he's talking to his players. He's given them probably instructions about how and where the next few weeks goes, or the disappointment of everything that's come. Ollie McBurn, who wasn't playing today, he had just spotted him coming out of there. And then they all walked over towards where 3,000 Sheffield United fans were. Every single one clapping to a man, saying thank you to the Sheffield United fans. Players starting to come off the field, and Chris Wilder standing there himself alone, pointing to the Sheffield United badge, pointing to the supporters who are now just starting to leave the ground, and he's more or less saying to them he's one of their own. He hopefully will be trying to bring them back, and I'm sure that will be the message from Chris Wilder after this. But a sombre mood for Sheffield United, a different one for for Newcastle at St James's Park, on a day that Sheffield United have been relegated.
Newcastle 5, Sheffield United 1. The Blades relegated this afternoon very quickly in the National League North playoff semi-final. Scunthorpe Boston's gone to extra time, 0-0. Braintree were 2-0 up at Chelmsford on 90 minutes. It's finished 2-2, and that's gone to extra time as well. 2 goals in injury time from Chelmsford City, finished 2-2, and they're into injury time. These are one-off games, and not over 2 legs. It's winner goes through, and those are the 2 semis in the National League North and the National League South. All the full times are coming up. I remember we told you that Huddersfield are effectively down after their 1-1 draw with Birmingham this afternoon. What happened to Sheffield Wednesday at Hillsborough? Alan Biggs.
Well, they've won, and in some style. Sheffield Wednesday 3, West Brom 0. A mini celebration taking place at Hillsborough. The players taking a bow. Last home game of the season here. They're very, very careful not to over-celebrate too early, of course. The first time all season that Wednesday have beaten a top 6 side, and how timely as they surge towards survival, and surge it is as they had this wrapped up 3-0 against West Brom by 70 minutes. Talk about a resurgence. 5 unbeaten for Danny Rawls' side. West Brom have lost the last 3. They're still unsure of the playoffs, whereas Wednesday should be safe if they avoid defeat at Sunderland next week. Anthony Masaba, the man who made the biggest difference, quick and clever, great composure for the opening goal. It was also Masaba's run that triggered the EK Ufo goal for 2-0 before Josh Windass made it 3-0 after Barry Bannon's shot was only parried. West Brom only really came alive from there, forcing a series of saves from James Beagle, but no complaint surely. They didn't turn up, 33,000 did, and so did their team. Sheffield Wednesday 3, West Bromwich Albion 0.
I'll give the full picture in just a second, but a big win for Sheffield Wednesday. They're not quite safe, not just yet. They will go down to the final day. Full time at the Den in the Championship. talkSPORT's Jay Robson.
Where it's finished Millwall 1, Plymouth 0. Plymouth still have it in their own hands going into the final weekend, although it's the other results that have allowed that really. And to be honest, more or less got what they deserved this afternoon. Tried to keep it tight in the first half, opened up a bit in the second, but nowhere near enough. And it was Millwall who, after a spell of pressure, made things count late on. Cooper done by Cooper, when Jake's header lobbed perfectly over Michael in the Plymouth net. 6 to the end, leaving Argyle 1 point above the relegation places, with a game at home to Hull on the final day. Millwall make it 5 wins in a row. They stay 16th. Full time at the Den. Millwall 1, Plymouth 0.
So just quickly with the picture down at the bottom of the Championship, Huddersfield effectively relegated. Their goal difference is so bad, they're down. Birmingham on 47, Plymouth on 48, Sheffield Wednesday and Blackburn both on 50. Blackburn drew 0-0 with Coventry today. So it'll go down to the final day, and those games for those sides, Birmingham are at home to Norwich City. Plymouth Argyle are at home to Hull City, who may need a win for a playoff place or a chance of it. Sheffield Wednesday go to Sunderland, while Blackburn Rovers are away to Leicester City, who might be going for the title. We shall see. So final relegation spot goes to the wire. Officially, we have to wait for Huddersfield's relegation to be confirmed. As for the playoff places, well, Hull City face Ipswich tonight at 8. It's live on talkSPORT 2, and they needed sides above them to drop points. We know that West Brom did drop points at Sheffield Wednesday, beaten 3-0. What about Norwich? Ian Beach.
Well, it finished Norwich 2, Swansea 2. It feels like an anti-climax here. The Norwich players' families are on the pitch. The squad are about to come out for a lap of appreciation, because it could be their last home game of the season. But obviously they were hoping this would be a playoff clinching celebration. It is possible a point here will be enough to cement the playoff place for Norwich tonight. It does depend on that Hull Ipswich result in the 8 o'clock game. Both teams led in this one. Swansea scored first through Liam Patterson. Gabriel Sara equalised with a 30-yarder in off the bar. Josh Sargent put Norwich ahead with a header in first half injury time. Then in the second half, Swansea were given a penalty. Goalkeeper Angus Gunn brought down Ronald, and Matt Grimes levelled the scores from the spot. At 2-2, Norwich defender Shane Duffy had a header cleared off the goal line. Swansea could have won it 2. Angus Gunn made the save, and the rebound just evaded Jay Fulton, who would have only needed to touch the ball to surely score. Ashley Barnes came on as a substitute for Norwich. He only lasted 15 to 20 minutes. He seemed very upset as he left the field, ignoring the physio as he went straight down the tunnel. And all in all, a draw seems fair based on the 2 performances today. The goalkeepers weren't tested enough to say either team deserved to win, and even if tonight's result doesn't go Norwich's way, they can still clinch a top 6 finish when they go into that game at Birmingham next Saturday. So the final score here, Norwich 2, Swansea 2.
Okay, let's round up what happened on the final day of the regular League 2 season. What a game at Stadium MK for talkSPORT's Lawrence Moore.
An absolute cracker. MK Dons 4, Sutton 4. Sutton's 3-year stay in the EFL is over, but they've gone down fighting and giving their 800 travelling fans a real show. It was 2-0 at the break as the Dons showed their class in the first 45. Payne and Gilby scoring the goals. But Sutton boss Steve Morrison was always a no-nonsense scrapper of a centre-forward, and his side came out second half and they gave everything. And the crowd got a real treat as well. Duke McKenna pulled one back, made it 2-1. Tesgal then restored the Dons' advantage 3-1. Lacken with an absolute stunner, 25 yards into the top corner, 3-2. Ellis Harrison sprinted it clear. He made it 4-2 to the home side. But Duke McKenna got his second, and veteran striker Matt Smith flicked home and added on time. Sutton heading to the National League. The Dons will go into the playoffs, and they will be the team to beat. They looked a really good team this afternoon. I feel like I should leave some money in the media room for the entertainment. MK Dons 4, Sutton 4.
Still on expenses. Let's go to Colchester. What happened there? Sam Allards.
Colchester 1, Crewe 1. A dramatic finish right to the end. The 93rd minute equaliser for Crewe, confirming their playoff place. And Colchester's point also confirms their survival. They'll be playing in League 2 next season. So a good day for both sides. Noah Chilver's first half goal gave the home side the lead. Crewe, who were pretty poor for the majority of the game. As we approach the end of this game, in the final minutes, Crawley went above them with their win, and one Barrow goal would have meant that they replaced Crewe in the playoffs. That became irrelevant because the 93rd minute Crewe equalised. Kirk broke down the left-hand side. He crossed, never made a good run to the near post, and scrambled the ball home. So the point means Colchester stay in League 2 and Crewe will be in the playoffs, but oh my, they're going to have to play a lot better if they're to win promotion. Drama on the final day of the League 2 season. Colchester 1, Crewe 1.
We know that Crawley won 2-0, they're in the playoffs. What about Doncaster at Priestfield this afternoon? Ian Abrams.
They made the playoffs, but only just. Gillingham 2, Doncaster 2. When Jimmy Greaves once said a game of 2 halves, he probably had this in mind. First half, Doncaster were cruising. Joe Ironside's 20th of the season, a diving header had them ahead, followed by Luke Molyneux's 100th game for the club, curling one beautifully into the top corner. Only another win looked to be on the cards. But then a mad 5 minutes at the start of the second half. The goalkeeper, Chitala, had made a really good save 2 minutes before, having a complete aberration, coming out of his penalty area and stopping Gillingham from scoring by deliberately handling. Straight red card will keep him out at least of one of the playoff games, if not of all 3. His replacement's first job was to pick the ball out the net. There's nothing that Louis Jones could do about the free kick from Dieng, which was an absolute peach. And 5 minutes later, Doncaster's lead had completely evaporated when he couldn't deal with the corner, and Tom Anderson seemed to get the final touch to put it into his own net. They had few chances after that, and in the end, Gillingham looked like winning it. A brilliant save by Jones in added on time stopped Gillingham from winning it 3-2, and from the subsequent corner, another clearance off the line again stopped the Gills getting the victory that they were pushing for. In the end, Doncaster made it. They're into the playoffs, but they may not have their first choice goalkeeper, Adrian. It finished here, Gillingham 2, Doncaster 2.
Wow, what a day. talkSPORT, the only place for a full classified check. The results are in, so let's get all those full times.
This is game day. Full-time classifieds.
In the Premier League, West Ham United 2, Liverpool 2, Fulham 1, Crystal Palace 1, Manchester United 1, Burnley 1, Newcastle 5, Sheffield United 1, Sheffield United relegated. Wolves 2, Luton Town 1, Everton Brentford at 5:30, and Villa Chelsea's live on talkSPORT at 8 this evening. Championship, Blackburn 0, Coventry 0, Bristol City 2, Rotherham 0, Cardiff 1, Middlesbrough 4, Huddersfield 1, Birmingham 1, Millwall 1, Plymouth 0, Norwich 2, Swansea 2, Sheffield Wednesday 3, West Bromwich Albion 0, Southampton 0, Stoke City 1, Watford 1, Sunderland 0, Hull City against Ipswich at 8 o'clock is live on talkSPORT 2. League 1, Barnsley 1, Northampton 1, Derby 2, Carlisle 0, Derby promoted. Exeter 1, Oxford United 2, Oxford in the playoffs. Fleetwood 3, Burton Albion 0, Lincoln 0, Portsmouth 2, Portsmouth champions already. Peterborough 3, Bolton 3, both in the playoffs. Port Vale 0, Cambridge 0, Reading 3, Blackpool 2, Shrewsbury 1, Leyton Orient 3, Stevenage 2, Cheltenham 1, Cheltenham relegated, Wigan 2, Bristol Rovers 0, Wycombe 1, Charlton 0. League 2, AFC Wimbledon 5, Walsall 1, Accrington 4, Tranmere 1, Barrow 1, Mansfield 1, Bradford 4, Newport 1, Colchester 1, Crewe 1, Crewe make the playoffs, Crawley 2, Grimsby 0, Crawley make the playoffs, Forest Green 1, Notts County 0, Gillingham 2, Doncaster 2, Doncaster make the playoffs, MK Dons 4, Sutton United 4, Sutton though relegated, Salford 2, Harrogate 2, Swindon 3, Morecambe 3, Wrexham 2, Stockport 1. In the National League Promotion Playoff semi-final, Barnet against Solihull Moors kicks off at 5:30. In the National League North Playoff semi-final, it's still Scunthorpe 0, Boston 0, that's into extra time. In the National League South Playoff semi-final, Chelmsford 2, Braintree 2, that's also into extra time. Women's Champions League, Chelsea against Barcelona, live on talkSPORT 2 at 5:30. Chelsea lead 1-0 from the first leg. Scottish Premiership results, Kilmarnock 0, Hearts 0, Aberdeen 1, Motherwell 0, Livingston 2, Ross County 0, St Johnstone 1, Hibs 3. Scottish Championship, Arbroath 0, Queen's Park 5, Dunfermline 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Morton 0, Wraith Rovers 0, Partick 0, Ayr United 0. In Scottish League 1, Alloa 0, Hamilton 1, Annan Athletic 3, Falkirk 3, Edinburgh City 1, Stirling 3, Kelty Hearts 0, Montrose 2, Queen of the South 2, Cope Rangers 0. Scottish League 2, Clyde 1, East Fife 0, Dumbarton 2, Elgin 2, Forfar 2, Stranraer 0, Stenhousemuir 1, Bonnyrigg Rose 1, and the Spartans 2, Peterhead 2.
Game day. Levitate above the humdrum.
Game Day Live
On talkSPORT, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Ball into the area, fired in by James Collins. Start the championship party now. Derby are on their way back to England's second tier.
Darren Bowen into the box, delivering across. Antonio! Could do! Rising highest in between the two centre-backs, combining with Bowen again. Another headed goal, which is Liverpool's undoing, and that is why they will not win the Premier League. 2-2. It's the ball in, not it down and in, and they have to lead. Would you believe it? It's a goal for Ahmed Hodzic for Sheffield United.
Wolves 2, Luton 1. How much of a blow could this be to Luton's survival prospects?
Breakthrough here at Old Trafford. United lead. It's taken 79 minutes. Anthony the man to score it.
1, Palace 1 with 3 minutes to go. Jeff Schlupp scoring just his second goal of the season. Brilliant strike.
Anthony on his right foot against Onana and sent him the wrong way. A salute to the Burnley fans. They are back level in this game and they are fighting for survival at Old Trafford. Manchester United 1, Burnley 1. Gets it across to Wilson, who scores for Newcastle United. Newcastle 5, Sheffield United 1. Sheffield United are down and they're out of the Premier League.
So your headlines this afternoon, more drop points for Liverpool as they're held 2-2 at West Ham, live on talkSPORT at lunchtime. 1 winning 5 for Klopp, who had an altercation with Mo Salah after the game. Sheffield United relegated after conceding 5 for the 7th time this season. Nobody's done that in over 130 years in the top flight. Finished Newcastle 5, Sheffield United 1. It was live on talkSPORT 2, and the Blades will be in the Championship next season. Luton still in deep. They lost 2-1 at Wolves this afternoon. Here at Old Trafford, Manchester United made the breakthrough late on through Anthony, and then Andre Onana did exactly what he did day 1 of the season. Got away with it then, didn't get away with it today. Gave Burnley a penalty, they converted, and it finished Manchester United 1, Burnley 1. And Palace's winning run comes to an end. They share the points with Fulham after a 1-1 draw. In the Championship, Huddersfield are effectively relegated after their draw at home to Birmingham today. One of Birmingham, Plymouth, or Sheffield Wednesday, possibly Blackburn, but their goal difference is probably too good. We'll join them in the bottom 3 on the last day next Saturday lunchtime. That'll be covered properly on the talkSPORT network. In League 1, Derby were promoted today, and Bolton, Posh, Oxford and Barnsley all in the playoffs. Cheltenham relegated with Fleetwood, Port Vale and Carlisle. We knew the top three in League Two before today's final day of the regular season. Stockport champions Wrexham and Mansfield also promoted, and that's the order it finished as well. MK Dons were already in the playoffs. They'll play Crawley in the playoff semi-final. It'll be Doncaster Crewe in the other playoff semi-final as Barrow, Bradford and Walsall miss out on the final day. And despite a 4-4 draw at MK Dons this afternoon, Sutton United are relegated after 3 seasons in the EFL. Colchester got a point. That was enough to send Sutton down. They needed a win anyway and didn't get it. So Sutton relegated with Forest Green from League Two this afternoon. Commiserations to them. National League South playoff semi-final. Braintree have taken the lead again. 3-2 up at Chelmsford in extra time. Plenty to talk about on the game day phone in. Jamie O'Hara, where do you start with all that?
I mean, there's a lot to go at, that's for sure. The huge talking points today, mate. Man United throwing it away. Poor performance again from them. I know Anthony scored, but I thought his performance was poor. Gabby wants to dig him out. He's got a load of stats ready. And then Liverpool and Mo Salah. I mean, that incident, it just started to question what's going on in that football club and in the dressing room. It's coming to an end. He's on his way out. And actually, is Jurgen Klopp actually causing Liverpool more problems now? Because he don't care. He's leaving at the end of the season, but there are other teams and there's other players there who have got to stay. And if he upsets too many of them, they're going to want out as well. So, interesting take on what Mo Salah was saying after the game. He said there was going to be fire if he spoke, but Liverpool fans
Yeah, but from a player, you tell me, from a player's point of view, what's he meaning by that? Because they had words after the game, him and Klopp on the pitch.
Well, he's not happy, is he? He's obviously not happy being dropped. He's not happy with the performance. He's not happy with the way the season's fizzled out. And you know, as a player, he's a massive player. And yes, Jurgen Klopp's the manager and he makes the decisions. And Mo Salah hasn't been great, Leave him on the pitch. Let him play his way back into form, because Liverpool ain't good enough. And Mo Salah has been one of their best players for the last 4 or 5 seasons, so he should be on the pitch. He's obviously not happy being dropped, and he's probably gone, you're giving me 12 minutes. We've just conceded. What do you want me to do in 12 minutes? As a player of his stature, come on.
Yeah, I totally get that. You will definitely get Liverpool fans wanting to talk to you about that. Sheffield United relegated. That's another talk.
They should be banned, Should be banned.
Who?
Sheffield United. They should have a season-long ban of coming back into the Premier League. They've been absolutely rubbish. I don't care if they get 120 points next season in the Championship. They're not allowed back in the Premier League. They're banned. They've been awful.
I can't argue with that. They've barely been competitive. It's more to do with the way they're run than anything else. But I can understand where you're coming from. I think Blades fans might disagree. They would want more sympathy than that. What about Onana doing what he did today?
It's just, look, it just sums him up. It sums Man United up. He's stupid. It's the dying moments. He's mistimed it, hasn't he? It is a penalty. And fair play. I thought Burnley actually played well. They had some good chances.
I thought they did. They could have won it, couldn't they?
Yeah, I thought they were good. I thought they've been solid, and at least they've stuck to their guns. They've stuck to their philosophies. They're going to go down. We know that, I think. But
do you want Burnley banned as well?
I don't know, actually. I don't know. I like Vincent Kompany. He can come back. But Sheffield United, absolutely not. They are barred from the Premier League. Season
what
ban.
about Luton? Are you banning them?
No, just Sheffield United,
Okay.
They're toilet. Come on.
I cannot wait to listen to this on the way up. Brilliant stuff. Jamie, thank you very much. Jamie O'Hara, Gabby O'Connell. Anthony scored and Gabby's still going to have a go at him. But listen to what he said before we invite back United fans. 03717 2233 44 is the number to call if you want to talk to them direct, or if you want to leave your WhatsApp voice notes. 03717 223344. That's coming up in just under 10 minutes time. Actually, same time on talkSPORT 2. It's Chelsea Barcelona in the Women's Champions League semi-final. Second leg, Chelsea 1-up from the first leg. Let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payout. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Because Jamie and Gabby will keep me in touch with Everton Brentford, which kicks off at 5:30. And Sam Rossbottom from Betfair. What's the odds on that game?
Yeah, massive match now for Everton, isn't it? They know that a win will secure their Premier League safety, and they are 7-4 to do so today. They've won their last 2 games as well against Brentford, so the Toffees fans will be well up for that one, won't they? Brentford, though, going for 3 wins in a row, and get this as well, in their last 2 away games, they've scored 8 goals, so they're on a bit of a roll, the Bees, at the minute, and they are fancied in this one, actually, to get all 3 points. They're currently 5-4. The draw is 9-5, but the two sides have played 11 games against each other at Goodison. It's never ended in a draw. Looking at the teams, no Dominic Calvert-Lewin for Everton today, but a first Premier League start for Yusuf Chermiti. He leads the line for the Toffees. He's 8-1 to score first or 11-4 to score any time. And Brentford's Johan Wieser, he's on a great run of form at the minute. He's scored 5 goals in his last 5 Premier League away games. For him to score and Brentford to win, that's coming out at just over 4-1 when you combine both selections in a bet builder. But absolutely no doubt about it, with safety on the line, it's going to be some atmosphere at Goodison, isn't it?
Absolutely is, Sam. Thanks for that. They keep you in touch during the game day fun with us. All thanks to Betfair. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payout. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T&Cs apply. 18 plus. begambleaware.org.
Let's just pop back to Huddersfield, because there was a big game down at the bottom of the Championship. Huddersfield won, Birmingham won. And the picture down there at the bottom, Rotherham relegated already. Huddersfield are effectively down. They're on 45 points. They're 3 points off safety, but their goal difference is minus 27 compared to Plymouth's, which is minus 12. So for me, they're effectively down. Birmingham on 47, Plymouth on 48, Sheffield Wednesday 50, Blackburn on 50 as well. Birmingham's goal difference is minus 16, Blackburn's is minus 16. There's all sorts of permutations you could go into with that one, and it will all come down, that final relegation place will come down to the final round of games next Saturday lunchtime. We've got it covered properly on talkSPORT. But Alvin Martin's been at Huddersfield this afternoon. The mood after full time, was it an acknowledgement that yes, Huddersfield are going to be in League One next season, all but, you know, it's not been officially rubber stamped, but it will be, and that they deserve to be in League One? Was that the mood?
Absolutely, Adrian. I think they knew they were down last week. The 4-0 defeat against Swansea would have destroyed confidence and any chance of survival. You know, you look at what the reasons that a team goes down. It's not just for this game. It's what's happened this season. Normally it's a lack of ability, lack of leadership, or togetherness. All those things that you can see within the makeup of this team that I've watched here in Huddersfield. You know, it's painful to watch, Adrian, when you get to this stage, and they put a lot of effort in today, but the quality wasn't there, the confidence wasn't there, the togetherness maybe to a certain degree was, but there's been too many games when it wasn't there. Look, you know, it's all about the future now, isn't it? You know, some clubs actually regroup, go into the next season, come back up, and then fly again. Some teams don't; they go down, and they go down again. So who knows which way they're going to go? But one thing is for sure, I think the fans that came here today were totally with the team. They didn't make it hard for them. Some fans would have, would have voiced their disapproval of what's going on this season at the end of the game. They didn't do that. I think it will be a club that stays together on the terraces. It's all about really what investment that goes on. Certainly they'll be looking for a new manager, I would have thought. Who knows where they're going to go, but certainly I look at Birmingham and you wonder why they are where they are. They've got decent players. They possibly need a centre forward. They had a young lad playing up front today, you know, Stansfield, that's got ability, but he can't hold the ball up. He's a young player, but they've got a lot of good things going for them. And obviously, with the new owners there, it's all about the you know, staying up and then reinvesting in the team next season. But you know what, Birmingham, if it goes badly for them next week, you wonder what's going to happen for them in the long term. You know, it's all right having the money, but you know, in League One they're going to lose an absolute fortune.
Well, it is about next week, isn't it? Plymouth at home to Hull next weekend. Birmingham at home to Norwich. Blackburn go to Leicester City. It is extraordinary down at the bottom there. So you're saying you give Birmingham a chance next week, though?
Yeah, I do. I think there's enough there, Adrian. And look, you know, they're going to need to ride their luck, and you know, it's about what Plymouth do as well. But they're a club, I think, that if they do stay up, they can come back really strong next year. And just quickly, before you go, I've been listening to you and Jamie O.R. a bit, and I can't believe he's talking about Jurgen Klopp in that way. You know, him and Mo Salah, two individuals who've been absolutely brilliant for Liverpool. I feel like I'm going to phone in on the way home, because you know, if anyone actually goes and supports Salah doing what he did today against Jurgen Klopp, who has been single-handedly responsible for a massive upturn in Liverpool's fortunes since he arrived, you know, that is, if you ask Liverpool fans in 10 years' time, who was the biggest influence on our club? Was it Jurgen Klopp or Mo Salah? Jurgen Klopp every day of the week.
Wow, Alvin, I can't wait to hear your call. 03717 223344. You know the number. Alvin Martin on the phone, and can't wait for that call on the way back. Perry Groves has been at Wolves. By the way, forgot to mention Sheffield Wednesday. Maybe there's something in that. Maybe it's an omen they are staying up in their outfit. They go to Sunderland next Saturday lunchtime. Perry Groves has been at Wolves Luton. Luton had a couple of bad results. They kind of recovered. They didn't let in 5 again, Perry, but they did lose again. It's getting tougher and tougher as the weeks go by. And it was a defeat against a Wolves side that have not been in good form lately.
No, Wolves haven't won for 6 games in the Premier League, Aid. They 7 all comps, obviously losing against Coventry City. But all this game here, Aid, was just a team with Premier League know-how. And they had the best player on the pitch, Wolves, in Mario Lemina. He started controlling it, you know, when he's playing in that sort of quarterback position. And I said before about, you know, Luton being a half and half team, you know, you get half and half goals.
Yeah.
The first 20-25 minutes, Luton were decent. You've seen Luton play this season. They're good going forward. No, Carlton Morris is a threat. Jordan Clark was buzzing around. They had the first 4 shots on target. But then all of a sudden, they have, again, the first goal from Wolves, that just encapsulates Luton's season all over. Where they have a header, right, from Carlton Morris, goes to Jose Sidewall's goalkeeper. He boots it up the pitch. It bounces. And Matthias Cunha just completely bullies Reece Burke off the ball. Then he puts it out to Wang Hee-Chang. Comes inside Mengu, should get in closer. Little deflection. Then Luton go 1-0 down from a position where 10 seconds earlier they could have gone 1-0 up. So it's just a lack of concentration at the back. It's, yeah, they're not good enough in those defensive areas, and they've really missed Tom Lockyer. Obviously, unfortunate circumstances. But he's the one who would marshal them. You know, when they play the back 3, he's the one who would marshal everybody. They've got no leaders at the back. And then Totti scores from a header. Again, it's a short corner where Luton don't react. It comes out to Lemina, a brilliant cross in. Totti completely bullies Oshioko on the far post. But Age, you've got to watch Luton's goal, because you will see the longest 1-2 that you'll see all season. Honestly, Age, you've got to watch it. It comes from corner from the right, from left from Luton, outswinging from Doughty to the far post. Corley Woodrow volleys it, and you think it's going to go into the stand, and it goes back to Doughty. He gets it, crosses it again. Reece Burke knocks it down. Carlton Morris volleys it in, and they get themselves back into it 2-1. So there's fighting spirit in this Luton side, and their last 3 games, Everton at home, West Ham away, Fulham at home, they're going to need 2 wins out of those 3 to give themselves a chance to stand up.
Perry, great to have your company this afternoon.
Cheers, Aid.
Thanks very much. Chelsea, Barcelona, Champions League just getting underway on talkSPORT 2. Villa Chelsea live commentary from 7:30 tonight on talkSPORT in the Premier League. And game day phone-in is next on talkSPORT. Jamie O'Hara and Gabby Agbo on the hall. 03717 223344.
Game day phone-in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Tottenham versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract-free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum 1 leg. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Presenting talkSPORT's Masters of On Air, the breakfast show that wins it every morning.
Starring Wing Commander Flaps McCoist, Navigator Jet Scrambles Derek,
Mid Gunner Gabby Agbon Lahore, Wireless Operator Alan Bone Dome Brazil.
It's 6 Beer Squadron,
and Tail End Charlie Ray Party Parlor.
Oh, yeah.
The Superstars Super Fortress Breakfast chops away.
Monday morning from 6 o'clock on talkSPORT.
White hot football debates. Game day. On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker.
The Game Day phone-in.
On talkSPORT.
welcome to the Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT. I'm your host, Jamie Ryan. I'm alongside Aston Villa's all-time Premier League goal scorers. Is Ollie Watkins here? Gabby Agbonlahor joins me. Gabby, let's have your hot take.
It's not many goals, is it?
It's not many left.
I may have a job when you beat to it. I'll be on talkSPORT too. Alright, we've got Manchester United draw in another poor display. Newcastle demolish an awful Sheffield United 5-1. Big one for the League One derby promoted to the Championship, massive news. And the big one of the day is Mo Salah disrespected by Jurgen Klopp and goes crazy.
This show's by the fans, for the fans. We want to hear from you. You've been to the game in the Premier League or EFL. Watch on TV, listen to the radio. 03 717 22 33 44. The big talking points. Liverpool were dealt a huge blow in the title. It's 2-2 at West Ham. It was live on talkSPORT. What did you make of Mo Salah and Jurgen Klopp having it on the sidelines? Who's to blame for that? Mo Salah being disrespected, or has Mo Salah not been good enough and probably deserved to be dropped? You can have your say. And Manchester United, they drew 1-1 with Burnley. Same old. Is it time? Eric Ten Hag, he's not good enough, is he? He's not going to the next level. He's got to go. Isak, got to sign him. I wonder if Pete comes on. He wants to have it with me and Gabby again. We'd love Isak at Tottenham. Let's get him in. What a player he is. 16th and 17th league goal of the season. You know what to do. EFL, big talking points. 03 717 22 33 44. All right, Gabby.
All right, mate.
How are you?
I'm very good.
I just see a picture of you posted something to do with League One and Birmingham.
It's getting close, mate.
You're going to have a field day, aren't you?
Oh, it's getting very, very, very close. They're Birmingham City fans. They don't want to be getting relegated. And the mighty Aston Villa winning the European trophy and winning, getting into the Champions League. Imagine that.
It's going to be horrible.
But they need to win next week, mate. They've got Norwich. Yeah, they've got Norwich, and Plymouth is the only team that can help them and get relegated instead of them. And Plymouth have Hull at home next week. Who are fighting for the playoffs, especially if they beat Ipswich tonight. And Birmingham City have Norwich. Norwich might need to get something out of that game, but Birmingham have to win. A draw's not enough.
Yeah, have to win. Wow. I mean, Birmingham City fans, you can come on and have your say.
Yeah, come have a chat.
Huddersfield have been relegated today. Huddersfield fans, you can come on. Disappointing season for you. Only managed to get 45 points, so not looking good for you. Goal difference is absolutely dreadful. As well, nearly as bad as Sheffield United. Sheffield United have conceded 97 goals this season, Gabs. 97. It's a record. I mean, come on, mate. It's not Sunday League.
Trying to work that out. Is that a goal every 15 minutes? You know what, though? It's like some of the defending is calamitous. I mean, I watched them, and today, Holgate didn't work from it. Everton, today I watched him defend, and just look like just not at the level. Do you know what I mean, Jamie? I remember when Sheffield United in the Premier League before, and at least give it a go, especially at home.
Fight, didn't they?
At home, you find it hard. The fans will be on side and have them defenders that would fight this season. Terrible, man. But you don't want them back, do you?
No, I think they should get banned. Give them a season ban. They come up this season, Gabs, right? They've come up, sold their two best players, and have been an absolute disaster this season. They've got 16 points.
Yeah,
there should be some sort of ban. If you're that bad, you shouldn't be allowed to come back to the Premier League.
I think if you concede over 100 goals, which they will, with no doubt at all, that's crazy. You know, 97 goals already. How many games have they got left?
Luton Town have come up, Cabs. Do you know what I mean? They've had it go.
Yeah.
Burnley today, they've got up to 24 points. Not good enough, but at least they've had it go. Sheffield United have been an absolute joke.
Watching that second half today, mate, Callum Wilson come on, I think he scored his first touch. It was one of them games, I remember playing against Derby, and we beat them 6 or 7 away. And it was the game, before the game, right, me, Gareth Barry and Ashley Young were like, I'm going to score first, you're going to score first, you're going to score first. We all scored in the game. Barry scored first, then Young did, and I did. That was the sort of game today in the second half where everyone's like, Gaffer, please keep me on. Isak, Gaffer, don't bring me off. Gordon, devastated to come off.
Yeah.
That's what it's come to. Some of these teams in the Premier League, it's like, okay, that's the game where you get confidence back and you get your goals and you get your assists. Not good enough today.
Yeah,
season.
Yeah, nowhere near good enough, that's for sure. We can have your say on all of the football. Manchester United fans want to hear from you. You lost a vital goal at the end to a penalty. Made it 1-1 against Burnley. And let's go to some Man United fans right now and have their say on it. Michael, Man United fan. Hi, mate. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening. Hi, Gabby. How are you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm all good, mate. Very well. You?
I tell you what, I just want to go through the season now. I wish we could start again from zilch, because Man United this season, again, are an absolute joke. The money Valley spent, 400 million, we should be, okay, if we can't win the Premier League, we need to compete. And we got knocked out of Champions League early.
Yep.
The league form has been actually disgusting. How the hell we cannot defend, I will never know. I know you keep saying, oh, we got all these defenders up. It's only 2 people. Well, they're not good enough for the club. The player's not good enough for this football club. And I know it's not his fault he got 80 million for Anthony, but we all know Anthony's not worth that sort of cash. Maguire, he shouldn't be nowhere near an England squad, let alone a United squad.
Yeah, but he tried to get rid of him. He tried to get rid of him, Mike, and actually Maguire's been alright this season.
Yeah.
How about the other players? Like Varane?
They all most of them need to go, let's be honest. Nana, he's dodgy. He's dodgy at the back.
He's dodgy. He is dodgy. Well, what happens though? Eric Ten Hag, I mean, he's going to go, surely, right, mate? You've got to get rid of him.
Well, he will go. I mean, I think there's
Who comes in, Mike? Who comes in?
Well, here's the problem. There's a one-league manager who I've always wanted at United, Ancelotti. But instead, we're putting it with Graham Potter
Ancelotti? He's managing Real Madrid. They're building a new dynasty of a football team. He ain't going to leave and go to Man United. And you've got Anthony playing right wing.
He went to Everton, though, didn't he, for a bit?
Yeah, he's at Real Madrid.
Well, money talks, isn't it? So Jim
What do you mean money talks? He's at Real Madrid.
Yeah, well, who else are you going to get? Because
there ain't anyone you can get. Graham Potter.
What is he going to do?
That's where you're at, though. That's where you're at, Mike. You're not going to get a Pep Guardiola. You're not going to get an Ancelotti. You ain't going to get them. Because they're looking at the football club. It's a mess.
It's good. Well, we're hoping, depending what happens in the summer, we should now, because Jim Macca's done the same what the Glazers should have done when Sir Alex Ferguson before he left the door.
Michael, can I say something though? Like the Premier League's changed now, mate. Even like getting rid of Ten Hag, bringing in a new manager, it's not going to be easy to get top 4. Look at top 4 at the moment. Arsenal, City, Liverpool. You got Villa and Spurs fighting for that extra one. Newcastle will come on next season. Chelsea as well. You're not guaranteed to be a top 4 club anymore.
No, but at least with like the other clubs, they're not spending 80, 100 million pound on players. They're getting players like 40, 50 million.
Yeah.
So the recruitment's been bad.
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem you've got there, Mike, right? Forget the manager, right? You know what you've got there? You've got a massive problem with mentality, and you've got a massive problem with the players at the football club now.
I said to...
So you've got no winners, got no leaders.
I said to Logistic, you ain't got no leaders on the pitch. You ain't got a Roy Keane, or a Steve Bruce, or a Paul Ince, or a Brian Robson. You haven't got them. Those are leaders, company leader. Okay, give them credit. I give them a bit of credit, not a lot, but some of the other players, the fringe players, they're trying to get into the squad now. The younger players who are doing a better job, like Mainu, Garnacho, they're doing a better job than a lot of these so-called...
Yeah, but the problem you've got is you've got to be careful, because you've got these other players there who don't care about the football club, who are on an awful lot of money, and only care about themselves. Selfish performers are out there, and they're going to affect. They're going to affect these young players coming through, like Manu, like Garnacho. If they don't get rid of them, Man United will never sort out the problem. It don't matter what manager comes in at that football club. If you don't get rid of them players who are killing the football club, you'll never ever get big again.
Okay, me ask you, Gabby, who would you bring in?
Who would I bring in? Gareth Southgate, I would, mate.
Would you?
Why everyone, I don't know, I see everyone keeps knocking and going, oh, Gareth Southgate be playing like England style.
Yeah, why not? Gareth Southgate could take you where you want to go, get you into the top 4, couple of seasons.
Is this bad?
Why not?
I mean, I don't know, actually, right? I've been thinking about it. I don't know.
Give Gareth a chance, I would.
Would you? No.
Would you have him, Mike?
Do you know what? I just think at the end of the day, I think anyone could probably do a better job than Ten Hag at the minute. I don't know. I mean...
Well, listen, Gareth Southgate knows how to deal with young players. I'll give you that.
Yeah, but can he deal with the big ego players?
Get rid of them.
Mike, thanks for your call. Let's go to Ollie, who's a Man United fan. All right, Ollie?
Good evening, Ollie.
Hi, guys. Can I just say, please, Mr. Agbonlahor,
Hello,
do
sir.
you seriously think Southgate for Manchester United?
Why not?
I mean, come on. We want somebody who's got a bit about them. Southgate's got nothing.
Well, I think he's done a great great job for England. He's got to the final, to semi-final, no?
Whoop-de-doo. But what I'm saying is, in terms of club management, would you really trust Southgate with 300 million? Would you, heck?
I'll give him a chance. I think, like, where you're at the moment, who else are you going to get? Ollie.
At the moment, I still want to stick with our current manager. I'm
Really?
sacking every 2 minutes. He's slowly bringing through the youngsters. Yes, 5, 6, 7 of that squad need to go.
Ollie, where did you finish last season in the league?
Yes, okay, Champions League spot.
Where are you now?
Yes, again.
Yeah, where are you now? 12 points behind Aston Villa.
And Gabby, like I've said to you boys before, somebody here made a mistake at Christmas, thinking United would get top 4. That was me. That was my own mistake. Hands up. But what I'm getting at, yes.
You're apologising to the nation for your own mistake.
I don't forgive you, Ollie, mate.
Without question.
No, I think it's a bad take, Ollie. I think you should apologise.
I said I apologise for what I did with a friend of mine at Christmas when I put 300 quid on United getting top 4.
Any cash outs available?
Sorry?
Have you got a cash out?
No, I've already paid him 100 quid of it.
Oh, well. He's your mate, he'll let you
I'm
off.
a real man.
He's your mate, he'll let you off.
But do you know what I'm saying, Ollie?
Not at all.
Ollie, my point is, you're saying keep the manager, but last season, won a trophy, finished in the top 4. This season, you might win the FA Cup. I doubt it, to be honest, the way you're playing. But you're not going to finish top 4. Why would he keep his job if you're going backwards?
No, but ultimately, though, he's slowly bringing through the younger players. Over the last number of years, since Sir Alex...
Is that enough?
So, if he's starting to build something, if he's starting to make something go into progress...
What's he building?
What's he building, mate? What's he building?
House made out of straw. What's he building? Your last 9 games, you've won 2, 4 draws, 3 defeats. What's he building?
There is, okay, but
he couldn't build a
I'm
sandcastle,
just
mate.
so sick of the same cycle repeating itself. Oh, he plays poor. Let's sack.
That's
If it
life,
was down
mate.
to me,
That's
if
life.
it was down to me, I'd still bring Solskjaer back. I would.
You what?
Ollie at the wheel, he wants Ollie at the wheel.
If it was down to me, I'd have Solskjaer back.
Ollie at the wheel. What about David Moyes? He's going to be out of the club.
Oh, wake up.
What do you mean? Moyes, he got rid of him early. He might do a good job for you.
Moyes should have come into Manchester United a year earlier as a number 2 to Sir Alex. Ferguson should have showed him how the club works and then come in as number 1.
Number 2? You wanted him to go in as a number 2, as the manager of
That's
Everton.
what he should have done. And?
Alright. I think something actually got a great start here. Man United fans not happy. What would you do with Ten Hag? Who comes in? I mean, the performance today. Are you building? Are they building, Gabs?
Building, mate.
Are they building?
All of them living in the house they're building. Honestly, the Ten Hag's building. Because, yes, he's bringing through young players, but every manager does now. Every manager, the players are good enough, they bring them through. Manu, done fantastic. Needs to move them in and out of the team, I believe. Can struggle in games, they look amazing in games. But to finish this season, and you could not even finish in the top 6, could finish in 7th place and be in the Europa League conference, that Andy Goldstein thinks is beneath Manchester United and the cheeky little... but that's not building. Manchester United don't want that. And Manchester United want to be guaranteed Champions League football every season.
Yeah.
And for you to be 12 points behind Aston Villa with 3 games left, that's not acceptable to me. It's a sackable offence. The standards that Man United have got, and Radcliffe isn't coming in to be like, alright, Eric, we go again next season.
Yeah.
No. Start again, mate. Start again. Yeah. He'll have his eyes on the manager already. Ten Hag will be gone. Easy jet flight, mate, from Manchester to Amsterdam. Off you pop. See you later.
I can't disagree with you on that one, mate. Don't forget, though, following us from here, live and exclusive commentary of Aston Villa versus Chelsea in the Premier League. But right now, in the Premier League, Brentford are taking on Everton. Matt Jones is watching that one for talkSPORT. Matt, how's he going?
17 and a half minutes gone. It's still Everton 0, Brentford 0. Hasn't really got going yet. There's only been one real chance. That was for Dwight McNeil. A deep cross to the back post reached him. He flashed a really fierce effort right across goal. It did go about a foot wide of the post in the end, but Chermiti was diving in the 6-yard box, and if he'd been a couple of inches taller, he might have been able to divert it goalwards. At the other end, Brentford did have a shout for a penalty, a clearance which smashed Decore from point-blank range. His arm was in the air, but the referee saying no penalty, and VAR agreeing with him. It would have been very, very harsh if it had been given. So still waiting for this one to burst into life. It's Everton 0, Brentford 0.
Okay, keep your calls coming in on the game day phone in on 03 717 22 33 44. We're going to be talking Liverpool next, and we're going to be hearing from Jurgen Klopp.
Get game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
You can sense the glory.
What a night!
The semi-finals, where each match is epic.
Oh, that's a stunner!
It's unscripted.
Wow, listen to the shock of all shocks.
Spontaneous drama.
This is astonishing!
This is where the season is defined. Every game.
What a story!
Totally unmissable. The UEFA Champions League, Europa League and Conference League semi-finals. Only on TNT Sports.
Imagine, it's Saturday. 1 minute you're lying on the sofa, horizontal, in your pyjamas, trying to guess which celeb is dressed up as a singing chicken, eyeing up the last sweet and sour pork ball. And the next, corn crackers, you're a millionaire. Lotto, will you be next? Play on app, the National Lottery. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Hi all.
How are we doing?
Afternoon. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on.
Where's the tablet gone?
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear. Clear as a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims. So many small cars to choose from. This one looks like that one, which looks like, the new Suzuki Swift. This is the one.
Yep, standard reaction to the new Suzuki Swift, which comes with serious style, a choice of cool colours, and loads of tech as standard. Oh, and it's available with 0% APR for 2 years. Want to be one of the first behind the wheel? Search Suzuki Swift to book your test drive and get set to feel good different. Participating dealers only. Suzuki Financial Services Limited. T's and C's apply. See cars.suzuki.co.uk/offers.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers, searing our 100% British and Irish beef patties so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
EasyJet's Big Orange Sale is now on, with up to 15% off flights. But hurry, these deals won't be around long. Book now at easyjet.com. Get out there. Selected dates. Book by 11 PM the 30th of April 2024. Flights one way. T's and C's apply.
With LV, I can get my home insurance from just £179. They've made it easy for me to get a great price, which is what we're all after, right? And their 24/7 emergency helpline lets me look after what matters to me, because insurance is simple when it's me and LV.
No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 10% of customers paid £179 or less, August 2023 to January 2024.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Man City live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Game day. Have your say.
Absolutely first class.
Fully engaged football fallouts.
The Game Day phone in
on talkSPORT.
Back at
to Gakpo. Oh, takes the deflection off, but Bonner goes beyond Areola, and Liverpool have taken the lead. Jared Bowen into the box, delivering across. Antonio! 2-2.
2-2. Feels not great, but we have to take it. Something is not quite right at Liverpool Football Club, and that could well be an understatement.
Yeah, you are listening to the Game Day phone in on talkSPORT with me, Jamie Hurry, and Gabby Agbong Lahore. talkSPORT's lunchtime kickoff saw Liverpool draw 2-2 with West Ham. It was a bad day all round as Jurgen Klopp and Mo Salah they bust up on the sideline. Sam Matterface caught up with the Liverpool boss after the game.
The game today mirrored a little bit the last 2-3 weeks, if you want. I think if one team should have won today, it would have been us. We created enough, we played well, we were in charge of the game, didn't finish the situation. Our first half was tricky because the fourth game in a very intense period you saw we played well but not with highest intensity. I don't think that is really possible, but a little bit mirroring as well the situation in the last 2 weeks. We don't use our chance, the opponent used the first. Coming out, turned it more or less pretty early around. I don't know anymore when the second goal happened because we had between the first goal and the second goal with massive chances. We controlled it besides 1 or 2 moments. In one of these moments with Antonio's in the air and heads the ball in. So 2-2 feels not great, but we have to take it, and that's what we do.
There's been a lot of noise around the club, obviously talking about replacements for your job. Do you think that's distracted the players in any way?
Oh, players have to ask. I can't see that. I don't know why. I announced my decision early, that the club has time to make the important decision early as well. Now, I'm not sure if it's too early. For me, not. I think it's absolutely fine. If it is the solution, well, I don't know. I don't see that it distracts players. And by the way, it happened when Wednesday, Thursday, whatever. So it would be one game. We had more games where we could have done differently, and had nothing to do with that situation.
I know you've got to get off. Just quickly about what happened on the touchline with Salah. Is everything okay between the two of you?
Yeah. We spoke about that in the dressing room all the time.
Yes, Sam Matterface speaking to Jurgen after the game. Well, they obviously spoke about it in the dressing room, but Salah wasn't happy when he went to do his interviews because he said, I ain't talking because they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think it's been coming from Salah. Salah's not a sub, mate. You know what I mean? You can put Salah on the bench if you're doing rotation. But Salah, Jamie, scored 210 goals and 86 assists for Liverpool. Do you know what I mean? A game against West Ham, tough game.
Don't give him 12 minutes.
You don't give him 12 minutes, mate. Don't give me 12 minutes. That's what he's probably saying on the sideline. 12 minutes. Like, come on. I'm Mo Salah. You wouldn't have won a trophy without me, Jurgen. They wouldn't have won any trophies without Salah. Salah's been unbelievable for that football club. Where's the respect? And is Jurgen Klopp now causing problems for Liverpool's squad next season? Upsetting players? Salah, there's talk of him leaving.
Yeah.
Could this affect Salah now and be like, I'm out here now, I've had enough, disrespected? Do you know what I mean? And yes, Jurgen Klopp is the manager, he's going to have the final say, but you need to win a game in a title challenge, and you're bringing your star player up there in the best Premier League 11 ever.
Yeah.
Salah, and you give him 12 minutes. You can't blame him on the sideline. So I think Jurgen Klopp's definitely in the wrong, disrespecting Salah.
Okay, all right, let's go to David, who's a Liverpool fan. Right, Dave? Good evening, David.
Good evening, fellas. How are you?
Well, how are you? I mean, you've been to the game. Shocking performance, really. I know West Ham's season's kind of filtered out as well, so I was expecting a Liverpool win.
Right. I just can't sit there and listen to, this, or not this, these Liverpool fans, right, that are not looking at the big picture. November last year, he announced he was going. You don't wake up. That is like, say, 8 weeks after the season started. If he was out of energy, he'd have known.
Yes.
He'd have known that. So in my opinion, if he sat there with the owners and had a discussion to state this is going to be my last season, and then come out in November, the owners should have pulled him up in the summer and said, well, we can't really do that.
I agree.
We're talking about running Liverpool Football Club. You can't come in and run it for 8 weeks and then announce that you're going into the season.
Do you know what I don't get as well, mate? Is that, like, when he done that interview and he's like, I'm exhausted, I'm tired, I'm thinking, like, I understand that. You know what I mean? He's been outstanding for Liverpool, but Well, Liverpool needs someone who's got 100%. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to play a player who's tired and hasn't got it anymore, and that's affected Liverpool since his announcement because their win percentage was 75% before he announced it, 61% after he announced it.
Yeah, yeah. You can't hide it. You can't hide it. If you sat there looking at statistics, 650 plus games, right? 650 plus games of shots on target. We're the highest team in Europe. If you're City was second with 608. We're the highest. We hit the woodwork the most.
He's got Nunes.
Right?
It's the bar on the post 3 times every game.
The thing is, right, the thing is with Nunes is you're stuck, right, between a pillar and a hard place. As a forward, he does everything you'd want across that top line.
Yeah.
His conversion rate, he'd have finished Golden Boot. If he'd have put in every chance that he got, this season, we'd have already won the league. We'd have already won the league.
I know, but it's just it is what it is. You've had to find a way to win. In the big moments when it's come down to the crunch, normally Liverpool are the team I thought who were going to get it. Who were going to take it right to the last day of the season, but they completely fell off.
But David, I agree with you on the sense that you can't come out so long of the season left and say you're exhausted. I get it. When he done the interview, he looked tired. Ever since on the touchline, he looked tired. Every interview, he looked tired. I get it. But you would have known that, like you says, in June. So tell the club then and let them make a change then.
It's the other thing, the way I look at it is the owners have known that something was coming.
Yeah.
They've gone back and they brought back Edwards. They've gone back and they've created another opening in the club for Edwards. Then they took Scott Richard Hughes in from Bournemouth. Right? This rebuild was already started in the summer.
Yeah.
Right? So they knew what was coming. The whole situation today with Mo and I was sat there with my head in my hands. And I wasn't the only one in that stand. You know what I mean? And to see two key personnel, you know what I mean? Best player in the league.
Yeah.
Best player in the league.
Well, it's the two-star people at Liverpool Football Club, really, isn't it? Salah and Klopp are the ones who are going at it. It's a bit embarrassing, really. Dave, I've got to go. Look, we're going to keep coming in. Great call. I appreciate you phoning in. Let's take a look at the latest odds in the 5:30 game, all thanks to Betfair.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acca or Bet Builder on football this weekend. Opt in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Yeah, it's currently Everton 0, Brentford 0. Everton's winning is 12-5. Everton to lose is 13-10, and the draw is 15-8. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acca or Bet Builder on football this weekend. Opt in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Right, keep your calls coming in on the game day phone in. Huge talking points in the Premier League. Sheffield United have been relegated. Liverpool, the top men are scrapping it out on the sidelines. And Manchester United, bang average as usual. Have your say, 03 717 22 33 44.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Man City live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream our internet. Terms apply.
Hey, you're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Then it's time to discover EV with Kia for your chance to get expert advice on living with an electric car. The Discover EV with Kia events run from May 1st to June 30th at a Kia dealership near you. Secure your appointment today for expert EV advice and the chance to explore our award-winning electric range, including the Kia EV6 and UK Car of the Year, the Kia EV9. Search Discover EV with Kia to book now. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Have you tried the improved McDonald's burgers? It's just a little bit more.
The classics. Now a little more. Comparison with prior classic burgers. Served after 11 a.m. subject to availability.
Imagine, it's Saturday. 1 minute you're lying on the sofa, horizontal, in your pyjamas, trying to guess which celeb is dressed up as a singing chicken, eyeing up the last sweet and sour pork ball. And the next, corn crackers, you're a millionaire. Lotto, will you be next? Play on app, the National Lottery. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
EasyJet's Big Orange Sale is now on. With up to £200 off package holidays, you can save on our already unbeatable prices. Search EasyJet Holidays. Selected dates up to the 31st of October 2025. Booked by 11 p.m. the 30th of April 2024. See price guarantee online. Minimum spend required. As unprotected, T's and C's apply.
Spring into savings with mymotorworld.com. Give your car a spring service with our service parts and fluids. A spring repair with a huge range of parts and accessories. And a spring clean with top brand products like Cargold, T-Cut, Brembo, Castrol and Quinton Hazel. For discounts on thousands of your motor essentials and free delivery when you spend over 25 quid. Order now at mymotorworld.com.
mymotorworld.com.
Calling all savvy shoppers. It's Lidl's pick of the week with juicy discounts of up to 30%. Like a pack of raspberries for just $1.19. Or plump aubergines just 65p each. Or a bag of rocket for only 49p. Get these and more offers in store now. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Limited offer subject to availability, GB only.
With Now you can stream all the drama of the Premier League instantly and without a contract.
Absolutely brilliant.
This Sunday, two of the title contenders are in action as Tottenham take on Arsenal in the North London derby before Nottingham Forest face Man City at the City Ground. Get all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream the race for the title live this Sunday from 2 p.m. Head to nowtv.com.
18 plus Sky Sports content streamed via internet. Full terms apply.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
White-hot football debates.
Game day.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker.
The Game Day phone-in.
On talkSPORT.
Yeah, welcome back to the Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT with me, Jeremy Hine, Gabby Agbonlor. Keep your calls coming in on 03 717 223344. Remember, you can watch the show live on the official talkSPORT YouTube channel and Facebook page. Just a reminder of today's results in the Premier League. West Ham drew 2-2 with Liverpool. Fulham 1-1 with Crystal Palace. Man United 1-1 with Burnley. Newcastle, they won 5-1 against Sheffield United. That relegated Sheffield United out of the Premier League. Good riddance, see you later. Wolverhampton Wanderers, they won 2-1 against Luton. It's currently 0-0. Everton v Brentford and Aston Villa v Chelsea. Your mob later on will catch up with that one. We'll talk about it later. It's a big game for Aston Villa as they still fight out for top four. And Chelsea, you never know what Chelsea team are going to turn up. We'll have that chat later on. Big talking points in the Championship as well. Birmingham need a win next week to stay in the Championship. Huddersfield are relegated. Derby have been promoted back to the Championship. You can come on and talk about your team on 03717 223344. Let's go to Paul, who's a Liverpool fan. Right, Paul? Good evening, Paul.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, gentlemen.
Paul, look, I know it's not been a good few weeks for Liverpool Football Club. And today you kind of see the frustration boil over with Klopp and Salah.
Yeah, I just want to take Gabby to task a little bit on this, saying it's all Klopp's fault and it's like Salah's been disrespected. Listen, I understand Salah's form's been off lately and form can be what it is. But the manager makes a decision. If you've got a problem, do it behind the scenes. Don't do it in public. So as far as I'm concerned, Salah owes Klopp a public apology. You can't, and especially the comment afterwards as well about to the report about, oh, if I say anything, there'll be fire. You don't need to say that. Just keep your mouth shut.
But Mo Salah's Liverpool's main man. Well, Liverpool have won the trophies they have without
Who
Salah.
made him as well? Who was part of that journey? Klopp.
Oh, of
Klopp
course.
moulded him. I'm not saying Salah's got the talent, but Klopp moulded him.
But if you're Salah, right, and you're the main man and you're getting 12 minutes.
Come on, Paul. This is main man and everything. Listen, it's Liverpool Football Club. Yes, he might be the main man with his numbers, and he's done outstanding stuff, so I'm not saying he hasn't. He's been outstanding. But you can't act like that. If you've got an issue, then do it behind the scenes afterwards.
But to be fair, though, you don't know what he said to him, though, do you? Do you know what's been said by both of them? We don't know that.
Well, he obviously ain't happy, Salah, because even afterwards, he ain't come down.
Klopp's not said anything disrespectful. He's put him on with 7 minutes to go. Whether that's right or wrong, that's an opinion. Come on, that's not Klopp's way.
He said something to him. He said something to him, mate. He's not just like kicked off.
Said to him?
I don't know. I don't know.
Again, what he's done, he's gone in for a hug. He's not wanted to talk back. Darwin Núñez has gone in for a hug and taken it. Gomez has taken a hug. And then Klopp's just stood there, and obviously a bit of time's gone, and then Salah's just...
Would you hug your manager if he's giving you 12 minutes when you're the main guy in the team?
But it don't matter.
It does.
Ultimately, listen, things have gone wrong. It doesn't matter. If you're the main man, you deal with that behind the scenes. You go on, you swallow it up, bang a goal in if you can.
Yeah, but they're obviously not happy, though, are they? Do you know what I mean? Like, the players are not happy. Salah's not happy. They've been meant to be fighting it out for the Premier League title.
Yeah, but listen...
And they've got it wrong. They've fluffed their lines.
You've been professional footballers in the past. If it happens, you do it on the field in front of the world to see and be a laughing stock. You don't.
You can't handle... Sometimes you got to handle your emotions get the better of you. You're looking at the team and thinking, like, I could have got this West Ham defence. And you give me 12 minutes to come on and save the day, like...
Okay, so the comeback on that then, if that's the thing, where's the fire been since he's come back from AFCON? Now listen, form can go off and it can happen. But if there's fire, where was the fire against Everton the other night?
Yeah.
I mean, if he's saying he
wasn't at his best, of course.
But you play Salah, though, don't you? But you play Salah.
Yeah, but his form flopped as well, so what does that send out to other players if you're saying, well, he plays no matter what? Other players...
It's Mo Salah.
Oh, right.
It's Mo Salah.
It doesn't matter.
You have exceptions, mate.
You have your favourites.
You do have exceptions. Like, Salah's got to start. Especially if it's so poor, Liverpool, and you need to go win games. 60 minutes... 65 minutes, bring him on, but not 12 minutes. Come on.
Listen, I'm not saying he shouldn't have got maybe more time.
Yeah, earlier.
His form's been horrendous recently.
He's not been at his best, I agree on that 100%, but he can turn it on whenever Mo Salah. He's that guy.
Well, again, I'll go back to where's that been the last few weeks then? There's been no signs of it, so...
The whole team's been flat, though. The whole team's been flat.
Keep clean sheets.
If you've got an issue, he should have dealt with that afterwards.
Why is Van Dijk starting? You know, can't stop conceding from crosses. Calvert-Lewin against Everton, 2 today from crosses.
Again, yeah, you can call that as well, because it seems like there's a lot going on behind the scenes there and stuff. Like I said, Trent's been poor with his defending.
The thing for me though, Paul, is like, as Liverpool fans, you know, Klopp's going to go, been outstanding, been like unbelievable manager for you. But if you look at next season now, an unhappy Salah might be like, I'm out of here.
Salah's out of here anyway. We know that.
Is he? Yeah, well, you don't know that.
I think he got a little bit upset when the big deal coming from Saudi, and it was reported, and then I kind of think then it was like, obviously Klopp said, look, I'm not letting him go and everything. So I think since then it's been a little bit rocky, and since he's come back from AFCON, obviously he's had the injury, so we don't know if he's still carrying that and what's going on.
But you want to keep Salah, don't you? I mean, you still want Salah next season.
Listen, it'd be great to have Salah, but at the same point, you've got to look at it now going, is he the same player as he was? And if Saudi come in with a 150, 200 million deal, what do you do? We done that years ago when
if it's 150 million, then yeah, he's going. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, Coutinho was that player years ago. And we sold him and bought in Van Dijk and Alisson at the time. So if we do the same again and get big money and then rebuild from that...
But Paul, I feel like some of you fans would be like, if Salah was like coming on and smiling, you'd be like, yeah, he's just here to collect his money, he's not bothered. He's showing passion.
He doesn't have to be smiling. He doesn't have to be smiling. But go on the pitch, like I said, where's the passion been for the last couple of games? Against Everton the other night, where's the passion? You know what I mean?
Have you tried doing a 1-2 with Núñez?
Well, that's another story
Do you know what I mean? He's been struggling with Nunes playing with him.
And listen, if Nunes was on in front of him, you'd probably have every right to go, what the hell? But, like I said, there's been form off all left, right and centre, and I just think today, like I said, if you're upset, both of you have been there.
Yeah, no, look, Paul, I get it. Paul, I get it, I do. I understand what you're saying, but sometimes it's hard when you're a top player with an ego.
Done that.
Say that again.
I think if Klopp wasn't leaving, I don't think that would have happened today.
That's another story, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but then who's caused the problem then?
Say that again?
Who's caused the problem then? Jurgen Klopp. That's the problem you've got now, because it's come to the end of the season and the players are down tools. They can't win the league.
We don't know the real reasons why Klopp's leaving. I mean, I think there's a bit more behind the scenes to that as well, but I don't know on that. I mean, it'll come out. But ultimately, respect your manager. And if there's an issue, go and bang on his door the next day or behind the scenes and say, look...
Easier said than done when you're a passionate player like Mo Salah is, who wants his team to win the league, and he's sitting there on the bench thinking, how am I sat on the bench watching this? That it's hard. It's hard, but I get it. I agree with you, and I understand what you're saying. It's also when you're a top player, world-class footballer, and you're sat on a bench and the manager's giving you 12 minutes, when you're still trying to fight for the title, you're still in the title race, well, you was today before that result, you're still in it, and he's sat there and he's got 12 minutes.
To be honest, but... Yeah, but then again, like I said, just suck it up, have to deal with Klopp afterwards. Have it out with him afterwards.
Paul, great call, mate. I really appreciate you phoning in. Newcastle came for a goal down to beat Sheffield United 5-1 this afternoon. That result means the Blades will be playing Championship football next season. Chris Wilder spoke to talkSPORT's Adam Bridge after the game, explained what he said to the players on the pitch after the defeat.
I said we have to own this season. We didn't get relegated today. We got relegated for a season of obviously poor performances and poor results. But like I said, and pointed up to the supporters, the club is a really good club. Some will have the opportunity to stay. Some won't have that opportunity. So if you have that opportunity, put this into your memory bank, because there'll be better times coming, and I'll make sure that the work that we do in the summer and hopefully, you know, given that opportunity to really improve the group on so many ways, tactically, technically, physically as well, because yet again, you know, our Achilles heel today stood out. You know, physically we couldn't cope with the pace of the game second half, and the mentality as well. You know, goals going in and then edge dropping and then going from, you know, 3 to 4 to 4 to 5. It's happened too many times. So they're the cornerstones of the game, and we'll get right. We will get right, and the players have to recognise that it is a really good football club. We've had a really poor season.
Yeah, Chris Wilder there speaking after the game. They are down back into the Championship, Gav. Nowhere near good enough this season, have they been?
Where do you start, Jamie? I mean, we had the problem in Norwich, didn't we? They were poor, they got relegated. Sheffield United again. I feel like teams have got to come up and they've got to do more. I mean, Burnley have given it a go. Maybe their football can be questioned and a bit risky. Conceded a goal today with a sloppy pass. You know, playing in silly areas. But I just feel that Luton have done something.
Is unacceptable now at this level.
It's the goal difference as well. Like, what chance have you got when you're conceding 97 goals after 35 games?
Minus 63 goal difference.
Do you know what's funny though? They're -3 next season in the Championship. They start the season with -3 points.
Do they?
Sheffield.
Jeez, I mean, look, they'll probably romp the Championship.
Exactly.
But you know, you come up and you come on. You've got to give more than that. 16 points. They've folded like a deck of cards this season. Teams just been scoring at will. I mean, like watching the Newcastle. And look, fair play. Newcastle good side at home. Isak's on fire. They were queuing up in the box, mate. Everyone was like, "Don't take me off. I want to get goals."
I think I saw Wilson screaming at Eddie Howe, saying, "Please bring me on." Comes on, scores his first touch. That's what he's come to. Like, players are like, "Please, Gaffer, come on, please let me get on." Sheffield United, I'm going to get a goal. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, if they go down, if they're going down now, relegated. Next season, they come back up. Do something different. Do you play a different style of football? Do you make it more difficult to concede goals? They were just like nothing. Not great attacking, awful defensively, like baffling, mate.
Yeah, it was shocking. Sheffield United fans, I want to hear from you. Give us a call. You are down into the Championship. What have you made of that disaster of a season? 03717 22 3344. Let's go to Rob, who's a Sheffield Wednesday fan. He phoned us up. Right, Rob?
Evening, gents.
Big result, Rob.
Oh, massive, mate. We were dead and buried in October. Danny Rowell's come in, and for me, he's the manager of the season. Like, to do this turnaround in how many months, like,
Amazing. I mean,
absolutely incredible.
You won 3-0 against West Brom today. It's gone down to the last day of the season. You're 20th in the table. Birmingham have to win, and Plymouth really have to get a result.
Sheffield Wednesday can't be caught. Goal difference compared to Birmingham City.
They can't be
10 goals, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, someone, unless you have an absolute nightmare, but it looks like you're going to stay in the league. And I mean, you as you said, you were gone. You were dead and buried. It's an unbelievable. What's changed? I mean, look, what's Danny Roll done that's been so good?
I think his own philosophy, he's brought his philosophy in since he's coming from day one. He lost his first 3 games with the same philosophy, and he just carried on, stuck by it. And he's just put together a run of results now where I think he was like 4th in the table in terms of sort of form ever since he took over. And if you'd looked at the game today, you'd have thought West Brom were down at the bottom, and we were sealing a playoff spot. We were incredible. Like, from minute one, all over him. But yeah, massive kudos to Danny Roll. I think to top this season off, if you're on the Salford Club in the summer, it'd be an absolutely incredible season.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob, well done, mate. It looks like Sheffield Wednesday are going to be in the Premier League right now, though. In the Premier League, staying up in the Championship, not the Premier League. In the Premier League, though, Brentford are taking on Everton. It's half time, and Matt Jones is watching that one. Matt, how's it going?
It is. Everton 0, Brentford 0 at the break, and I'll be honest, it's not been a good game so far. We haven't seen a single shot on target in this one, and it does feel very much after the Lord Mayor's show, after Everton's display here on Wednesday when they beat Liverpool in the Merseyside derby. They put so much into that one. The crowd put so much into it as well. This one's got more of a feel of a pre-season friendly about it, to be honest. They have had the best chances, though, of Everton. McNeil flashing that shot just wide across goal after 6 minutes, and then as the half drew to a close, there were a flurry of shooting opportunities as well, but neither the likes of Godfrey or Decore could hit the target. Decore with the best chance. Chimiti laying it off to him. It was a volley from 10 yards out, but it hit the outside of his boot and went miles wide. At the other end, Brentford have rarely troubled. They've had one opportunity so far, and that was when Jensen got into the area. A really lovely move, actually. He had some space on the left-hand side of the box. He fired towards the bottom corner, but out of nowhere, Jared Branthwaite appeared and made a huge block. So, not much happening in terms of shots in this game, but Everton know that if they do win, then they are safe in the Premier League for another season. As for Brentford, well, Luton's defeat earlier on today to Wolves means that they are already destined to be in the top flight next season. So at the break, it is Everton 0, Brentford 0.
Okay, keep your calls coming in on the game day phone in. We've got some Birmingham City fans who want to come and speak to Gabby. We've got Man United fans and Liverpool fans all want to have their say, but you can call as well on 03717 22 3344.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Man City live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream our internet, terms apply.
TK Maxx are here to shake up your summer plans with headline making, crowd pleasing festival tickets exclusive to treasure customers. You and 3 friends could be on your way to TK Maxx presents Scarborough Open Air Theatre. Join our Treasure Rewards programme. Shop with your treasure card at TK Maxx, HomeSense or tkmaxx.com and you could be a winner. There's no summer like a TK Maxx summer. T's and C's at tkmaxx.com/festival terms.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club dedicated content created by the fans for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Wanting it? Search Cinch and buy your next car today. Return subject to mileage restrictions, T's and C's apply.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers, sealing our 100% British and Irish beef patties so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more mmm. Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 a.m, subject to availability.
With car insurance from LV, I know I'll have peace of mind because they pay out on 99% of claims. Nice one. And if I'm hit by an uninsured driver, I won't lose my no-claim discount because insurance is simple when it's me and LV.
No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 99% of direct motor claims paid February 2023 to January 2024. Uninsured driver promise is non-fault accident only. Other vehicle and driver details required.
Calling all savvy shoppers. It's Lidl's pick of the week with juicy discounts of up to 30%. Like a pack of raspberries for just $1.19. Or plump aubergines just 65p each. Or a bag of rocket for only 49p. Get these and more offers in store now. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price.
Limited offer, subject to availability, GP only. In People's Postcode Lottery's May draws, your ordinary postcode could deliver some rather extraordinary news. Because a share of £17.3 million must be won. And there are prizes every day. So join the 70% of postcodes across Great Britain that are already playing. And sign up your postcode before midnight on the 30th of April. Good things come knocking with People's Postcode Lottery. PPL manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly, not available in Northern Ireland.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Man City live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
The goals are calling.
Today, exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Aston Villa versus Chelsea. Coverage from 7:30. Kick-off 8 p.m.
On talkSPORT.
You are listening to the Game Day Phone In on talkSPORT with me, Jamie Hara and Gabby Agbong Lahore. This show is for the fans, by the fans. We want to hear from you. You've been at a game in the Premier League or the EFL. Give us a call on 03 717 2233 44. Disappointing season for Birmingham City. They drew today, really needed a win. They're going into the last day of the season in the bottom three, having to win a game. Let's go to Adam, who's a Birmingham City fan. All right, Ad. Good evening, Adam.
Good evening. Hello, boys. You all right?
How are you, mate? Ad, what's going on? What's happened?
Well, listen, I came on with that Instagram star a few months ago, and I think we've just worked out we've had 6 managers this season, so I don't think the players know whether they're coming, going, or when. Neither do the fans. I've never known anything like it, to be honest.
Your last 2 games, Adam, you know, you've had Rotherham and now Huddersfield. You should be getting more than 2 points for them 2 games, shouldn't you?
The last 2 games they played, and they haven't won.
Looking at the fixtures, well, if you can't beat those 2, you don't deserve to stay up, do you?
No, sorry, don't.
Last season again, I mean, the number of times we've had it, I remember Bolton and all the other things we've been through, but honestly, it's been a car crash. I mean, just when we got rid of Eustace, what were we? 5th?
Yeah, I think you're 6th with a game in hand.
I mean, and all these guys, they're just coming in and having to work with the same players. They're just not good enough. I'll probably only keep 2 or 3 of them next season, regardless of which league we're in. So, I don't know. It's dire, to be honest. And the fans away, you know what the Blues fans like away, Gabby. They're on the team, supported the team all the way through. But Bakuna today was just like, just not putting any effort in.
That's what I was going to ask you, Adam. What's the fight like?
Well, I just don't think the players are good enough. I mean, really, you're trying to get a group of players together to play in a particular way for a particular manager, and I just don't think they're talented enough.
Okay, well, when you're at the bottom of the table and you need a result, I mean, like, you just try and find a way. Is there heart? Is it desire? Is it determination?
To beat Norwich next week.
Right, because that's it, otherwise you're gone. Have to win.
I watched the game against Coventry. We were absolutely brilliant. Took them apart. I took a Coventry fan with me who's going, you look at the performance they put in against Man U the following week, and he said, God, you're going to freeze it over the next 2 weeks. It was never a doubt, and then we just don't turn up at Rotherham. I just feel when you think that's 6 points, or 4 at bare minimum.
What kills you, Adam, is like, you know, Rotherham were relegated. It's like, what? You just got to go to a relegated team and, like, already relegated, just get a win. Just get it done.
You know what? Do you know what'll probably happen? We'll probably win 4-0 against Norwich.
We'll go down.
No right to do it. I mean, we're there most of the game there. We're wondering what everybody else is doing. Please, Millwall score. Please, Millwall score.
Yeah.
So to all those Millwall fans out there.
It's not in your hands. That's the problem now. You've killed yourselves. You played against Huddersfield and Rotherham. You don't get a result. You've killed yourselves, and now relying on other people is going to be a big problem.
Well, it's going to be squeaky bum time, isn't it? But, I mean, you imagine, nobody wants to be a football fan in the Midlands at the moment with Villa in the Champions League positions. And look what West Brom did today. You haven't covered that. You know, if Hull win tonight, they're out of the playoffs. So, you know, what were they doing against Sheffield Wednesday? I mean, we get on with the West Brom fans. They really let us down today. I mean, you know, it's bad enough being in the city as it is at the moment. I mean, I was looking at the house prices on Rightmove. I just thought, because you can get 4 for 100 grand, to be honest. I thought, I'm just going to live there.
But you are building a new stadium though, so it's not all bad.
Oh, it's going to be brilliant. I mean, it's fabulous for a Taylor Swift concert, but I've got no idea what it'd be like for football.
Who's going to be turning up? Carlisle.
No, what you got to think? No, forget the football. That's not what it's about. We're just going to... The trouble is...
I'll tell you what, you've got some big games next season, Ad. Mansfield Town, Stockport, Wrexham. I mean, Adam, some whopper games.
Adam, will I be able to come and watch a few concerts, or do you reckon I'll be banned?
I've lost you now, Gabby.
Will I be able to come to a few concerts, or will I be banned from the stadium?
Gabby, more than happy to get you along to see Taylor.
Cheers, pal.
And if you ask really nicely, we'll introduce you. I mean, you know, look, I just hope I live long enough to see it, because it's about... Look, I get why they're doing it. In fairness to the owners, they made one mistake. They shouldn't have got rid of Eustace.
Yeah,
and it's been
an absolute disaster. Pretty big mistake, that one, Ed.
Yeah, well, you know, look, if we end up with a £2 billion stadium, look, I remember Villa in Division 3. I'm that old.
Yeah, when was that? 1930? It must be old, Ed. Mate, thanks for your call. I want to hear from Eric Ten Hag now, after his side drew 1-1 with Burnley. The Man United boss explained a few of his in-game decisions.
As an idea, we have to win the game and bring 2 fresh players on. 2 young players who played in this week, in 6 days, 3 games in the Premier League. They're not used to it. The injury risk, first place where you see they get fatigue. To bring fresh energy there, then bring with Diallo, a player up front who's very creative, who can hold up a ball, and with McTominay, a player in the midfield. It was so open, and he can make his runs from deep. He's very good at this. That was the idea, and I think it worked out well, because we've taken up the lead. But then, we talked about what happened after, and we have to improve.
Ten Hag speaking after the game.
Broken record in there.
It's so much for him.
Honestly.
Having to explain subs and...
But next season, you know, we won't go for the league. We are top 4. That's what he says. Next season he's going to be fighting for the league. He's going to be fighting for top 4. Manchester United fans must be like, when's this going to get any better?
Well, we need to do something. I think this Jim Ratcliffe coming in, I think things might change. Let's take a look at the latest odds in a 5:30 game, all thanks to Betfair.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Accurate bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum long leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
It's currently 0-0 between Everton and Brentford. Everton to win is 23-10. Brentford to win is 21-10, and the draw is 5-4. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Keep your calls coming in on the game day phone. We're going to be hearing from Man United fans and Liverpool fans next on 03 717 22 33 44.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Accurate bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum long leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Want to be one of the first behind the wheel? Search Suzuki Swift to book your test drive and get set to feel good different. Participating dealers only. Suzuki Financial Services Limited. T's and C's apply. See cars.suzuki.co.uk/offers.
In people's postcode lotteries May draws, your ordinary postcode could deliver some rather extraordinary news. Because a share of £17.3 million must be won. And there are prizes every day. So join the 70% of postcodes across Great Britain that are already playing. And sign up your postcode before midnight on the 30th of April. Good things come knocking with People's Postcode Lottery. PPL manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly, not available in Northern Ireland.
Hi all.
How are we doing?
Afternoon.
Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on.
Where's the tablet gone?
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear as a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
And you join us now with this penalty shootout locked at an unbelievable 90-all.
Yeah, I hope these fans haven't got a train to catch.
2019 now! Oh, this is gonna be a long night.
You're telling me.
Last train home won't wait for penalties. Better get a travel lodge. Find king-size comfort up and down the country at travellodge.co.uk.
Cricket. The unmistakable sound of leather on willow.
Absolute beauty.
Fireworks. Got the distance. Power ballads. Anti-shirt cannons. Vitality Blast is back. Oh, wonderful technique. Another explosive season of T20 cricket launches with Blast Off on the 30th of May. Early bird prices available until the 1st of May. Buy now. Search Vitality Blast. Selected rounds only, terms apply.
With Now, you can stream all the drama of the Premier League instantly and without a contract.
Absolutely brilliant.
This Sunday, two of the title contenders are in action as Tottenham take on Arsenal in the North London derby before Nottingham Forest face Man City at the City Ground.
Can you believe it?
Get all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream the race for the title live this Sunday from 2 p.m. Head to nowtv.com.
18 plus Sky Sports content streamed via internet. Full terms apply.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Man City live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
This game on coming this summer. Hear unrivaled coverage of UEFA Euro 2024 live on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Unbelievable.
The biggest football tournament in Europe, driven by the passion and prowess of the world's biggest sports radio station.
Oh, yes!
Broadcasting unmissable output, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the entire tournament.
What a magnificent finish!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany, coming soon to talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
You are listening to the Game Day phone in on talkSPORT. Me, Gemma Hart and Gabby Ag Bonglahor. Keep your calls coming in 03 717 22 33 44. Time now to discuss some of the main topics of the day. Are we ready to bet now?
Betfair. We're giving out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90 minute payouts. Start to match odds 90 markets or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Oh no, Onana, he has had an absolute shocker. It's taken 79 minutes. Anthony, the man to score it. Anthony a long way out from goal. The finish was quite neat. Manchester United now, with 10 minutes to go, they lead by a goal to nil. Hamdouni on his right foot against Onana and sends him the wrong way. They are back level in this game and they are fighting for survival at Old Trafford. Manchester United 1, Burnley 1.
Yeah, obviously big talking points today. Manchester United crossed their lines again this season. You can have your say on that. 03 717 22 33 44. Sheffield United got relegated and Salah and Klopp had a barney on the sideline. Let's go to Luke, who's a United fan. All right, Luke? Good evening, Luke.
Okay.
Yeah, Luke, you've been to the game. What did you make of it with Ten Hag and decisions and just the performance?
It's getting to... United fans have backed Ten Hag all year. Like, even when it's been going really, really bad. Same with the bad results last year, the 7-0 at Liverpool. But now we're just running out of excuses for him. We've had the injuries we've rid on all year. Because of the injuries, the decisions against us, the bad luck. At this point now, the tide is turning. Really, after the Coventry game was the big one where a lot of people flipped. But again today, it's just like, what? We're not seeing anything at all to hold on to. And it's like, it's not that we're backing Ten Hag, we just don't want to do it again with another manager. We're just like, can we really let these players off again? Get someone new in, have a good season again, think it's all going well, and back to square one. So, myself, I don't know whether I'm Ten Hag in, Ten Hag out. I don't even know anymore, to be honest.
But the problem, Luke, is if you got rid of him at the end of the season, at least it gives the new manager a chance to try and build a little bit of a new squad. If you keep him, it's 10 games in and you're struggling again, then a manager's going to have to play these players again and not have his own squad of players. That's the problem if you just keep him.
Of course, yeah, but the issue we've got is we've got no evidence that a new manager will be better. As this is the same with every manager. From Mourinho to Moyes to Ole to Ragnick, it's exactly the same. We start off well, loads of promise, and it ends up like this. So we've got no evidence to go, actually, should we get a world-class manager? And we tried that with Van Gaal and Mourinho, ended up like this. Should we get a fan favourite in? We tried that with Ole, ended up like this. Should we get like a new up-and-coming tactician? We tried that with Ten Hag, ended up like this. Where do we go next? Which one?
But do you watch
manager? Have you got an answer?
But do you watch Manchester United and look at a team that's been coached by a tactician? I don't.
No, but for the last 10 years, I've watched United, and this is the same. Which manager over the last 10 years did we play with good tactics? Which one? Was it Ole? Was it Mourinho? Which one? Was it David Moyes? So every manager who's come in, it's exactly the same. We've ended up here. We might get an odd, second-rate trophy. We'll qualify for top 4, and then we end up back again.
See, for me though, Luke, it's like you watch Manchester United over the last few years, and teams just come there and have a right good go. We used to go to Old Trafford, and you're like, oh, could get a couple of shots. Do you know what I mean? Like, try and keep it tight.
3-0 was a good score.
Burnley are there flying forward, and it's like that respect that Old Trafford's gone. Do you know what I mean?
We've looked at Sheffield United, the last 6 games, we've lost the game or drew the game in the last 10 minutes. It's been silly. Burnley were passing it around us, and this is the thing. We can excuse the results with potential because of injuries. We can't excuse the performances because of that. Do you know what I mean? We can't have that team should not be letting Burnley pass it around.
No.
About how much injuries we get all that, and you're not gonna. We could have missed out on top 4 because we've had 65 injuries all year, right? And you could go, okay, we see, but it's nothing to hold on to. And if people go, what about Arteta at Arsenal? He finished 8th twice. He had something to hold on to in that time. We've got nothing at the minute.
Who would you like to see become the manager?
Well, that's the question. Liverpool will have to get Arne Slot, and Liverpool are above us in the ranking of getting ex-manager, and they've had to get some other guys. They've got a B-Tech Ten Hag in who's won 1 every Ten Hag won 3. You know what I mean? So, but for me, if Ten Hag was to leave today, I would personally want Tuchel in. I think, and that's not even like, oh, really, no one out there, is it? Who would you recommend? We don't want Southgate.
Why not Southgate? Why not?
Because based on what?
Based on the fact that he's been the England manager for a long time. He's changed the fortunes of England as a nation in terms of this squad of players love playing for England now. They turn up. He's made it a club feel. They enjoy it. It's a team. He's good with young players. He's developed these young players into star players for England. And he's got the opportunity to win the Euros in the summer. If he wins the Euros in the summer, he's going to be one of the most sought-after managers in the world, isn't he? Even without the if, still done a great job.
to me, we've got the best crop of England players in my lifetime, even better than the 2002 to 2004. World-class players. Do you not reckon?
Well, we had a great, the Ashley Coles and the Frank Lampards and Gerrards and Scholes, that was an unbelievable side. That didn't win anything. You know, Alan Shearer's and Gary Lineker's, Gazza. We've had great sides.
Yeah, now Foden's on the bench. You know what I mean?
Luke, can I go back to Manchester United actually? One question, please. So we've got some stats here. So Onana passed the ball to Hoyland 4 times, Dalot to Hoyland 3 times, Fernandes to Hoyland 2 times, Maguire and Eriksen to Hoyland once. Why do Manchester United players don't seem to want to pass the ball to him? Whenever Ganacho gets through, Anthony gets through, they don't pass the ball to him.
Yeah, and honestly, we all say the same thing. We like Hoyland. We can see he's clearly not getting the service whatsoever. You know, a lot of them players are overrated. I tell you this, Gabby, this is what we want. Most United fans would rather get rid of 10 players than back tonight. That's where we're at with you.
You're fed up with the players. Well, it's not as easy as that, is it? The contracts they're on.
It's not.
That's the problem, mate.
90% of United fans want Rashford gone. Yeah, and a lot of these players have been around for so long, season has played out. Rashford getting 7 goals a year on average, getting £300 a year contract.
Yeah, I hear you, mate. I hear you.
He's not that good. He's hyped up so much and he's protected by the need. People always
on his day, though, Luke, come on his day. Come on. On his, maybe not this season, but previous seasons, he's been that guy, hasn't he? But this season, something's wrong.
A world-class player on his days every day, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Someone's on 350 grand a week.
Jamie was good.
I never claimed to be a top man, okay? Only in my head, that was.
I had to throw that in before you did.
Yeah. Luke, top man, mate, I really appreciate your call. Great call. As another talking point, obviously, we said about Sheffield United getting relegated. Let's go to Rob, who's a Sheffield United fan. Rob, how you feeling? Good evening, Rob.
Hello, gentlemen.
I mean, look, you knew it was coming. It's come. It's gone. You're down. I mean, it's been a pretty pathetic season for Sheffield United, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, like you said, we all knew it was coming. It's not the fact that we've been relegated. I think 99% of blades were at peace with the fact that we were getting relegated. Probably the day we sold Iliman Jai and replaced him with a 20-year-old from the Swedish league, who we ended up farming back out on loan to France after playing, half a dozen games. I think the writing's on the wall there. I mean, if you go back 4 years ago, when we were pushing for Europe, we took the Premier League by storm. People didn't know how to deal with our style of play. We had the overlapping centre backs. But unfortunately, we just have no other way of playing now. We just become so one-dimensional. The whole, not just the team, but the whole club is now built around Chris Wilder's style of play. Even when Chris Wilder got sacked and Paul Heckingbottom came in, Hecking was a Wilder man. Wilder brought him in to manage the under-18s, got the kids playing the Wilder way. So, I mean, we tried to change the style of play when we brought Slavic. And, he nearly took us down. When Hecking came in the second time round, he instilled the Wilder way, if you like.
Rob, where do you go from here, Rob? I mean, what you're down. What's next season looking like for Sheffield United?
Well, we just need to have a complete overhaul. Like I say, we are so one-dimensional. We're just clinging on to this style of play that, like I said, we took the Premier League by storm with 4 years ago. That was 4 years ago. We've still got some of them players in the team. We've still got the Bulldogs, the Fashions, bless him, who broke his leg. Yeah, they're still the same players. And, Luton have shown that you don't need to spend millions to compete in this league, or at least have a chance.
Yeah.
You just need a bit of spirit.
Yeah.
That's what's been lacking this season, the spirit.
Yeah, hasn't been there.
Really, really bad recruitment. Obviously, like I said, we sold our 2 best players in Njai and Burge. Njai would have scored at least a dozen goals this season. I stand by.
That might have got you up to 19 points, Rob. Rob, listen, mate. I appreciate you phoning in. Been a bad day for Sheffield United, been a bad season for them. You can have your say in it. And that was a look at some of the main topics of the day. All thanks to Bet for 18 Plus. Big up,
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payouts. Plus to match odds 90 markets or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Right, keep your calls coming in. If you've been to Premier League football or EFL action today, whatever you're saying, give us a call on 03717 223344. After 7, we're also going to be building up to some huge games that are happening tomorrow. Spurs going to derail Arsenal's season.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club dedicated content created by the fans for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
The North London derby before Nottingham Forest face Man City at the City Ground. With all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream the race for the title live this Sunday from 2 p.m. Head to nowtv.com.
18 plus Sky Sports content streamed via internet. Full terms apply.
When Brian and Sheila from Worthing sold their car with Motorway, they got more money. They then used that extra money to buy a camper van so that their dog Bruce could enjoy a lot more nature. Bruce, come here, boy. So, Bruce, are you happy to own this Motorway? Bruce, you can't use language like that on the radio. Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against independent sources. .co.uk/claim.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lisa. Lisa? 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 Where'd she go?
Got to leave the party early to drive home. Better get a travel lodge. Find great value king-size comfort at travellodge.co.uk.
Not shopped at Ocado, but you've heard it's the best. Now you can shop for 25% less. And groceries delivered free to your address. There's an Ocado just for you.
First-time customer, get 25% off your grocery shop and free delivery.
There's an Ocado just for you.
New customers only. Minimum spend £60. Max saving £20. Geographical restrictions apply. Conditions at ocado.com. Verify at info@ocado.com.
Listeners, we came throughout the airwaves to share an incredible discovery. The reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. We must get to work in rebuilding Great Britain, bix by bix, by delivering Weetabix to whoever's in charge of fixing potholes, to VAR, and people who somehow manage to park over 2 bays. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Tottenham versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream our internet. Terms apply.
Have your say. Game day. The one true place for unfiltered, unadulterated football discussion. The Game Day phone in
On talkSPORT.
This is a Game Day phone in on talkSPORT with me, Jeremy Hart, and Gabby Agbonlahor. Keep your calls coming in on 03717 223344. But there's been a goal at Goodison Park. Matt Jones.
There has indeed. It's Everton 1, Brentford 0. It's just been a very, very long and drawn-out VAR check. The goal was scored by Idrissa Gueye. Initially, the ball coming into the area. Brantwaite had a fluck shot. It fell towards the penalty spot, and Gueye just charged onto it completely unmarked and smacked it into the back of the net. Only his 7th goal for the club, but his 2nd in 3 games. Now, they then had a long look at it. They went back a phase of play, because when a shot came into the area a few seconds earlier, there were 4 Everton players in an offside position, but none of them were deemed to have interfered with play. And after that long VAR check, eventually the goal got given to a huge roar here from the Everton crowd, who'd seen Dwight McNeil smack the crossbar from 20 yards only 5 minutes earlier. At the other end, Jordan Pickford made a big save from Ivan Toney as well. But as things stand, Everton are getting the win they need to ensure they'll be playing Premier League football next season. It's Everton 1, Brentford 0.
Okay, let's take a look now in let's take a look at the latest odds in that 5:30 game. We'll make some
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free ACCA or bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Yes, Everton 1, Brentford 0. The Everton win now is 1-3. Everton to lose from here is 3-1. The draw is 12. So it's all thanks to Betfair 18 plus. BeGambleAware.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free ACCA or bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Right, let's go to Simon. He's a Burnley fan, right, Simon? Good evening, Simon.
Evening, Jamie. Evening, Gabby. Great show as always.
Thank you, mate. Listen, Simon, how come you didn't start putting in these performances earlier on in the season?
I was just saying that to your producer there. I mean, it seems like it's the right time to do it, but you just wish just some of these points turned around. But I mean, I'm starting to dream, boys. I really am. We've just got to be within 2 points of Forest going into that last game at home to Forest.
I'm looking at the game, Simon, and you got Newcastle at home. Yeah, you can get something out of that. Spurs away, tough game, and then Forest at home. But it's all to play for.
It really is.
Last day.
You know, exactly on the last day. I think the only thing hanging over it is not knowing what's happening with Forest appeal, and you know it could be post-season when we find out. But all we can
Which
do
is ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely unbelievable that can even be allowed to happen.
So we're not sure. We're not sure. But like Gabby just said, those games there, we've only lost 1 in 7. We lost to Everton there a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, it seems like it seems like it's the right time of the season. And you had it spot on with the last caller there. I don't think teams fear going to Old Trafford anymore. Today we just came out there and we went for it. Yeah, I thought so. I thought we just went for it and you know, conceded the goal and just kept plugging on. Obviously, it was a penalty. Nice for VAR to go in our favour for a change this season, it seems. But yeah, onwards to next week, and you know, it really could be there.
It'll be unbelievable if it goes down to the last day. Yeah. So are you at home? Is it a Burnley that game?
No, home.
Home for Forest, yeah.
Wow, that'd be, if it goes down to the last day, that'd be unbelievable. So, top man, mate, thanks for calling. Let's go to Pete, who's a Luton fan, right, Pete? Good evening, Pete. Yeah, look, Pete, you've lost today against Wolverhampton Wanderers. You're still in the mix to stay up, but kind of dropped off a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were in the game for the first 30 minutes and looked solid. Then, you know, 2 really soft goals again, and you know, we just looked miles off it then. But we were buoyed by the fact that Adebayo came back on for the last 15, and all of a sudden we looked like we might score again. You know, 2 big strikers again up top. 3 games left. Like the last bloke we had on, just going down to the last game of the season.
Yeah. I think as well, Pete, if Luton fans were told that 3 games to go, you've still got a chance of staying up at the start of the season, you would have took that, wouldn't you?
100%. There's no coincidence that we are where we are. We're one of the 3 probably worst teams in the division, but still be in there with 3 games left.
Yeah.
Under the lights of Luton.
Yeah, you got 2 home games. 2 home games, massive.
I think we're a little bit weak at fullback. I think Cassioko's, you know, getting done again on the far post. I mean, if he plays against Everton, that could cause a bit of a problem. But listen, we're in the mix.
You're in the mix, mate. You're in the mix. That's all that you can ask for. You've got 2 home games coming up. Fulham on the last day of the season. They've got a good chance. Pete, thanks for your call. Right now over on talkSPORT 2, you can hear live commentary of a huge game in the Women's Champions League. Chelsea are taking on Barcelona. Let's listen in to how things are going with our commentary team. Charlotte Richardson and Courtney Sweetencoat.
Lost the ball into Rolfa. And it is a good evening to listeners on talkSPORT joining us here at Stamford Bridge, where it's Chelsea 0, Barcelona 1 in the second leg, making it 1-1 on aggregate. Chelsea are down to 10. Centre-back Khadisha Buchanan dismissed for a rather harsh second yellow here. Courtney Sweetman-Kirk, it's now down to composure, isn't it? A big plan B required for the home team.
Yeah, it really is. I'm looking up at the scoreboard now. It's 65 minutes, so you're thinking, look, give it 10 minutes. You can't concede as Chelsea. That's the most important thing, but they're going forward now.
Johanna Aitin-Canary cutting back on the left foot. The curling shot straight into the chest of the Barcelona goalkeeper. It was a good move for Chelsea. You feel that between now and the 90-minute mark, those are going to be few and far between. They need to make sure that they make the most of those advances forward. The record-breaking crowd here at Stamford Bridge, 39,398 have come here for Emma Hayes' last game in charge as Blues boss at the Bridge. Her side are going to have to dig deep if they're to draw level and regain advantage in this tie to secure a space in the Champions League final. Here at Stamford Bridge, it's Chelsea 0, Barcelona 1.
Right, keep your calls coming in on the game day phone in. Want to hear from your EFL calls as well. We've got some Birmingham City fans. Come on, Doncaster fans. You can all have your say though. We'll build up to Spurs Arsenal as well. 103 717 223344.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
The procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
So many small cars to choose from. This one looks like that one, which looks like... Oh, the new Suzuki Swift. This is the one.
Yeah, standard reaction to the new Suzuki Swift, which comes with serious style, a choice of cool colours, and loads of tech as standard. Oh, and it's available with 0% APR for 2 years. Want to be one of the first behind the wheel? Search Suzuki Swift to book your test drive and get set to feel different. Participating dealers only. Suzuki Financial Services Limited. T's and C's apply. See cars.suzuki.co.uk/offers.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes, ooh, no, a wild card. Right, yes, back in the game. Yes, ooh, no, draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only. While stocks last.
Not shopped at Ocado, but you've heard it's the best. Now you can shop for 25% less. Groceries delivered free to your address. There's an Ocado just for you.
First-time customer, get 25% off your grocery shop and free delivery.
There's an Ocado just for you.
New customers only. Minimum spend £60. Max saving £20. Geographical restrictions apply. Conditions at ocado.com. Verify at info@ocadoretail.com.
Don't pray you astray. Get to Screwfix for the latest offers on the brands you love. Shop now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. See screwfix.com for all details.
In people's postcode lotteries made draws, your ordinary postcode could deliver some rather extraordinary news. Because a share of £17.3 million must be won, and there are prizes every day. So join the 70% of postcodes across Great Britain that are already playing. And sign up your postcode before midnight on the 30th of April. Good things come knocking with People's Postcode Lottery. PCL managed lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly, not available in Northern Ireland.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
White hot football debates. Game day. On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. The Game Day phone in.
On talkSPORT.
It is a Game Day phone in on talkSPORT with me, Jeremy Horan, former Aston Villa striker Gabby Agbonlahor. Keep your calls coming in, and you can voice note us on the same number as 03 717 223344. And remember, you can watch us live on the talkSPORT YouTube and Facebook pages. Straight after us, though, Faye Carruthers brings you live and exclusive commentary of Aston Villa versus Chelsea. Joe Shannon is your commentator for that one. Here's the team news for us now.
Thanks, Jamie. Aston Villa would go 9 points clear of Tottenham in the race for fourth if they beat Chelsea here this evening on a chilly evening in Villa Park. There's one change to the Aston Villa side that beat Bournemouth here last Sunday. Douglas Luiz is back from a ban. Moussa Diaby drops to the bench. Emi Martinez is in goal. Cash, Concert, Pau Torres and Dean are the back four. McGinn, Luiz and Tielemans in midfield. Bailey and Rogers either side of Ollie Watkins up front. Watkins, who needs just one goal to be the first Aston Villa player to score 20 goals in a Premier League campaign, that in the Premier League era. But Chelsea, after their 5-0 thrashing by Arsenal in midweek, there are 3 alterations. Some relief for Maurizio Pochettino in that Cole Palmer is back after illness to start. Enzo Fernandez, we know, out for the season following groin surgery, one of 12 senior players unavailable to Chelsea at the moment. Disasi and Gilchrist dropped to a bench that contains 5 teenagers. Thiago Silva and Trevor Chalobah are the other players to come in for Chelsea, who would go 8th with a victory here. Petrovic is the goalkeeper. Chalobah, Thiago Silva, Badiashile and Cucurella are the back four. Gallagher and Caicedo in front of them. Madueke, Palmer and Mudryk behind Nicholas Jackson up front. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff, live on talkSPORT with myself and former England defender Mickey Gray. Aston Villa against Chelsea.
Yeah, Gabby, massive game, mate. Your team still fighting it out for the top 4. How do you see this one going? Are they, because I thought they might have been crawling over the line a little bit, but actually they've been alright.
Yeah, but the problem with this game against Chelsea is because early on in the season, Chelsea absolutely battered us in the FA Cup at Villa Park. Yeah, they were outstanding. Yeah. So we've got to be at it, and you know, when you're doing Emery, what you do with these players week in, week out, weren't complacent against Bournemouth. You know, went 1-0 down, come and won the game comfortably. And I see the same today. I see a team that are going to have a plan for Cole Palmer, and a team that are going to keep putting in the work. They know it's not over yet. Like I said to you earlier, Spurs, they've got winnable games. Yeah. So he's got to keep trying to win these games. They've got a tough end to the season. Liverpool at home and Crystal Palace away. You don't even go into them 2 games needing anything. So must win tonight for Aston Villa.
Yeah, it's a big game. Big game. We've got you covered here on talkSPORT. Let's get back to your calls. So go to Tony, who's a Liverpool fan. Right, Tony?
Good evening, Tony.
Hi. Two quick comments on earlier calls before my point. Firstly, I believe Trump was forced to make the announcement because otherwise it was going to be done by another media organisation. Yeah. So he had to get him first. Secondly, Mark Salah's right out of order. He's lucky to get 12 minutes the way he's been playing lately. And the point I want
before we move on though, Tone, because look, you've made a good point, and you're right to have your say. He's not been in good form, but he's still Mo Salah. He's still your best player.
Yeah, sure, but you know, he can be the best player that's ever been. But if he can't score a goal, then you know, he don't deserve to be on the pitch.
12 minutes, though.
You know, it could be. You know, he could score a goal with the first touch of the game, but the way he's been playing lately, he could play 10 games in a row. He could have 12 games and not score.
I feel like, like Jamie said, he's your best player, Tony, and, you know, 210 goals and 86 assists he scored for Liverpool.
Someone said earlier on, he's trying too hard and he's snatching at chances, and while he keeps doing that...
He's always done that, though. He's always done that.
Well, not in the past. He's been banging them in.
Yeah, he's always missed chances, though. Mo Salah always missed chances. You know.
Yeah, good players always do, but not the percentage that he's been missing lately.
I agree on that, but do you think that when you need to win a game to be with a chance to win the Premier League, you give your best player 12 minutes?
Well, not if he was converting the chances, but unfortunately, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, he hasn't been.
Right, well, Tone, listen, we'll come back to you. Tone, we'll come back to you.
Who were doing better lately.
Tone, we'll come back to you, because over on talkSPORT 2 from 8 o'clock, you can hear them take on Ipswich. It's Hull in a huge clash at the top of the table in the Championship. Mike Saul is there, and he's your commentator for this one. He's got team news for us now.
I certainly have, Jamie. I can tell you that Hull City, who realistically need to get a point here tonight, otherwise they're going to have to overturn a pretty hefty goal difference that West Bromwich Albion have just inside the playoff zone. They've made one change. Liam Delap has dropped to the bench to be replaced by Ozan Tufan, who's got 9 goals to his name in the Championship this season. As for Ipswich, 2 changes and something of a shock, really. Wes Burns and George Hurst have both been out with hamstring injuries. In Hurst's case, since Boxing Day, but both of them start this match this evening. Ali Al-Hamadi and Jeremy Sarmiento drop to the bench, so Wes Burns and George Hurst start in 2 changes for Ipswich, and they know if they get 5 points from their last 3 games, they will be promoted back to the Premier League for the first time since 2002.
Okay, yeah, massive game. Well, Tony, we've just finished off. Did you have any more points to make about Liverpool?
Yeah, just the point I actually signed up for.
Yeah,
that.
go on.
Sorry, but I've been on hold since our first 5. I will be quick.
No, listen, we appreciate you hanging around.
It's about Virgil van Dijk. If he spent next time slagging other players off and concentrating on his own defence, we'd have won the league 4 weeks ago. This afternoon was ludicrous. He spent so long having a go at Trent for something that he perceived, rightly or wrongly, was his fault leading up to the corner. But the West Ham player said, "Thank you very much," and nodded the ball home while Van Dijk was still having a go at Trent.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gabby's, you said he's not been great.
Yeah, he's not been at his best. And the thing for me, Tony, is Liverpool used to be hard to score against. You know, Liverpool used to be a team that, 12 goals they've scored, they've conceded in the last 8 games. Crosses, Calvert-Lewin earlier in the week, Bowen today, off a cross as well, Antonio off a cross.
And that's all down to Trent. All down to Van Dijk.
All right, Tony, listen, top man, mate, I appreciate you hanging on. Loads of calls coming in. We're trying to get to everyone if we can. Let's go to Scott, though. He's a Doncaster fan. All right, Scott. Good evening, Scott.
Hi there, how you doing? You alright?
I'm good, Scotty. Now, Doncaster, 12 games unbeaten in League 2. Gone from relegation in February to playoffs in April. Your form is quite remarkable. You're 5th on 71 points. I mean, where's this come from?
Yeah, well, Grant McCann is a great manager, and he had it in him all along, so it's not really this back end of the season that he's had it in him. He's had it all along, but he's been quite fortunate. We've won a lot of games, but also those teams above us have dropped loads of points. The form's been in our favour. So I'm really happy to be here and say that Rose have been brilliant, but I also did want to touch on England if you've got a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you were talking about Southgate going to Man United. I'm a big England fan. Not many England games I've missed in the last 2 or 3 years, and I really hope he goes there, because, my God, he is boring as hell when it comes to football, isn't it? Like, the England talent on show, like, it's not me or anyone else. Generally, the England talent on show has got to be unleashed in the Euros. Whether it's me, clearly not me, but it's just not Southgate. That's the thing. It's got to be someone else who's got to let it all unleash. Bellingham, Foden, Saka, Palmer, Kane,
Watkins,
Mainu, Rice, whoever it is, maybe play a big, strong back 4 and then let the rest of them go at it. But I know you were talking about Southgate going to Man United. I hope he does, just so that he can get unleashed.
Yeah, we ain't going to go until after the Euros, is it? I mean, he's going to do the tournament. But don't you think he deserves an opportunity at a big club, Scott? I know he's boring. I get it. Doesn't he deserve an opportunity for what he's done at that level?
Oh, no, right. Look, if you look at his record at England, fair play, right? I do not disagree with that, because clearly he's done a lot, especially when you look at an England team where, other than the 66 team, they've done nothing. He's done a lot more than that, and you can't argue with that. And the biggest thing I think he's done at England is he's brought harmony. He's brought players together from different clubs, and he's brought them together, no matter whether it's Liverpool, Chelsea, Man United, whatever. He's brought them together under one common goal, and that's great for England. Could he do something similar at a club? I don't know. You know what? Fair play to Southgate if he can, but I just don't think he's unleashed the exciting talent in England that he could do, and therefore I don't think he's the right man.
Okay, all right. Scotty, just on Doncaster, you going to go up?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody in that playoff teams should be really, really scared of us now. We're the team to beat. We've had an unbelievable few weeks, and good luck to anybody who wants to face us.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott. We'll probably speak to you again throughout the playoffs as they happen. But let's go to Rob. He's a Birmingham fan. All right, Rob. Good evening, Rob.
You're right, lads. How are you?
I'm all right, Rob. How you feeling? You've been to the game today. I mean, Look, Gabby obviously pointed it out earlier on and said that you played, what, Rotherham and Huddersfield and you ain't got a result. You deserve to be down there then.
Yes, we definitely do. I mean, you go to Rotherham and they're already down. We can't even get a win. It's shocking. Really shocking. The players have got no fight. They've got nothing about them.
How are you feeling, Rob, that, you know, that there's different scenarios? I think, I checked, Blackburn are still involved. You know, if you win and Blackburn lose, they go down. If Plymouth win as well. But Norwich, you know, still might need points to get into the playoffs. You don't want to have to be beating them next week, do you?
No, that's it. I mean, we can't really be relying on other teams, but I really can't see us winning next week. We should have won last week against Rotherham. We should have at least won today. I mean, you're asking to beat a team like Norwich who need to win and get playoffs. I can't see it. The players they haven't got enough about them. That's the trouble.
Why though, Rob? It's been like this for how many seasons now where you've been fighting relegation? You can't keep doing it on the last day, can you?
No, like, you can't, like you say. But I mean, about 10, 12 of them are out of contract, and in my opinion, you can see that. They're not interested. They'll get another club elsewhere, and that's enough for them.
Disaster, though, this season for the new owners have come in. I mean, you know, they must have not have been expecting this at all.
No, I mean, I think it's huge if we go down. I don't think it's as easy as people say. I mean, you look at Portsmouth.
Yeah, Portsmouth went down, mate. They went down for ages. It's not easy.
No, and I think we will be down there for a good 2-3 seasons at the moment, yeah. It's not an easy task.
They're a massive club. I know, look, Gabs gives you a bit of stick and all that, and I get it, but they're a huge club, Birmingham. Pardon?
Yeah, I mean,
they are. Are you, Rob?
Although, you know, I like to think we are, but we're not showing it.
It's just a shame though, because we have the banter between Midlands clubs, but you want the Midlands teams to stay up, and you want Birmingham City to get to the Premier League, and you know the derbies back against Villa, Wolves, West Brom to come up as well. Going down to League One, it'll be a shame, won't it?
Yeah, I mean definitely the squad's got to be rebuilt regardless of the players out of contract, but you don't want to be rebuilding in League One.
Where's Scott Hogan? I was at Villa with him. He was a very good player. Where is he?
He's probably on the beach or he's been upstairs, and I think it's terrible.
You didn't know what to say to that, Gav, did you?
I don't know, but
he was bad. He was a good player.
Good player, Scott Hogan at Villa. But he's not. Whenever I look at the games, he's not playing. He's on the bench, and he's not involved.
Yeah, he's not got enough about him. I mean, it says it all. You've got Djukovic, who's what, 33, 34, playing at 60% with a strapped up knee. He just says it all, you know. And then you've got players you've got 10 years on a few players, and they're not interested.
Yeah. All right, Rob. Listen, mate. It's going to be a massive week next week. I mean, that Saturday show next week is going to be bumper.
No, it is, mate. It's just the pressure of that game, like. Depending on the result tonight between Hull and Ipswich, if Hull can go into the game as well against Plymouth away, get a result, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a tough game for Plymouth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Blackburn as well. Blackburn have got Leicester away. Even though they got promoted, Leicester, they're going to want the last home game to be like, happy days, get a win. So if Plymouth and Blues both win, Blackburn need to get a point.
I can't see how Blackburn could go down from where.
Oh, yeah, but if Blues and Plymouth find a way of winning,
yeah, I know. It's a big arse though. I can't see it.
But you just don't want it though, do you? No, like today they drew 0-0 Blackburn with Coventry. It's like at home, just get the win today.
Yeah.
Norwich today drew 2-2.
Easier said than done though, mate. When you're down there, mate, the pressure, it gets you. Talking of pressure, let's go up to Goodison Park and speak to Matt Jones, who's been watching for talkSPORT.
There's 3 minutes to go. It's Everton 1, Brentford 0. Still, Brentford haven't shown much in a way of response to that goal on the hour mark that came from Idrissa Gueye. They have had one good chance that fell to the substitute, Keane Potter, who had a good chance from inside the area. He curled toward the far top corner, but it was an easy save, or easy enough save for Jordan Pickford, who waved a hand at it and managed to palm away. At the other end, Everton have had chances to double their lead, but both of them in the end were flagged offside. Chimiti with a clip over the goalkeeper and Ashley Young from inside the area. Both though had strayed just too far past the defence by the time the pass came. So with 2.5 minutes to go, it's Everton 1, Brentford 0.
Okay, keep your calls coming in. We're going to hear from Man United fans, and we're going to build up to tomorrow's action, a massive game, North London derby, and we're going to talk about that next.
Game day on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
talkSPORT Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
About moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes, ooh. No, a wild card. Right, yes, back in the game. Yes, ooh, no, draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one pre-selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only, while stocks last.
This football season, if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Match-free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, prep, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else,
Did somebody say just eat?
charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on justEat.co.uk for details.
Hope there won't be any VAR delays today. Heard that rumour about this steak. Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one.
When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
Don't break your stride. Get to Screwfix for the latest offers on the brands you love. Like the next generation, more powerful, more compact Milwaukee 18-volt twin pack. It's new and exclusive to Screwfix at just $249.99. And get those lawns in order with the Titan grass trimmer, now only $49.99, a saving of £10. Shop now, on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until release 6th of May, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Tottenham versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply. Tuesday night live championship. talkSPORT 2.
And it's an absolute cracker. Coventry versus Ipswich.
Preemptive build-up as the bell strikes 7.
Main event from 8 PM.
Tuesday night on talkSPORT 2.
It is again, they phone in on talkSPORT with Jennifer and Gabby Ag Lahore. Let's look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action with Now.
Game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Tottenham versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Since Arsenal's relegation to North London in 1913, this has been the match they care about most in this part of the world. A century of history and tradition makes this game what it is. Into scenes of ecstasy. They're through again. It's Fabregas. What an end to the half for Arsenal. 2 strikes as quick as lightning. But no meeting is ever more important than the next one. This is the North London derby.
Yeah, massive game coming up tomorrow. Tottenham v Arsenal, Nottingham Forest v Man City. We've got to talk about the North London derby, guys.
Oh,
Spurs can derail Arsenal's season. They've been unbelievable this season, to be fair to Arsenal. They've had a great run. But it ends now, Gabs. It's all over for them. Andy's going to do a job on them. I'm going to be rocking in here on Monday, loving life. It's going to be the big one. We've got to get it done, man. You can't let them win
Are
it.
you not scared of that high line? If they play Saka, Martinelli runs in behind, no Udogi, that's Ben Davies could play.
Udogi being injured is a bit of a killer,
Yeah.
not going to lie. But I have to say, Gabs, I don't know why, I fancy us. We're at home. Arsenal are going to be feeling the pressure. They know this is a big game. They know this is so
This is a cup final for Spurs.
Yeah.
Forget about Arsenal. This is a cup final for Spurs to get top 4.
I think we should get a trophy. If we win this game tomorrow, I think we should get a trophy.
What, the stopping Arsenal trophy?
Yeah, the stopping Arsenal trophy. Like, derailing Arsenal.
Everton derailed Liverpool.
Exactly.
So, Spurs.
So I want to see it tomorrow. The boys are going to be walking around after a 4-2 win with the derailed Arsenal season trophy. We're going to be holding it aloft.
You know what I was saying earlier though? Would you play Johnson on the right? Would you play Richarlison down the middle of the sun? Or would you play Werner against Ben White? Troubling for pace.
I just think, I'm not sure what he's going to do, and I have to trust Andrew in what he does in terms of fitness as well. I don't know how Richarlison is.
Yeah.
Richarlison went through a decent run of form and was actually scoring some goals. I'd probably give him a game. Brennan Johnson, pace on the right. I like Brennan Johnson off the bench, but Kulusevski's been poor this year.
Hasn't he?
He's not been great the last few months. I don't think he's had a great season. Werner, he lets you down, he doesn't score enough goals. I think I'd play Son, Richarlison and Brennan Johnson. I would, but Brennan Johnson frustrates the life out of me, but he has got loads of talent. So
if he's on it, isn't he? But he's like Werner a bit. That final ball can be off.
Yeah.
Can't it? Or the wrong pass at the wrong time.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to it,
It's
mate.
going to be a great game.
Yeah,
we have to stop Arsenal's midfield. You have to stop Odegaard, you have to do a job on him.
Who would you have on him? Basuma? Follow him around.
Yeah, and or Sarr in there. Look, I'm not a massive fan of Sarr, but he's got energy.
Yeah.
You've got to stop them playing in midfield. That has to be the key. That's the key area.
Rice.
If they start playing through you and Odegaard starts running the game, you're in big trouble because he's the one who will make the key passes. So
the thing is as well, Arsenal can't afford to draw. So if you're drawing in the last 20 minutes, you know they're going to throw players forward.
Yeah.
That could suit you on the counter-attack as well. So I'm excited for it, mate.
Biggest game.
Draw helps no one.
Biggest game of the season for a long time. I cannot wait for it. I've got to go Tottenham win. What do you think?
I think it's going to be a draw. I just think this game is goals. It could be a 2-2, 3-3, mate. Yeah. Goals. Mistakes.
What a classic.
Romero goes to a red card.
Don't get sent off. Just don't get sent off. That's like, please.
I could picture Romero. I wonder if it makes some odds. Romero getting booked for a tackle on Havertz. If I get odds on that, I'm knocking on that. 100%.
Yeah, for him to get booked, he's probably
not even taking bets, mate.
Look, obviously the other game, Nottingham Forest, Man City.
Big game.
It's a big game for them as well. They have to win, Man City. They can't afford to let off.
Forest need points.
Forest are desperate for points. And they're no mugs at home, Forest. They've been good really at home in terms of some of their performance, and they've got some good players. But can you see Man City letting up?
I can't see Man City slipping up, but I don't think this is one of them games where it's a comfortable win. I think it's a 1-1, then Man City find a way to get a late goal, 2-1. Because Forest it doesn't matter now, you've got 4 games left. It doesn't matter who you're playing, you need to get points, because Luton have got 2 home games left. You look at Burnley as well, have got games that they can win. So, big game for Forest, but I think Man City will find a way. Yeah. I think it'll be a tight game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was a look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action. Don't forget that now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Tottenham v Arsenal and Nottingham Forest v Man City tomorrow. Contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Man City live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, full of our internet, terms apply.
And let's go to Josh, who's a Man United fan. Hi, Joshy.
Good evening, Josh.
How you doing? Godfather, I come to you today to talk to you about Eric Ten Hag.
Oh, come on, be quick.
I think basically, I've always been sitting on the fence, but
Josh, listen, mate, we'll come back to you because it's full time at Goodison Park. Let's go up to Matt Jones.
All right.
And it's finished Everton 1, Brentford 0, and Everton are officially safe from relegation. They become the first team in the Premier League era to be docked points, yet still stay up in that same season. All secured through a 60th minute goal by Idrissa Gueye. Branthwaite's initial shot was fluffed, but it bounced back to Gueye, who was in acres of space near the penalty spot and clattered it in to the back of the net. Brentford didn't offer much at either end, really, in both halves. They had a few shots on target as the game wore on. The best of them was from Keeler Potter, who saw his shot saved by Pickford, and then in the dying moments of the game there was a really good low drive from Charlet, the substitute, which Pickford got down to save as well. Everton only had one shot on target, but it proved to be all they needed to manage to secure their Premier League safety, and you could see what it meant to Sean Dyche as the final whistle went and he strolled onto the pitch, fist pumping towards the Sir Philip Carter Park stand to my right as I look at the pitch here. So Everton jump above Brentford in the table, but crucially for both of these sides, they will be playing Premier League football next. Which is Everton 1, Brentford 0.
Yeah, massive win for Everton. That's it for them. Josh, really sorry we've run out of time. We're back next Saturday from 5:30 p.m. The big one, last day of the Championship. Next up, though, is Faye Crothers, who brings you live and exclusive commentary in the Premier League. Chelsea head to Aston Villa.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Nottingham Forest versus Man City live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only while stocks last.
Mwah. When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret and more delivered. For lunch and everything else.
Somebody say just please.
Charges apply. Restaurants in your area and open in time.